Preface of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. Preface. Struggle, failure, triumph. While triumph is the thing sought, struggle has its joy, and failure is not without its uses. It is not the goal, says Jean-Paul, but the course which makes us happy. The law of life is what a great orator affirmed of oratory: action, action, action. As soon as one point is gained, another and another presents itself. It is a mistake, says Samuel Smiles, to suppose that men succeed through success. They much oftener succeed through failure. He cites, among others, the example of Cowper, who, through his diffidence and shyness, broke down when pleading his first cause, and lived to revive the poetic art in England, and that of Goldsmith, who failed in passing as a surgeon, and yet wrote The Deserted Village and The Vicar of Wakefield. Even when one turns to no new course, how many failures as a rule mark the way to triumph, and brand into life, as with a hot iron, the lessons of defeat. The brave man or the brave woman is one who looks life in the eye and says, God helping me, I am going to realize the best possibilities of my nature by calling into action the beneficent laws which govern and determine the development of each individual member of the race. And the failures of such a person are the jewels of triumph, that triumph which is certain in the sight of heaven, if not in the eyes of men. Brave Men and Women, the title of this volume, is used in a double sense, as referring not only to those whose words and deeds are here recorded or cited as examples, but also to all who read the book and are striving after the riches of character. Some of the sketches and short papers are anonymous and have been adapted for use in these pages. Where the authorship is known and the productions have been given verbatim, the source, if not the pen of the editor, has been indicated. Thanks are due to the press and to those who have permitted the use of copyrighted matter. In conclusion, the editor lays little claim to originality, save in the metrical pieces, and in the use he has made of material. His aim has simply been to form a sort of mosaic or variegated picture of the brave life, the life which recognizes the divine goodness in all things, striving through good report and evil report, and in manifold ways, which one is often unqualified to judge, to attain the life of him who is the light of the world. The author. End of the preface. Chapter 1 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Benjamin Franklin, born 1706, died 1790. His fame still climbing to heaven. What he had done at 52. Poor Richard's address. The late Judge Black was remarkable not only for his wit and humor, which often enlivened the dry logic of law and fact, but also for flashes of unique eloquence. In presenting a certain brief before the United States Supreme Court, he had occasion to animadvert upon some of our great men. Among other things he said, as related to the writer by one who heard him, "The colossal name of Washington is growing year by year, and the fame of Franklin is still climbing to heaven," accompanying the latter words by such a movement of his right hand that not one of his hearers failed to see the immortal kite quietly bearing the philosopher's question to the clouds. It was a point which delivered the answer. In the life of every great man there is likewise a point which delivers the special message which he was born to publish to the world. Biography is greatly simplified when it confines itself chiefly to that one point. What does the reader, who has his own work to do, care for a great multitude of details which are not needed for the setting of the picture? To the point is the cry of our busy life. Benjamin Franklin is here introduced to the reader. At 52. What had he done at that age to command more than ordinary respect and admiration? 1. Born in poverty and obscurity, in which he passed his early years, with no advantages of education in the schools of his day, after he entered his teens, under the condition of daily toil for his bread, he had carried on, in spite of all obstacles, the process of self-education through books and observation, and become in literature and science, as well as in the practical affairs of everyday life, the best informed man in America. 2. Apprenticed to a printer in his native Boston at 13, a journeyman in Philadelphia at 17, working at the Case in London at 19, back to the Quaker City and set up for himself at 26. He had long since mastered all the details of a great business, prepared to put his hand to anything, from the trundling of paper through the streets on a wheelbarrow to the writing of editorials and pamphlets, and had earned for himself a position as the most prosperous printer and publisher in the colonies. 3. Retired from active business at 46, considering that he had already earned and saved enough to supply his reasonable wants for the rest of his life. Fired with ambition to do something for the advancement of science, he had now for 6 years given himself to philosophical investigation and experiment. Among other things, demonstrated the identity of electricity as produced by artificial means and atmospheric lightning, and made himself a name throughout the civilized world. 4. Besides, it must not be forgotten that he had all along been foremost in many a work for the public good. The Franklin Library of Philadelphia owes to him its origin. The University of Pennsylvania grew out of an educational project in which he was a prime mover. And his ideas as to the relative importance of ancient and modern classics were more than 100 years in advance of his times. Such is a glimpse of Franklin at 52, as preliminary to a single episode which will occupy the rest of this chapter. But the episode itself requires a special word. 5. For a quarter of a century, Franklin had published an almanac under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders, into the pages of which he crowded year by year choice scraps of wit and wisdom, which made the little handbook a welcome visitor in almost every home of the New World. Now, in the midst of those philosophical studies which so much delighted him, when about to cross the Atlantic as a commissioner to the home government, he found time to gather up the maxims and quaint sayings of 25 years and set them in a wonderful mosaic, as the preface of Poor Richard's world-famous almanac, as unique a piece of writing as any language affords. Here it is. Poor Richard's Address. Courteous reader, I have heard that nothing gives an author so great pleasure as to find his works respectfully quoted by others. Judge, then, how much I must have been gratified by an incident I am going to relate to you. I stopped my horse lately where a great company of people were collected at an auction of merchants' goods. The hour of the sale not being come, they were conversing on the badness of the times, and one of the company called to a plain, clean old man with white locks, "Pray, Father Abraham, what think you of the times? Will not those heavy taxes quite ruin the country? How shall we ever be able to pay them? What would you advise us to do?" Father Abraham stood up and replied, "If you would have my advice, I will give it you in short, for a word to the wise is enough, as Poor Richard says." They joined in desiring him to speak his mind, and gathering around him, he proceeded as follows. "Friends," says he, "the taxes are indeed very heavy, and if those laid on by the government were the only ones we had to pay, we might more easily discharge them. But we have many others, and much more grievous to some of us. We are taxed twice as much by our idleness, 3 times as much by our pride, and 4 times as much by our folly. And from these taxes the commissioners cannot ease or deliver us by allowing an abatement. However, let us hearken to good advice, and something may be done for us. God helps them that helps themselves, as Poor Richard says. 1. It would be thought a hard government that should tax its people 1/10 of their time to be employed in its service, but idleness taxes many of us much more. Sloth, by bringing on disease, absolutely shortens life. Sloth, like rust, consumes faster than labor wears, while the used key is always bright, as Poor Richard says. But dost thou love life, then do not squander time, for that is the stuff life is made of, as Poor Richard says. How much more, than is necessary, do we spend in sleep? forgetting that the sleeping fox catches no poultry, and that there will be sleeping enough in the grave, as Poor Richard says. If time be of all things the most precious, wasting time must be, as Poor Richard says, the greatest prodigality, since, as he elsewhere tells us, lost time is never found again, and what we call time enough always proves little enough. Let us then up and be doing, and doing to the purpose, so by diligence shall we do more with less perplexity. Sloth makes all things difficult, but industry all easy, and he that riseth late must trot all day, and shall scarce overtake his business at night, while laziness travels so slowly that poverty soon overtakes him. Drive thy business, let not that drive thee, and early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, as Poor Richard says. So what signifies wishing and hoping for better times? We may make these times better if we bestir ourselves. Industry need not wish, and he that lives upon hope will die fasting. There are no gains without pains. Then help hands, for I have no lands. Or, if I have, they are smartly taxed. He that hath a trade hath an estate, and he that hath a calling hath an office of profit and honor, as Poor Richard says. But then the trade must be worked at, and the calling well followed, or neither the estate nor the office will enable us to pay our taxes. If we are industrious, we shall never starve, for at the working man's house hunger looks in, but dares not enter. Nor will the bailiff or the constable enter, for industry pays debts, while despair increaseth them. What though you have found no treasure, nor has any rich relation left a legacy? Diligence is the mother of good luck, and God gives all things to industry. Then plow deep while sluggards sleep, and you shall have corn to sell and to keep. Work while it is called today, for you know not how much you may be hindered tomorrow. One today is worth 2 tomorrows, as Poor Richard says. And farther, never leave that till tomorrow which you can do today. If you were a servant, would you not be ashamed that a good master should catch you idle? Are you then your own master? Be ashamed to catch yourself idle, when there is so much to be done for yourself, your family, your country, and your king. Handle your tools without mittens. Remember that the cat in gloves catches no mice, as Poor Richard says. It is true there is much to be done, and perhaps you are weak-handed, but stick to it steadily, and you will see great effects. For constant dropping wears away stones, and by diligence and patience the mouse ate into the cable, and little strokes fell great oaks. Methinks I hear some of you say, must a man afford himself no leisure? I will tell thee, my friend, what Poor Richard says. Employ thy time well, if thou meanest to gain leisure, and since thou art not sure of a minute, throw not away an hour. Leisure is time for doing something useful. This leisure the diligent man will obtain, but the lazy man never, for a life of leisure and a life of laziness are 2 things. Many without labor would live by their wits only, but they break for want of stock. Whereas industry gives comfort and plenty and respect. Fly pleasures, and they will follow you. The diligent spinner has a large shift, and now I have a sheep and a cow. Everybody bids me good morrow. 2. But with our industry we must likewise be steady, settled, and careful, and oversee our own affairs with our own eyes, and not trust too much to others. For, as Poor Richard says, I never saw an oft-removed tree, nor yet an oft-removed family, that throve so well as those that settled be. And again, 3 removes is as bad as a fire. And again, keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee. And again, if you would have your business done, go. If not, send. And again, he that by the plough would thrive, himself must either hold or drive. And again, the eye of the master will do more work than both his hands. And again, want of care does us more damage than want of knowledge. And again, not to oversee workmen is to leave them your purse open. Trusting too much to others' care is the ruin of many. For, in the affairs of this world, men are saved not by faith, but by the want of it. But a man's own care is profitable. For if you would have a faithful servant, and one that you like, serve yourself. A little neglect may breed great mischief. For want of a nail the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe the horse was lost. and for want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for want of a little care about a horseshoe nail. 3. So much for industry, my friends, and attention to one's own business. But to these we must add frugality if we would make our industry more certainly successful. A man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will. And many estates are spent in the getting, since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. If you would be wealthy, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich because her outgoes are greater than her incomes. Away then with your expensive follies, and you will not then have so much cause to complain of hard times, heavy taxes, and chargeable families. For women in wine, game, and deceit make the wealth small and the want great. And farther, what maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. You may think perhaps that a little tea or a little punch now and then, diet a little more costly, clothes a little finer, and a little entertainment now and then can be no great matter. But remember, many a little makes a mickle. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship, as Poor Richard says. And again, who dainties love shall beggars prove. And moreover, fools make feasts, and wise men eat them. Here you are all got together to this sale of fineries and knickknacks. You call them goods, but if you do not take care, they will prove evils to some of you. You expect they will be sold cheap, and perhaps they may, for less than they cost. But if you have no occasion for them, they must be dear to you. Remember what Poor Richard says, buy what thou hast no need of, and ere long thou shalt sell thy necessaries. And again, at a great penny worth, pause a while. He means that perhaps the cheapness is apparent only and not real, or the bargain, by straightening thee in thy business, may do thee more harm than good. For in another place he says, many have been ruined by buying good pennyworths. Again, it is foolish to lay out money in a purchase of repentance. And yet this folly is practiced every day at auctions for want of minding the almanac. Many a one, for the sake of finery on the back, have gone with a hungry belly, and half starved their families. Silks and satins, scarlet and velvets, put out the kitchen fire, as Poor Richard says. These are not the necessaries of life. They can scarcely be called conveniences, and yet only because they look pretty, how many want to have them. By these and other extravagances the greatest are reduced to poverty, and forced to borrow of those whom they formerly despised, but who, through industry and frugality, have maintained their standing. In which case it appears plainly that a ploughman on his legs is higher than a gentleman on his knees, as Poor Richard says. Perhaps they have had a small estate left them, which they knew not the getting of. They think it is day, and will never be night, that a little to be spent out of so much is not worth minding, but always taking out of the meal tub and never putting in soon comes to the bottom, as Poor Richard says. And then, when the well is dry, they know the worth of water. But this they might have known before, if they had taken his advice. If you would know the value of money, go and try to borrow some, for he that goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing, as Poor Richard says. And indeed so does he that lends to such people, when he goes to get it in again. Poor Dick farther advises, and says, fond pride of dress is sure a very curse. Ere fancy you consult your purse. And again, pride is as loud a beggar as want, and a great deal more saucy. When you have bought one fine thing, you must buy 10 more, that your appearance may be all of a piece. But poor Dick says it is easier to suppress the first desire than to satisfy all that follow it. And it is as truly folly for the poor to ape the rich as for the frog to swell in order to equal the ox. Vessels large may venture more, but little boats should keep near shore. It is, however, a folly soon punished, for, as Poor Richard says, pride that dines on vanity sups on contempt. Pride breakfasted with plenty, dined with poverty, and supped with infamy. And after all, of what use is this pride of appearance, for which so much is risked, so much is suffered? It cannot promote health nor ease pain. It makes no increase of merit in the person. It creates envy. It hastens misfortune. But what madness it must be to run in debt for these superfluities! We are offered by the terms of this sale 6 months' credit, and that perhaps has induced some of us to attend it, because we cannot spare the ready money, and hope now to be fine without it. But think what you do when you run in debt. You give to another power over your liberty. If you cannot pay at the time, you will be ashamed to see your creditor. You will be in fear when you speak to him. You will make poor, pitiful, sneaking excuses, and by degrees come to lose your veracity and sink into base, downright lying. For the second vice is lying, the first is running in debt, as Poor Richard says. And again to the same purpose, lying rides upon debt's back. Whereas a free-born Englishman ought not to be ashamed nor afraid to see or speak to any man living. But poverty often deprives a man of all spirit and virtue. It is hard for an empty bag to stand upright. What would you think of that prince or of that government who should issue an edict forbidding you to dress like a gentleman or gentlewoman on pain of imprisonment or servitude? Would you not say that you are free, have a right to dress as you please, and that such an edict would be a breach of your privileges, and such a government tyrannical? And yet you are about to put yourself under that tyranny when you run in debt for such dress. Your creditor has authority at his pleasure to deprive you of your liberty, by confining you in jail for life, or by selling you for a servant, if you should not be able to pay him. When you have got your bargain, you may perhaps think little of payment, but as Poor Richard says, creditors have better memories than debtors. Creditors are a superstitious sect, great observers of days and times. The day comes round before you are aware, and the demand is made before you are prepared to satisfy it. Or, if you bear your debt in mind, the term which at first seemed so long will, as it lessens, appear extremely short. Time will seem to have added wings to his heels as well as his shoulders. Those have a short Lent who owe money to be paid at Easter. At present, perhaps, you may think yourselves in thriving circumstances, and that you can bear a little extravagance without injury, but for age and want, save while you may, no morning sun lasts a whole day. Gain may be temporary and uncertain, but ever while you live, expense is constant and certain, and it is easier to build 2 chimneys than to keep one in fuel, as Poor Richard says. So, rather go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Get what you can, and what you get hold, 'tis the stone that will turn all your lead into gold. And when you have got the philosopher's stone, sure you will no longer complain of bad times or the difficulty of paying taxes. 4. This doctrine, my friends, is reason and wisdom. But, after all, do riots depend too much upon your own industry and frugality and prudence, though excellent things? For they may all be blasted without the blessing of heaven. And therefore ask that blessing humbly, and be not uncharitable to those that at present seem to want it, but comfort and help them. Remember, Job suffered and was afterwards prosperous. And now to conclude. Experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other, as Poor Richard says, and scarce in that, for it is true. We may give advice, but we cannot give conduct. However, remember this, they that will not be counselled cannot be helped. And farther that, if you will not hear reason, she will surely rap your knuckles, as Poor Richard says. Thus the old gentleman ended his harangue. The people heard it, and approved the doctrine, and immediately practised the contrary, just as if it had been a common sermon. For the auction opened, and they began to buy extravagantly. I found the good man had thoroughly studied my almanac and digested all I had dropped on these topics during the course of 25 years. The frequent mention he made of me must have tired anyone else, but my vanity was wonderfully delighted with it, though I was conscious that not a 10th part of the wisdom was my own which he ascribed to me, but rather the gleanings that I had made of the sense of all ages and nations. However, I resolved to be the better for the echo of it. And though I had at first determined to buy some stuff for a new coat, I went away, resolved to wear my old one a little longer. Reader, if thou wilt do the same, thy profit will be as great as mine. I am as ever thine to serve thee, Richard Saunders. This quaint address made a brilliant hit. It was at once printed on large sheets, framed, and hung up in cottages in England as well as in this country. It was also translated into French, Spanish, and modern Greek. At the present day, however, it is not often met with, except in the author's collected works or in fragments, and the young reader especially will be thankful to find it here in full. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 2, Defense of a Great Man. Was Dr. Franklin mean? James Parton's answer. A man of no enviable notoriety is reported to have spoken of Dr. Franklin as hard, calculating, angular, unable to comprehend any higher object than the accumulation of money. Not a few people who profess much admiration for Franklin in other respects seem to think that in money matters there was something about him akin to meanness. To correct this false impression and show how Franklin got his money, how much he got, and what he did with it, one of his recent biographers is called up in his defense, and to the question, was Dr. Franklin mean? Here is James Parton's answer. I will begin with the first pecuniary transaction in which he is known to have been concerned, and this shall be given in his own words. When I was a child of 7 years old, my friends, on a holiday, filled my pockets with coppers. I went directly to a shop where they sold toys for children, and being charmed with the sound of a whistle, that I met by the way in the hands of another boy, I voluntarily offered and gave all my money for one. That was certainly not the act of a stingy, calculating boy. His next purchase of which we have any knowledge was made when he was about 11 years old, and this time I confess he made a much better bargain. The first book he could ever call his own was a copy of Pilgrim's Progress, which he read and reread until he got from it all so young a person could understand. But being exceedingly fond of reading, he exchanged his Pilgrim's Progress for a set of little books, then much sold by peddlers, called Burton's Historical Collections, in 40 paper-covered volumes, containing history, travels, tales, wonders, and curiosities, just the thing for a boy. As we do not know the market value of his Pilgrim's Progress, we cannot tell whether the poor peddler did well by him or the contrary. But it strikes me that that is not the kind of barter in which a mean, grasping boy usually engages. His father being a poor soap and candle maker, with a dozen children or more to support or assist, and Benjamin being a printer's apprentice, he was more and more puzzled to gratify his love of knowledge. But one day he hit upon an expedient that brought in a little cash. By reading a vegetarian book, this hard calculating Yankee lad had been led to think that people could live better without meat than with it, and that killing innocent animals for food was cruel and wicked. So he abstained from meat altogether for about 2 years. As this led to some inconvenience at his boarding house, he made this cunning proposition to his master. "Give me 1/2 the money you pay for my board, and I will board myself." The master consenting, the apprentice lived entirely on such things as hominy, bread, rice, and potatoes, and found that he could actually live upon half of the half. What did the calculating wretch do with the money? Put it into his money box? No, he laid it out in the improvement of his mind. When, at the age of 17, he landed in Philadelphia, a runaway apprentice, he had $1 silver and 1 shilling in copper coin. It was a fine Sunday morning, as probably the reader remembers, and he knew not a soul in the place. He asked the boatmen upon whose boat he had come down the Delaware how much he had to pay. They answered nothing, because he had helped them row. Franklin, however, insisted upon their taking his shilling's worth of coppers, and forced the money upon them. An hour after, having bought 3 rolls for his breakfast, he ate one and gave the other 2 to a poor woman and her child who had been his fellow passengers. These were small things, you may say, but remember he was a poor, ragged, dirty runaway in a strange town, 400 miles from a friend, with 3 pence gone out of the only dollar he had in the world. Next year, when he went home to see his parents with his pockets full of money, a new suit of clothes, and a watch, one of his oldest Boston friends was so much pleased with Franklin's account of Philadelphia that he determined to go back with him. On the journey, Franklin discovered that his friend had become a slave to drink. He was sorely plagued and disgraced by him, and at last the young drunkard had spent all his money and had no way of getting on except by Franklin's aid. This hard, calculating mercenary youth, did he seize the chance of shaking off a most troublesome and injurious traveling companion? Strange to relate, he stuck to his old friend, shared his purse with him till it was empty, and then began on some money which he had been entrusted with for another, and so got him to Philadelphia, where he still assisted him. It was 7 years before Franklin was able to pay all the debt incurred by him to aid this old friend, for abandoning whom few would have blamed him. A year after, he was still in worse difficulty from a similar cause. He went to London to buy types and a press with which to establish himself in business at Philadelphia, the governor of Pennsylvania having promised to furnish the money. One of the passengers on the ship was a young friend of Franklin's named James Ralph, with whom he had often studied, and of whom he was exceedingly fond. Ralph gave out that he too was going to London to make arrangements for going into business for himself at Philadelphia. The young friends arrived, Franklin 19 and Ralph a married man with 2 children. On reaching London, Franklin learned, to his amazement and dismay, that the governor had deceived him, that no money was to be expected from him, and that he must go to work and earn his living at his trade. No sooner had he learned this than James Ralph gave him another piece of stunning intelligence, namely, that he had run away from his family and meant to settle in London as a poet and author. Franklin had 10 pounds in his pocket and knew a trade. Ralph had no money and knew no trade. They were both strangers in a strange city. Now, in such circumstances, what would a mean, calculating young man have done? Reader, you know very well, without my telling you. What Franklin did was this. He shared his purse with his friend till his 10 pounds were all gone, and having at once got to work at his trade, he kept on dividing his wages with Ralph until he had advanced him 36 pounds, half a year's income, not a penny of which was ever repaid. And this he did, the cold-blooded wretch, because he could not help loving his brilliant, unprincipled comrade, though disapproving his conduct and sadly needing his money. Having returned to Philadelphia, he set up in business as a printer and editor, and after a very severe effort he got his business well established, and at last had the most profitable establishment of the kind in all America. During the most active part of his business life he always found some time for the promotion of public objects. He founded a most useful and public-spirited club, a public library, which still exists, and assisted in every worthy scheme. He was most generous to his poor relations, hospitable to his fellow citizens, and particularly interested in his journeymen, many of whom he set up in business. The most decisive proof, however, which he ever gave that he did not overvalue money was the retirement from a most profitable business for the purpose of having leisure to pursue his philosophical studies. He had been in business 20 years, and he was still in the prime of his life, 46 years of age. He was making money faster than any other printer on this continent. But being exceedingly desirous of spending the rest of his days in study and experiment, and having saved a moderate competency, he sold his establishment to his foreman on very easy terms and withdrew. His estate when he retired was worth about $100,000. If he had been a lover of money, I am confident that he could and would have accumulated one of the largest fortunes in America. He had nothing to do but continue in business, and take care of his investments, to roll up a prodigious estate. But not having the slightest taste for needless accumulation, he joyfully laid aside the cares of business, and spent the whole remainder of his life in the services of his country, for he gave up his heart's desire of devoting his leisure to philosophy when his country needed him. Being in London when Captain Cook returned from his first voyage to the Pacific, he entered warmly into a beautiful scheme for sending a ship for the purpose of stocking the islands there with pigs, vegetables, and other useful animals and products. A hard, selfish man would have laughed such a project to scorn. In 1776, when he was appointed ambassador of the revolted colonies to the French king, the ocean swarmed with British cruisers. General Washington had lost New York, and the prospects of the Revolution were gloomy in the extreme. Dr. Franklin was an old man of 70 and might justly have asked to be excused from a service so perilous and fatiguing. But he did not. He went, and just before he sailed he got together all the money he could raise, about £3,000, and invested it in the loan recently announced by Congress. This he did at a moment when few men had a hearty faith in the success of the Revolution. This he did when he was going to a foreign country that might not receive him, from which he might be expelled, and he have no country to return to. There was never a more gallant and generous act done by an old man. In France he was as much the mainstay of the cause of his country as General Washington was at home. Returning home after the war, he was elected president of Pennsylvania for 3 successive years, at a salary of £2,000 a year. But by this time he had become convinced that offices of honor, such as the governorship of a state, ought not to have any salary attached to them. He thought they should be filled by persons of independent income, willing to serve their fellow citizens from benevolence or for the honor of it. So thinking, he at first determined not to receive any salary, but this being objected to, he devoted the whole of the salary for 3 years, £6,000, to the furtherance of public objects. Part of it he gave to a college, and part was set aside for the improvement of the Schuylkill River. Never was an eminent man more thoughtful of people who were the companions of his poverty. Dr. Franklin, from amidst the splendors of the French court, and when he was the most famous and admired person in Europe, forgot not his poor old sister Jane, who was in fact dependent on his bounty. He gave her a house in Boston, and sent her every September the money to lay in her winter's fuel and provisions. He wrote her the kindest, wittiest, pleasantest letters. "Believe me, dear brother," she writes, "your writing to me gives me so much pleasure that the very great presents you have sent me give me but a secondary joy." How exceedingly absurd to call such a man hard and miserly, because he recommended people not to waste their money. Let me tell you, reader, that if a man comes to be liberal and generous, he must be economical. No people are so mean as the extravagant, because, spending all they have upon themselves, they have nothing left for others. Benjamin Franklin was the most consistently generous man of whom I have any knowledge. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs, by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 3, Sir Walter Scott and His Mother. The Mother's Education, the Son's Training, Domestic Love and Social Duties. It was in the spring of 1758 that the daughter of a distinguished professor of medicine in the University of Edinburgh changed her maiden name of Rutherford for her married name of Scott, having the happiness to unite her lot with one who was not only a scrupulously honorable man, but who, from his youth up, had led a singularly blameless life. Well does Coventry Patmore sing, "Who is the happy husband? He who, scanning his unwedded life, thanks heaven with a conscience free 'twas faithful to his future wife." Such a husband as this was the father of Sir Walter Scott, a writer to the signet, or lawyer, in a large practice in Edinburgh. He had never been led from the right way, and when the less virtually inclined among the companions of his early life in Edinburgh found out that they could not corrupt him, they ceased after a little while to laugh at him, and learned to honor him and to confide in him, which is certainly, says he who makes the record on the authority of Mrs. Scott herself, a great inducement to the young men in the outset of life to act a similar part. It does not appear that old Walter Scott sought for beauty of person in his bride, although no doubt the face he loved was more beautiful to him than that of the bonniest belle in Scotland. But beauty of mind and disposition she certainly had. Of her father it is told that when in practice as a physician, he never gave a prescription without silently invoking on it the blessing of heaven, and the piety which dictated the custom had been inherited by his daughter. The mother's education. Mrs. Scott's education also had been an excellent one. giving, besides a good general grounding, an acquaintance with literature, and not neglecting the more homely duties of the needle and the account book. Her manners, moreover, an important and too often neglected factor in a mother's influence over her children, were finished and elegant, though intolerably stiff in some respects, when compared with the manners and habits of today. The maidens of today can scarcely realize, for instance, the asperity of the training of their embryo great-grandmothers, who were always made to sit in so Spartanly upright a posture that Mrs. Scott, in her 79th year, boasted that she had never allowed her shoulders to touch the back of her chair. The son's training. As young Walter was one of many children, he could not, of course, monopolize his mother's attention, but probably she recognized the promise of his future greatness, unlike the mother of the Duke of Wellington, who thought Arthur the family dunce, and gave him a special care, for speaking of his early boyhood he tells us, "I found much consolation in the partiality of my mother." And he goes on to say that she joined to a light and happy temper of mind a strong turn to study poetry and works of imagination. Like the mothers of the Ettrick Shepherd and of Burns, she repeated to her son the traditionary ballads she knew by heart, and so soon as he was sufficiently advanced, his leisure hours were usually spent in reading Pope's translation of Homer aloud to her, which, with the exception of a few ballads and some of Allan Ramsay's songs, was the first poetry he made acquaintance with. It must often have been with anxiety, and sometimes not without a struggle, that his mother, solicitous about every trifle which affected the training of her child, decided on the books which she was to place in his hands. She wished him to develop his intellectual faculties, but not at the expense of his spiritual, and romantic frivolity and mental dissipation on the one hand, and a too severe repression, dangerous in its after-reaction, on the other, were the Scylla and Charybdis between which she had to steer. The ascetic puritanism of her training and surroundings would naturally have led her to the narrower and more restrictive view, in which her husband, austerer yet, would have heartily concurred. But her broad sense, quickened by the marvelous insight that comes from maternal love, led her to adopt the broader, and we may safely add, with Sir Walter's career and character before us, the better course. Her courage was, however, tempered with a wise discretion, and when he read to her she was wont, he says, to make him pause upon those passages which expressed generous and worthy sentiments. A most happy method of education, and a most effective one in the case of an impressionable boy. A little later, when he passed from the educational care of his mother to that of a tutor, his relations to literature changed, as the following passage from his autobiography will show. My tutor thought it almost a sin to open a profane play or poem, and my mother had no longer the opportunity to hear me read poetry as formerly. I found, however, in her dressing-room, where I slept at one time, some odd volumes of Shakespeare, nor can I easily forget the rapture with which I sat up in my shirt reading them by the light of a fire in her apartment, until the bustle of the family rising from supper warned me that it was time to creep back to my bed, where I was supposed to have been safely deposited since 9 o'clock. This is a suggestive as well as frank story. Supposing for a moment that instead of Shakespeare the room had contained some of the volumes of verse and romance which, though denying alike the natural and the supernatural virtues, are to be found in many a Christian home, how easily might he have suffered a contamination of the mind. Domestic love and social duty. It has been proudly said of Sir Walter as an author that he never forgot the sanctities of domestic love and social duty in all that he wrote. And considering how much he did write, and how vast has been the influence of his work on mankind, we can scarcely overestimate the importance of the fact. Yet it might have been all wrecked by one little parental imprudence in this matter of books. And what excuse is there, after all, for running the terrible risk? Authors who are not fit to be read by the sons and daughters are rarely read without injury by the fathers and mothers, and it would be better by far, Savonarola-like, to make a bonfire of all the literature of folly, wickedness, and infidelity, than run the risk of injuring a child simply for the sake of having a few volumes more on one's shelves. In the balance of heaven, there is no parity between a complete library and a lost soul. But this story has another lesson. It indicates once more the injury which may be done to character by undue limitations. Under the ill-considered restrictions of his tutor, which ran counter to the good sense of his mother, whose wisdom was justified by the event, Walter Scott might easily have fallen into tricks of concealment and forfeited his candor. That candor which developed into the noble probity which marked his conduct to the last. Without candor there cannot be truth, and as he himself has said, there can be no other virtue without truth. Fortunately for him, by the wise sanction his mother had given to his perusal of imaginative writings, she had robbed them of a mystery unhealthy in itself, and he came through these stolen readings substantially unharmed, because he knew that his fault was only the lighter one of sitting up when he was supposed to be lying down. Luckily, this tutor's stern rule did not last long, and when a severe illness attacked the youth, then advanced to be a student at Edinburgh College, and brought him under his mother's charge once more, the bed on which he lay was piled with a constant succession of works of imagination, and he was allowed to find consolation in poetry and romance, those fountains which flow forever for the ardent and the young. It was in relation to Mrs. Scott's control of her son's reading that he wrote with gratitude late in life, "My mother had good natural taste and great feeling." And after her death, in a letter to a friend, he paid her this tribute: "She had a mind peculiarly well stored. If I had been able to do anything in the way of painting the past times, it is very much from the studies with which she presented me." She was a strict economist, which, she said, enabled her to be liberal. Out of her little income of about $1,500 a year, she bestowed at least a third in charities. Yet I could never prevail on her to accept of any assistance. Her charity, as well as her love for genealogy and her aptitude for story-telling, was transmitted to her son. It found expression in him, not only in material gifts to the poor, but in a conscientious care and consideration for the feelings of others. This trait is beautifully exhibited by many of the facts recorded by Lockhart in his famous memoir, and also by a little incident not included there, which I have heard Sir Henry Taylor tell, and which, besides illustrating the subject, deserves for its own sake a place in print. The great and now venerable author of Philip van Artevelde dined at Abbotsford only a year or two before the close of its owner's life. Sir Walter had then lost his old vivacity, though not his simple dignity, but for one moment during the course of the evening he rose into animation, and it happened thus. There was a talk among the party of an excursion which was to be made on the following day, and during the discussion of the plans Miss Scott mentioned that 2 elderly maiden ladies living in the neighborhood were to be of the number, and hinted that their company would be a bore. The chivalrous kindliness of her father's heart was instantly aroused. "I cannot call that good breeding," he said, in an earnest and dignified tone, a rebuke which echoed the old-fashioned teaching on the duties of true politeness he had heard from his mother half a century before. We would gladly know more than we do of Mrs. Scott's attitude toward her son when his first penchant for authorship was shown. That she smiled on his early evidences of talent, and fostered them, we may well imagine, and the tenderness with which she regarded his early compositions is indicated by the fact that a copy of verses, written in a boyish scrawl, was carefully preserved by her, and found after her death, folded in a paper on which was inscribed, "My Walter's first lines, 1782. That she gloried in his successes when they came, we gather, for when speaking late in life to Dr. Davy about his brother, Sir Humphrey's distinction, Sir Walter, doubtless drawing on his own home memories, remarked, 'I hope, Dr. Davy, that your mother lived to see it. There must have been great pleasure in that to her.' But with whatever zeal Mrs. Scott may have unfolded Sir Walter's mind by her training, by her praise, by her motherly enthusiasm, it is certain that from first to last she loved his soul, and sought its interest, in and above all. Her final present to him before she died was not a Shakespeare or a Milton, but an old Bible, the book she loved best, and for her sake Sir Walter loved it too. Happy was Mrs. Scott in having a son who in all things reciprocated the affection of his mother. With the first 5-guinea fee he earned at the bar, he bought a present for her, a silver taper stand, which stood on her mantelpiece many a year. When he became enamored of Miss Carpenter, he filially wrote to consult his mother about the attachment, and to beg her blessing upon it. When, in 1819, she died at an advanced age, he was in attendance at her side, and full of occupations though he was, we find him busying himself to obtain for her body a beautifully situated grave. 13 years later he also rested from his labors. During the last hours of his lingering life he desired to be read to from the New Testament, and when his memory for secular poetry had entirely failed him, the words and the import of the sacred volume were still in his recollection, as were also some of the hymns of his childhood, which his grandson, aged 6 years, repeated to him. "Lockhart," he said to his son-in-law, "I have but a minute to speak to you. My dear, be a good man. Be virtuous, be religious, be a good man. Nothing else will give you any comfort when you come to lie here." So passed the great author of Waverley away. And when in due course his executors came to search for his testament and lifted up his desk, we found, says one of them, arranged in careful order a series of little objects, which had obviously been so placed there that his eye might rest on them every morning before he began his tasks. There were the old-fashioned boxes that had garnished his mother's toilet table when he, a sickly child, slept in her dressing-room, the silver taper stand which the young advocate bought for her with his first fee, a row of small packets inscribed by her hand, and containing the hair of such of her children as had died before her, and more odds and ends of a like sort, pathetic tokens of a love which bound together for a little while here on earth, and binds together for evermore in heaven, Christian mother and son. Sir Walter of the land of song and old romance, tradition in his cunning hand, obedient as the lance. His valiant Black Knight bore, wove into literature, the legend, myth, and homely lore which now for us endure. To charm our weary hours, to rouse our stagnant hearts, and leave the sense of newborn powers, which never more departs. We thank him in the name of one who sits on high, and aye abides in every fame which makes a brighter sky. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 4. Abigail Adams. Born 1744, died 1818. The wife of our second president, the mother of our sixth. Abigail Smith, the daughter of a Congregational minister of Weymouth, Massachusetts, was one of the most noted women of our early history. She left a record of her heart and character, and to some extent a picture of the stirring times in which she lived, in the shape of letters which are of perennial value, especially to the young. It was fashionable to ridicule female learning in her day, and she says of herself in one of her letters, "I was never sent to any school." She adds in explanation, "I was always sick." When girls, however, were sent to school, their education seldom went beyond writing and arithmetic. But in spite of disadvantages, she read and studied in private, and by means of correspondence with relatives and others, cultivated her mind, and formed an easy and graceful style of writing. On the 25th of October, 1764, Miss Smith became the wife of John Adams, a lawyer of Braintree, the part of the town in which he lived being afterwards called Quincy, in honor of Mrs. Adams's maternal grandfather. Charles Francis Adams, her grandson, from whose memoir of her the material for this brief sketch is drawn, says that the 10 years immediately following her marriage present little that is worth recording. But when the days of the Revolution came on, those times that tried men's souls, women were by no means exempt from tribulation, and they too began to make history. The strength of Mrs. Adams's affection for her husband may be learned from an extract from one of her letters. I very well remember when Eastern circuits of the courts, which lasted a month, were thought an age, and an absence of 3 months intolerable, but we are carried from step to step, and from one degree to another, to endure that which we at first think impossible. In 1778, her husband went as one of the commissioners to France. During his absence, Mrs. Adams managed, as she had often done before, both the household and the farm, a true wife and mother of the Revolution. She was a farmer cultivating the land and discussing the weather and the crops, a merchant reporting prices current and the rates of exchange, and directing the making up of invoices, a politician speculating upon the probabilities of peace and war, and a mother writing the most exalted sentiments to her son. John Quincy Adams, the son, in his 12th year, was with his father in Europe. The following extracts are from letters to him, dated 1778 to 80. "'Tis almost 4 months since you left your native land and embarked upon the mighty waters in quest of a foreign country. Although I have not particularly written to you since, yet you may be assured you have constantly been upon my heart and mind. It is a very difficult task, my dear son, for a tender parent to bring her mind to part with a child of your years going to a distant land, nor could I have acquiesced in such a separation under any other care than that of the most excellent parent and guardian who accompanied you. You have arrived at years capable of improving under the advantages you will be likely to have, if you do but properly attend to them. They are talents put into your hands, of which an account will be required of you hereafter, and being possessed of 1, 2, or 4, see to it that you double your numbers. The most amiable and most useful disposition in a young mind is diffidence of itself, and this should lead you to seek advice and instruction from him who is your natural guardian, and will always counsel and direct you in the best manner, both for your present and future happiness. You are in possession of a natural good understanding, and of spirits unbroken by adversity and untamed with care. Improve your understanding by acquiring useful knowledge and virtue, such as will render you an ornament to society, an honor to your country, and a blessing to your parents. Great learning and superior abilities, should you ever possess them, will be of little value and small estimation, unless virtue, honor, truth, and integrity are added to them. Adhere to those religious sentiments and principles which were early instilled into your mind, and remember that you are accountable to your Maker for all your words and actions. Let me enjoin it upon you to attend constantly and steadfastly to the precepts and instructions of your father, as you value the happiness of your mother and your own welfare. His care and attention to you render many things unnecessary for me to write, which I might otherwise do, but the inadvertency and heedlessness of youth require line upon line and precept upon precept, and when enforced by the joint efforts of both parents, will, I hope, have a due influence upon your conduct. For dear as you are to me, I would much rather you should have found your grave in the ocean you have crossed, or that any untimely death crop you in your infant years, than see you an immoral, profligate, or graceless child. You have entered early in life upon the great theatre of the world, which is full of temptations and vice of every kind. You are not wholly unacquainted with history, in which you have read of crimes which your inexperienced mind could scarcely believe credible. You have been taught to think of them with horror, and to view vice as a monster of so frightful mien that to be hated needs but to be seen. Yet you must keep a strict guard upon yourself, for the odious monster will soon lose its terror by becoming familiar to you. The modern history of our own times furnishes as black a list of crimes as can be paralleled in ancient times, even if we go back to Nero, Caligula, or Caesar Borgia. Young as you are, the cruel war into which we have been compelled by the haughty tyrant of Britain and the bloody emissaries of his vengeance may stamp upon your mind this certain truth, that the welfare and prosperity of all countries, communities, and, I may add, individuals, depend upon their morals. That nation to which we were once united, as it has departed from justice, eluded and subverted the wise laws which formerly governed it, and suffered the worst of crimes to go unpunished, has lost its valor, wisdom, and humanity, and from being the dread and terror of Europe, has sunk into derision and infamy. Some author that I have met with compares a judicious traveler to a river that increases its stream the further it flows from its source, or to certain springs which, running through rich veins of minerals, improve their qualities as they pass along. It will be expected of you, my son, that as you are favored with superior advantages under the instructive eye of a tender parent, Your improvement should bear some proportion to your advantages. Nothing is wanting with you but attention, diligence, and steady application. Nature has not been deficient. These are times in which a genius would wish to live. It is not in the still calm of life or the repose of a pacific station that great characters are formed. Would Cicero have shown so distinguished an orator if he had not been roused, kindled, and inflamed by the tyranny of Catiline, Verres, and Mark Antony? The habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties. All history will convince you of this, and that wisdom and penetration are the fruit of experience, not the lessons of retirement and leisure. Great necessities call out great virtues. When a mind is raised and animated by scenes that engage the heart, then those qualities, which would otherwise lie dormant, wake into life and form the character of the hero and statesman. War, tyranny, and desolation are the scourges of the Almighty, and ought not doubt to be deprecated. Yet it is your lot, my son, to be an eyewitness of these calamities in your own native land, and at the same time to owe your existence among a people who have made a glorious defense of their invaded liberties, and who, aided by a generous and powerful ally, with the blessing of heaven, will transmit this inheritance to ages yet unborn. Nor ought it to be one of the least of your incitements towards exerting every power and faculty of your mind, that you have a parent who has taken so large and active a share in this contest, and discharged the trust reposed in him with so much satisfaction as to be honored with the important embassy which at present calls him abroad. The strict and inviolable regard you have ever paid to truth gives me pleasing hopes that you will not swerve from her dictates, but add justice, fortitude, and every manly virtue which can adorn a good citizen, do honor to your country, and render your parents supremely happy, particularly your ever affectionate mother. The only sure and permanent foundation of virtue is religion. Let this important truth be engraven upon your heart, and also that the foundation of religion is the belief of the one only God, and a just sense of his attributes, as being infinitely wise, just, and good, to whom you owe the highest reverence, gratitude, and adoration, who superintends and governs all nature, even to clothing the lilies of the field, and hearing the young ravens when they cry, but more particularly regards man, whom he created after his own image, and breathed into him an immortal spirit, capable of a happiness beyond the grave, for the attainment of which he is bound to the performance of certain duties, which all tend to the happiness and welfare of society, and are comprised in one short sentence, expressive of universal benevolence: Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Justice, humanity, and benevolence are the duties you owe to society in general. To your country the same duties are incumbent upon you, with the additional obligation of sacrificing ease, pleasure, wealth, and life itself for its defense and security. To your parents you owe love, reverence, and obedience to all just and equitable commands. To yourself, here indeed is a wide field to expiate on. To become what you ought to be, and what a fond mother wishes to see you, attend to some precepts and instructions from the pen of one who can have no motive but your welfare and happiness, and who wishes in this way to supply to you the personal watchfulness and care which a separation from you deprived you of at a period of life when habits are easiest acquired and fixed. And though the advice may not be new, yet suffer it to obtain a place in your memory, for occasions may offer, and perhaps some concurring circumstances unite, to give it weight and force. Suffer me to recommend to you one of the most useful lessons of life, the knowledge and study of yourself. There you run the greatest hazard of being deceived. Self, love, and partiality cast a mist before the eyes, and there is no knowledge so hard to be acquired, nor of more benefit, when once thoroughly understood. Ungoverned passions have aptly been compared to the boisterous ocean, which is known to produce the most terrible effects. Passions are the elements of life, but elements which are subject to the control of reason. Whoever will candidly examine themselves will find some degree of passion, peevishness, or obstinacy in their natural tempers. You will seldom find these disagreeable ingredients all united in one, but the uncontrolled indulgence of either is sufficient to render the possessor unhappy in himself, and disagreeable to all who are so unhappy as to be witnesses of it, or suffer from its effects. You, my dear son, are formed with a constitution feelingly alive. Your passions are strong and impetuous, and though I have sometimes seen them hurry you into excesses, yet with pleasure I have observed a frankness and generosity accompany your efforts to govern and subdue them. Few persons are so subject to passion but that they can command themselves when they have a motive sufficiently strong, and those who are most apt to transgress will restrain themselves through respect and reverence to superiors, and even, where they wish to recommend themselves, to their equals. The due government of the passions has been considered in all ages as a most valuable acquisition. Hence an inspired writer observes, "He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city." This passion, cooperating with power and unrestrained by reason, has produced the subversion of cities, the desolation of countries, the massacre of nations, and filled the world with injustice and oppression. Behold your own country, your native land, suffering from the effects of lawless power and malignant passions, and learn betimes, from your own observation and experience, to govern and control yourself. Having once obtained this self-government, you will find a foundation laid for happiness to yourself and usefulness to mankind. Virtue alone is happiness below, and consists in cultivating and improving every good inclination, and in checking and subduing every propensity to evil. I have been particular upon the passion of anger, as it is generally the most predominant passion at your age, the soonest excited, and the least pains are taken to subdue it. What composes man can man destroy? With such a mother to counsel him, one is led to ask, how could John Quincy Adams help becoming a noble-minded and great man? Who wonders that with good natural endowments and his excellent privileges, coupled with maternal training, he fitted himself to fill the highest office in the gift of a free people? In June 1784, Mrs. Adams sailed for London to join her husband, who was then our minister at the court of St. James. While absent, she visited France and Netherlands, resided for a time in the former country, and returned with her knowledge of human nature, of men, manners, etc., enlarged, disgusted with the splendor and sophistications of royalty, and well prepared to appreciate the republican simplicity and frankness of which she was herself a model. While Mr. Adams was vice president and president, she never laid aside her singleness of heart and that sincerity and unaffected dignity which had won for her many friends before her elevation, and which, in spite of national animosity, conquered the prejudices and gained the heart of the aristocracy of Great Britain. But her crowning virtue was her Christian humility, which is beautifully exemplified in a letter which she wrote to Mr. Adams on the 8th of February, 1797, on the day on which the votes for president were counted, and Mr. Adams, as vice president, was required by law to announce himself the president-elect for the ensuing term. The sun is dressed in brightest beams to give thy honors to the day, and may it prove an auspicious prelude to each ensuing season. You have this day to declare yourself head of a nation. And now, O Lord my God, thou hast made thy servant ruler over the people. Give unto him an understanding heart, that he may know how to go out and come in before this great people, that he may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this thy so great a people? Were the words of a royal sovereign, and not less applicable to him who is invested with the chief magistracy of a nation, though he wear not a crown nor the robes of royalty. My thoughts and meditations are with you, though personally absent, and my petitions to heaven are, that the things which make for peace may not be hidden from your eyes. My feelings are not those of pride or ostentation upon the occasion. They are solemnized by a sense of the obligations, the important trusts, and numerous duties connected with it, that you may be enabled to discharge them with honor to yourself, with justice and impartiality to your country, and with satisfaction to this great people, shall be the daily prayer of your A.A. From her husband's retirement from the presidency in 1801 to the close of her life in 1818, Mrs. Adams remained constantly at Quincy. Cheerful, contented, and happy, she devoted her last years in that rural seclusion to the reciprocities of friendship and love, to offices of kindness and charity, and, in short, to all those duties which tend to ripen the Christian for an exchange of worlds. But it would be doing injustice to her character and leaving one of her noblest deeds unrecorded, to close without mentioning the influence for good which she exerted over Mr. Adams, and her part in the work of making him what he was. That he was sensible of the benignant influence of wives may be gathered from the following letter, which was addressed to Mrs. Adams from Philadelphia on the 11th of August, 1777. I think I have sometimes observed to you in conversation that upon examining the biography of illustrious men you will generally find some female about them, in the relation of mother or wife or sister, to whose instigation a great part of their merit is to be ascribed. You will find a curious example of this in the case of Aspasia, the wife of Pericles. She was a woman of the greatest beauty and the first genius. She taught him, it is said, his refined maxims of policy, his lofty imperial eloquence, nay, even composed the speeches on which so great a share of his reputation was founded. I wish some of our great men had such wives. By the account in your last letter, it seems the women in Boston begin to think themselves able to serve their country. What a pity it is that our generals in the northern districts had not Aspasias to their wives. I believe the two Howes have not very great women to their wives. If they had, we should suffer more from their exertions than we do. This is our good fortune. A smart wife would have put Howe in possession of Philadelphia a long time ago. While Mr. Adams was wishing that some of our great men had such wives as Aspasia, he had such a wife, was himself such a man, and owed half his greatness to his Aspasia. The exalted patriotism and cheerful piety infused into the letters she addressed to him during the long night of political uncertainty that hung over the country strengthened his courage, fired his nobler feelings, nerved his higher purposes, and doubtless greatly contributed to make him one of the chief pillars of the young republic. All honor to a brave wife, not less heroic mother. If her husband and son kept the ship of state from the rocks, the light which guided them was largely from her. Heroic wife and mother, whose days were toil and grace, thy glory gleams for many another, and shines in many a face. The heart as of a nation throbs with thy tender love, and all our drama of salvation thou watchest from above. Our days, which yet are evil, and only free in part, have need of things with heaven coeval, of faith's unbounded heart. God grant the times approaching be full of glad events, no unheroic aims reproaching our line of presidents. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 5, Two Neighbors. What They Got Out of Life. It was just 2 o'clock of one of the warmest of the July afternoons. Mrs. Hill had her dinner all over, had put on her clean cap and apron, and was sitting on the north porch, making an unbleached cotton shirt for Mr. Peter Hill, who always wore unbleached shirts at harvest time. Mrs. Hill was a thrifty housewife. She had pursued this economical avocation for some little time, interrupting herself only at times to say, "Shoo!" away the flocks of half-grown chickens that came noisily about the door for the crumbs from the tablecloth. When the sudden shutting down of a great blue cotton umbrella caused her to drop her work and exclaim, "Well now, Mrs. Troost, who would have thought you ever would come to see me?" "Why, I have thought a great many times I would come," said the visitor, stamping her little feet, for she was a little woman, briskly on the blue flagstones, and then dusting them nicely with her white cambric handkerchief, before venturing on the snowy floor of Mrs. Hill, and, shaking hands, she said, "It has been a good while, for I remember when I was here last I had my Jane with me. Quite a baby then, if you mind, and she is 3 years old now." "Is it possible?" said Mrs. Hill, untying the bonnet strings of her neighbor, who sighed as she continued, "Yes, she was 3 along in February." And she sighed again, more heavily than before, though there was no earthly reason that I know of why she should sigh, unless perhaps the flight of time, thus brought to mind, suggested the transitory nature of human things. Mrs. Hill laid the bonnet of Mrs. Troost on her spare bed, and covered it with a little pale blue crepe shawl, kept especially for such occasions, and taking from the drawer of the bureau a large fan of turkey feathers, she presented it to her guest, saying, "A very warm day, isn't it?" "Oh, dreadful, dreadful! It seems as hot as a bake-oven, and I suffer with the heat all summer, more or less. But it's a world of suffering, and Mrs. Troost half closed her eyes as if to shut out the terrible reality. Haymaking requires sunshiny weather, you know, so we must put up with it, said Mrs. Hill. Besides, I can mostly find some cool place about the house. I keep my sewing here on the porch, and as I bake my bread or cook my dinner, manage to catch it up sometimes, and so keep from getting overheated. And then, too, I get a good many stitches taken in the course of the day. This is a nice cool place, completely curtained with vines, said Mrs. Troost, and she sighed again. They must have cost you a great deal of pains. Oh, no trouble at all. Morning glories grow themselves. They only require to be planted. I will save seed for you this fall, and next summer you can have your porch as shady as mine. And if I do, it would not signify, said Mrs. Troost. I never get time to sit down from one week's end to another. Besides, I never had any luck with vines. Some folks don't, you know. Mrs. Hill was a woman of a short, plethoric habit, one that might be supposed to move about with little agility, and to find excessive warmth rather inconvenient. But she was of a happy, cheerful temperament, and when it rained she tucked up her skirts, put on thick shoes, and waddled about the same as ever, saying to herself, "This will make the grass grow," or "It will bring on the radishes," or something else equally consolatory. Mrs. Troost, on the contrary, was a little, thin woman, who looked as though she could move about nimbly at any season. But, as she herself often said, she was a poor, unfortunate creature, and pitied herself a great deal, as she was in justice bound to do, for nobody else cared, she said, how much she had to bear. They were near neighbors, these good women, but their social interchanges of tea-drinking were not of very frequent occurrence, for sometimes Mrs. Troost had nothing to wear like other folks. Sometimes it was too hot, and sometimes it was too cold. And then again nobody wanted to see her, and she was sure she didn't want to go where she wasn't wanted. Moreover, she had such a great barn of a house as no other woman ever had to take care of. But in all the neighborhood it was called the big house, so Mrs. Troost was in some measure compensated for the pains it cost her. It was, however, as she said, a barn of a place, with half the rooms unfurnished, partly because they had no use for them, and partly because they were unable to get furniture. So it stood right in the sun, with no shutters and no trees about it, and Mrs. Troost said she didn't suppose it ever would have. She was always opposed to building it, but she never had her way about anything. Nevertheless, some people said Mr. Troost had taken the dimensions of his house with his wife's apron strings, but that may have been slander. While Mrs. Troost sat sighing over things in general, Mrs. Hill sewed on the last button, and shaking the loose threads from the completed garment, held it up a moment to take a satisfactory view, as it were, and folded it away. "Well, did you ever?" said Mrs. Troost. "You have made half a shirt, and I have gotten nothing at all done. My hands sweat so I cannot use the needle, and it's no use to try. Lay down your work for a little while, and we will walk in the garden." So Mrs. Hill threw a towel over her head, and taking a little tin basin in her hand, the two went to the garden. Mrs. Troost under the shelter of the blue umbrella, which she said was so heavy that it was worse than nothing. Beans, radishes, raspberries, and currants, besides many other things, were there in profusion, and Mrs. Troost said everything flourished for Mrs. Hill, while her garden was all choked up with weeds. "And you have bees, too. Don't they sting the children and give you a great deal of trouble?" Along in May, I guess it was, Troost, Mrs. Troost always called her husband so, bought a hive, or rather he traded a calf for one. A nice, likely calf, too, it was, and they never did us a bit of good. And the unhappy woman sighed. "They do say," said Mrs. Hill sympathizingly, "that bees won't work for some folks. In case their king dies, they are very likely to quarrel and not do well. But we never had any ill luck with ours, and we last year sold $40 worth of honey, besides having all we wanted for our own use. Did yours die off, or what, Mrs. Troost?" "Why," said the ill-natured visitor, "my oldest boy got stung one day, and being angry upset the hive, and I never found it out for 2 or 3 days. And sending Troost to put it up in its place, there was not a bee to be found, high or low." "You don't tell, the obstinate little creatures. But they must be treated kindly, and I have heard of their going off for less things." The basin was by this time filled with currants, and they returned to the house. Mrs. Hill, seating herself on the sill of the kitchen door, began to prepare her fruit for tea, while Mrs. Troost drew near her chair, saying, "Did you ever hear about William McMicken's bees?" Mrs. Hill had never heard, and, in expressing an anxiety to do so, was told the following story. His wife, you know, was she that was Sally May, and it's an old saying, to change the name and not the letter, you marry for worse and not for better. Sally was a dressy, extravagant girl. She had her bonnet done up twice a year always, and there was no end to her frocks and ribbons and fine things. Her mother indulged her in everything. She used to say Sally deserved all she got, that she was worth her weight in gold. She used to go everywhere, Sally did. There was no big meeting that she was not at, and no quilting that she didn't help to get up. All the girls went to her for the fashions, for she was a good deal in town at her Aunt Hannah's, and always brought out the new patterns. She used to have her sleeves a little bigger than anybody else, you remember, and then she wore great stiffeners in them. La me! There was no end to her extravagance. She had a changeable silk, yellow and blue, made with a surplus front, and when she wore that, the ground wasn't good enough for her to walk on, so some folks used to say. But I never thought Sally was a bit proud or lifted up, and if anybody was sick, there was no better-hearted creature than she. And then she was always good-natured as the day was long, and would sing all the time at her work. I remember, long before she was married, she used to sing one song a great deal, beginning, "I've got a sweetheart with bright black eyes." And they said she meant William McMicken by that, and that she might not get him after all, for a good many thought they would never make a match, their dispositions were so contrary. William was of a dreadful quiet turn and a great homebody, and as for being rich, he had nothing to brag of, though he was high-larnt and followed the river as dark sometimes. Mrs. Hill had by this time prepared her currants, and Mrs. Troost paused from her story while she filled the kettle and attached the towel to the end of the well sweep, where it waved as a signal for Peter to come to supper. "Now, just move your chair a little nearer the kitchen door, if you please," said Mrs. Hill, "and I can make up my biscuit and hear you too." Meantime, coming to the door with some breadcrumbs in her hands, she began scattering them on the ground, calling, "Biddy, biddy, biddy, chicky, chicky, chicky," hearing which a whole flock of poultry was around her in a minute. In stooping down, she secured one of the fattest, which, an hour afterward, was broiled for supper. "Dear me, how easily you get along," said Mrs. Troost. And it was some time before she could compose herself sufficiently to take up the thread of her story. At length, however, she began with, "Well, as I was saying, nobody thought William McMicken would marry Sally May. Poor man, they say he is not like himself any more. He may get a dozen wives, but he'll never get another Sally. A good wife she made him, for all she was such a wild girl." The old man May was opposed to the marriage, and threatened to turn Sally, his own daughter, out of house and home, but she was headstrong, and would marry whom she pleased. And so she did, though she never got a stitch of new clothes, nor one thing to keep house with. No, not one single thing did her father give her when she went away, but a hive of bees. He was right down ugly, and called her Mrs. McMicken whenever he spoke to her after she was married. But Sally didn't seem to mind it, and took just as good care of the bees as though they were worth $1,000. Every day in winter she used to feed them, maple sugar if she had it, and if she had not, a little muscovade in a saucer or some old broken dish. But it happened one day that a bee stung her on the hand, the right one, I think it was, and Sally said right away that it was a bad sign, and that very night she dreamed that she went out to feed her bees, and a piece of black crape was tied on the hive. She felt that it was a token of death, and told her husband so, and she told me and Mrs. Hanks. No, I won't be sure she told Mrs. Hanks, but Mrs. Hanks got to hear it some way. "Well," said Mrs. Hill, wiping the tears away with her apron, "I really didn't know, till now, that poor Mrs. McMicken was dead." "Oh, she is not dead," answered Mrs. Troost, "but as well as she ever was, only she feels that she is not long for this world." The painful interest of her story, however, had kept her from work, so the afternoon passed without her having accomplished much. She never could work when she went visiting. Meantime, Mrs. Hill had prepared a delightful supper, without seeming to give herself the least trouble. Peter came precisely at the right moment, and as he drew a pail of water, removed the towel from the well sweep easily and naturally, thus saving his wife the trouble. "Troost would never have thought of it," said his wife, and she finished with an "Ah, well," as though all her tribulations would be over before long. As she partook of the delicious honey, she was reminded of her own upset hive, and the crisped radishes brought thoughts of the weedy garden at home, so that on the whole her visit, she said, made her perfectly wretched, and she should have no heart for a week. Nor did the little basket of extra nice fruit which Mrs. Hill presented her as she was about to take leave heighten her spirits in the least. Her great heavy umbrella, she said, was burden enough for her. "But Peter will take you in the carriage," insisted Mrs. Hill. "No," said Mrs. Troost, as though charity was offered her. "It will be more trouble to get in and out than to walk." And so she trudged home, saying, "Some folks are born to be lucky." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 6, Horace Greeley. Born 1811, died 1872. The molder of public opinion, the brave journalist. Mr. Greeley lived through the most eventful era in our public history since the adoption of the Federal Constitution. For the 18 years between the formation of the Republican Party in 1854 and his sudden death in 1872, the stupendous civil convulsions through which we have passed have merely translated into acts, and recorded in our annals the fruits of his thinking and the strenuous vehemence of his moral convictions. Whether he was right or wrong is a question on which opinions will differ, but no person conversant with our history will dispute the influence which this remarkable and singularly endowed man has exerted in shaping the great events of our time. Whatever may be the ultimate judgment of other classes of his countrymen respecting the real value of his services, the colored race, when it becomes sufficiently educated to appreciate his career, must always recognize him as the chief author of their emancipation from slavery and their equal citizenship. Mr. Lincoln, to whom their ignorance as yet gives the chief credit, was a chip tossed on the surface of a resistless wave. The molder of public opinion. It was Mr. Greeley, more than any other man, who let loose the winds that lifted the waters and drove forward their foaming, tumbling billows. Mr. Greeley had lent his hand to stir public feeling to its profoundest depths before Mr. Lincoln's election became possible. He contributed more than any other man to defeat the compromise and settlement for which Mr. Lincoln and his chief adviser, Mr. Seward, were anxious in the exciting, expectant winter of 1860-61, and to precipitate an avoidable bloody war. It was he, carrying a majority of the Republican Party with him, who kept insisting, in the early stages of the conflict, that the emancipation of the slaves was an indispensable element of success. Mr. Lincoln stood out and resisted, ridiculing an emancipation proclamation as a bull against the comet. Mr. Greeley roused the Republican Party by that remarkable leader, signed by his name and addressed to Mr. Lincoln, headed "The Prayer of 20 Millions," the effect of which the President tried to parry by a public letter to the editor of the Tribune, written with all the dexterous ingenuity and telling aptness of praise of which Mr. Lincoln was so great a master. But Mr. Greeley victoriously carried the Republican Party, which he had done more than all other men to form, with him, and within 2 months after Mr. Lincoln's reply to the prayer of 20 millions, his reluctance was overborne, and he was constrained to issue his celebrated proclamation, which committed the government to emancipation and staked the success of the war on that issue. This culminating achievement, the greatest of Mr. Greeley's life, is the most signal demonstration of his talents. It was no sudden, random stroke. It was the effect of an accumulated, ever-rising, widening, deepening stream of influence, which had been gathering volume and momentum for years, and whose piling waters at last burst through and bore down every barrier. Mr. Greeley had long been doing all in his power to swell the tide of popular feeling against slavery, and it was chiefly in consequence of the tremendous force he had given to the movement that barbarous institution was at last swept away. It is the most extraordinary revolution ever accomplished by a single mind, with no other instrument than a public journal. It may be said, indeed, that Mr. Greeley had many zealous coadjutors,
But so had Luther able coadjutors in the Protestant Reformation, so had Cromwell in the Commonwealth, so had Washington in our Revolution, so had Cobden in the repeal of the Corn Laws. They are nevertheless regarded as the leading minds in the respective innovations which they championed, and by as just a title Mr. Greeley will hold the first place with posterity on the roll of emancipation. This is the light in which he will be remembered so long as the history of our times shall be read. It may be said again that Mr. Greeley's efforts in this direction were aided by the tendencies of his time. But so were Luther's and Cromwell's and Washington's and everybody's who has left a great mark on his age and accomplished things full of consequences to future generations. The first qualification for exerting this kind of fruitful influence is for the leader to be in complete sympathy with the developing tendencies of his own epoch. This is necessary to make him the embodiment of its spirit, the representative of its ideas, the quickener of its passions, the reviver of its courage in adverse turns of fortune, the central mind whom other advocates of the cause consult, whose action they watch in every new emergency, and whose guidance they follow because he has resolute, unflagging confidence to lead. In the controversies in which Mr. Greeley has been behind his age, or stood against the march of progress, even he has accomplished little. Since Henry Clay's death, he has been the most noted and active champion of protection, but that cause steadily declined until the war forced the government to strain every source of revenue. And since the close of the war, free trade ideas have made surprising advances in Mr. Greeley's own political party. On this subject, he was the disciple of dead masters and hung to the skirts of a receding cause. But in this school he acquired that dexterity in handling the weapons of controversy which proved so effective when he advanced from the position of a disciple to that of a master, and led a movement in the direction towards which the rising popular feeling was tending. Mr. Greeley's name will always be identified with the extirpation of Negro slavery as its most distinguished, powerful, and effective advocate. The Brave Journalist. This is his valid title to distinction and lasting fame. Instrumental to this, and the chief means of its attainment, he founded a public journal which grew, under his direction, to be a great moving force in the politics and public thought of our time. This alone would have attested his energy and abilities, but this is secondary praise. It is the use he made of his journal when he had created it, the moral ends to which, besides making it a vehicle of news and the discussion of ephemeral topics, he devoted it, that will give him his peculiar place in history. If he had had no higher aim than to supply the market for current intelligence, as a great merchant supplies the market for dry goods, he would have deserved to rank with the builders up of other prosperous establishments by which passing contemporary wants were supplied, but would have had no claim on the remembrance of coming generations. But he regarded his journal not primarily as a property, but as the instrument of high and political ends, an instrument whose great potency for good or ill he fully comprehended, and for whose salutary direction he felt a corresponding responsibility. His simple tastes, inexpensive habits, his contempt for the social show and parade which are the chief use made of wealth, and the absorption of his mind in other aims, made it impossible for him to think of the Tribune merely as a source of income, and he always managed it mainly with a view to make it an efficient organ for diffusing opinions which he thought conducive to the public welfare. It was this which distinguished Mr. Greeley from the founders of other important journals, who have in recent years been taken from us. With him the moral aim was always paramount, the pecuniary aim subordinate. Journalism, as he looked upon it, was not an end, but a means to higher ends. He may have had many mistaken and some erratic opinions on particular subjects, but the moral earnestness with which he pursued his vocation, and his constant subordination of private interest to public objects, nobly atoned for his occasional errors. Among the means by which Mr. Greeley gained, and so long held, the first place among American journalists, was his manner of writing. His negative merits as a writer were great, and it would be surprising to find these negative merits so rare as to be a title to distinction, if observation did not force the faults he avoided so perpetually upon our notice. He had no verbiage. We do not merely mean by this that he never used a superfluous word, which in fact he rarely did, but that he kept quite clear of the hazy, half-relevant ideas which encumber meaning and are the chief source of prolixity. He threw away every idea that did not decidedly help on his argument, and expressed the others in the fewest words that would make them clear. He began at once where the pith of his argument began, and had the secret, possessed by few writers, of stopping the moment he was done, leaving his readers no chaff to sift out from the simple wheat. This perfect absence of cloudy irrelevance and encumbering superfluity was one source of his popularity as a writer. His readers had to devour no husks to get at the kernel of what he meant. Besides these negative recommendations, Mr. Greeley's style had positive merits of a very high order. The source of these was in the native structure of his mind. No training could have conferred them, and it was his original mental qualities, and not any special culture, that pruned his writing of verbiage and redundancies. Whatever he saw with wonderful distinctness. Whether it happened to be a sound idea or a crotchet, it stood before his mind with the clearness of an object in sunlight. He never groped at and around it like one feeling in the dark. He saw on which side he could lay hands on it at once with the firmest grasp. It was his vividness of conception which made Mr. Greeley so clear and succinct a writer. He knew precisely what he would be at, and he hastened to say it in the fewest words. His choice of language, though often homely, and sometimes quaint or coarse, was always adapted to his purpose. He had a great command of racy phrases in common use, and frequently gave them an unexpected turn which enlivened his style as by a sudden stroke of wit or grotesque humor. But these touches were rapid, never detained him. He kept grappling with his argument and hurried on. This peculiar style was aided by the ardor of his feelings and his vehement moral earnestness. Bent on convincing, he tried to flash his meaning on the minds of his readers in the readiest and manliest way, and he was so impatient to make them see the full force of his main points that he stripped them as naked as he could. This combined clearness of perception, strength of conviction, and hurrying ardor of feeling were the sources of a style which enabled him to write more than any other journalist of his time, and yet always command attention. But he is a model which none can successfully imitate without his strongly marked individuality and peculiarities of mental structure. We have mentioned his occasional coarseness, but it was merely his preference of strong direct expression to dainty feebleness. He was never vulgar. Mr. Greeley has contributed to the surprising growth and development of journalism in our time, chiefly by his successful efforts to make it a guide of public opinion, as well as a chronicle of important news. In his hands, it was not merely a mirror which indifferently reflects back the images of all objects on which it is turned, but a creative force, a means of calling into existence a public opinion powerful enough to introduce great reforms and sweep down abuses. He had no faith in purposeless journalism, in journalism which has so little insight into the tendencies of the time that it shifts its view from day to day in accommodation to transient popular caprices. No great object is accomplished without constancy of purpose, and a guide of public opinion cannot be constant unless he has a deep and abiding conviction of the importance of what he advocates. Mr. Greeley's remarkable power, when traced back to its main source, will be found to have consisted chiefly in that vigorous earnestness of belief which held him to the strenuous advocacy of measures which he thought conducive to the public welfare, whether they were temporarily popular or not. Journalism may perhaps gain more success as a mercantile speculation by other methods, but it can be respected as a great moral and political force only in the hands of men who have the talents, foresight, and moral earnestness which fit them to guide public opinion. It is in this sense that Mr. Greeley was our first journalist, and nobody can successfully dispute his rank any more than Mr. Bennett's could be contested in the kind that seeks to float on the current instead of directing its course. The one did most to render our American journals great vehicles of news, the other to make them controlling organs of opinion. Their survivors in the profession have much to learn from both. New York World. Knight of the ready pen, soldier without a sword, such eyes hadst thou for other men, so true and grand a word. As Caesar led his legions triumphant over Gaul, and through still wilder, darker regions, so thou didst lead us all, until we saw the change which bound our brothers' lives, and heard the groans and felt the pains which come from wearing gyves. To brave heroic men the false no more was true, and what the nation needed then could any soldier do.
End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 7, Wendell Phillips. Born 1811, died 1884. The times when he appeared. Who is this fellow? A flaming advocate of liberty. Liberty of speech and thought. Power to discern the right. The mob-beaten hero triumphant. Long chapters of history are illumined as electric light in the following characteristic address from his pulpit by Henry Ward Beecher, at the time the name of the great philanthropist was added to the roll of American heroes. The times when he appeared. The condition of the public mind throughout the North at the time I came to the consciousness of public affairs and was studying my profession may be described in one word as the condition of imprisoned moral sense. All men, almost, agreed with all men that slavery was wrong, but what can we do? The compromises of our fathers include us and bind us to fidelity to the agreements that had been made in the formation of our Constitution. Our Confederation first, and our Constitution after. These were regarded everywhere as moral obligations by men that hated slavery. The compromises of the Constitution must be respected, said the priest in the pulpit, said the politician in the field, said the statesman in public halls, and men abroad, in England especially, could not understand what was the reason of the hesitancy of President Lincoln and of the people, when they had risen to arms, in declaring at once the end for which arms were taken and armies gathered to be the emancipation of the slaves. There never has been an instance in which, I think, the feelings and the moral sense of so large a number of people have been held in check for reasons of fidelity to obligations assumed in their behalf. There never has been in history another instance more notable, and, I am bound to say, with all its faults and weaknesses, more noble. The commercial question, that being the underlying moral element, the commercial question of the North very soon became, on the subject of slavery, what the industrial and political question of the South had made it. It corrupted the manufacturer and the merchant. Throughout the whole North, every man that could make anything regarded the South as his legal, lawful market, for the South did not manufacture. It had the cheap and vulgar husbandry of slavery. They could make more money with cotton than with corn, or beef, or pork, or leather, or hats, or wooden ware, and northern ships went south to take their forest timbers, and brought them to Connecticut to be made into wooden ware and axe helves and rake handles, and carried them right back to sell to the men whose axes had cut down the trees. The South manufactured nothing except slaves. It was a great manufacture, that, and the whole market of the North was bribed. The harness makers, the wagon makers, the clock makers, makers of all manner of implements, of all manner of goods, every manufactory, every loom as it clanked in the North said, maintain, not slavery, but the compromises of the Constitution. The Constitution, that was the veil under which all these cries were continually uttered. The distinction between the anti-slavery men and abolitionists was simply this. The abolitionists disclaimed the obligation to maintain this government and the compromises of the Constitution, and the anti-slavery men recognized the binding obligation and sought the emancipation of slaves by the more circuitous and gradual influence. But abolitionism covered both terms. It was regarded, however, throughout the North as a greater sin than slavery itself, and none of you that are under 30 years of age can form any adequate conception of the public sentiment and feeling during the days of my young manhood. A man that was known to be an abolitionist had better be known to have the plague. Every door was shut to him. If he was born under circumstances that admitted him to the best society, he was the black sheep of the family. If he aspired by fidelity, industry, and genius to good society, he was debarred. An abolitionist was enough to put the mark of Cain upon any young man that arose in my early day, and until I was 40 years of age. It was punishable to preach on the subject of liberty. It was enough to expel a man from church communion if he insisted on praying in the prayer meeting for the liberation of the slaves. The church was dumb in the North, not in the West.
The great publishing societies that were sustained by the contributions of the churches were absolutely dumb. Who is this fellow? It was at the beginning of this Egyptian era in America that the young aristocrat of Boston appeared. His blood came through the best colonial families. He was an aristocrat by descent and by nature, a noble one, but a thorough aristocrat. All his life and power assumed that guise. He was noble, he was full of kindness to inferiors, he was willing to be and do and suffer for them, but he was never of them, nor equaled himself to them. He was always above them, and his gifts of love were always the gifts of a prince to his subjects. All his life long he resented every attack on his person and on his honor, as a noble aristocrat would. When they poured the filth of their imaginations upon him, he cared no more for it than the eagle cares what the fly is thinking about him away down under the cloud. All the miserable traffickers, and all the scribblers, and all the aristocratic boobies of Boston were no more to him than mosquitoes are to the behemoth or to the lion. He was aristocratic in his pride, and lived higher than most men lived. He was called of God as much as ever Moses and the prophets were, not exactly for the same great end, but in consonance with those great ends. You remember, my brother, when Lovejoy was infamously slaughtered by a mob in Alton? Blood that has been the seed of liberty all over this land. I remember it. At this time it was that Channing lifted up his voice and declared that the moral sentiment of Boston ought to be uttered in rebuke of that infamy and cruelty, and asking for Faneuil Hall in which to call a public meeting. This was indignantly refused by the Common Council of Boston. Being a man of wide influence, he gathered around about himself enough venerable and influential old citizens of Boston to make a denial of their united request a perilous thing, and Faneuil Hall was granted to call a public meeting to express itself on this subject of the murder of Lovejoy. The meeting was made up largely of rowdies. They meant to overawe and put down all other expressions of opinion except those that then rioted with the riotous. United States District Attorney Austin, when Wendell Phillips's name is written in letters of light on one side of the monument, down low on the other side, and spattered with dirt, let the name of Austin also be written, made a truculent speech, and justified the mob, and ran the whole career of the sewer of those days, and justified non-interference with slavery. Wendell Phillips, just come to town as a young lawyer, without at present any practice, practically unknown, except to his own family, fired with the infamy, and feeling called of God in his soul, went upon the platform. His first utterances brought down the hisses of the mob. He was not a man very easily subdued by any mob. They listened as he kindled and poured on that man Austin the fire and lava of a volcano, and he finally turned the course of the feeling of the meeting. Practically unknown when the sun went down one day, when it rose the next morning, all Boston was saying, "Who is this fellow? Who is this Phillips?" A question that has never been asked since. A flaming advocate of liberty. Thenceforth he has been a flaming advocate of liberty, with singular advantages over all other pleaders. Mr. Garrison was not noted as a speaker, yet his tongue was his pen. Mr. Phillips, not much given to the pen, his pen was his tongue, and no other like speaker has ever graced our history. I do not undertake to say that he surpassed all others. He had an intense individuality, and that intense individuality ranked him among the noblest orators that have ever been born to this continent, or, I may say, to our motherland. He adopted in full the tenets of Garrison, which were excessively disagreeable to the whole public mind. The ground which he took was that which Garrison took. Seeing that the conscience of the North was smothered and mute by reason of the supposed obligations to the compromises of the Constitution, Garrison declared that the compromises of the Constitution were covenants with hell, and that no man was bound to observe them. This extreme ground Mr. Phillips also took, immediate, unconditional, universal emancipation, at any cost whatsoever. That is Garrisonism. That is Wendell Phillipsism, and it would seem as though the Lord rather leaned that way, too. I shall not discuss the merits of Mr. Garrison or Mr. Phillips in every direction. I shall say that while the duty of immediate emancipation without conditions was unquestionably the right ground, yet in the providence of God even that could not be brought to pass except through the mediation of very many events. It is a remarkable thing that Mr. Phillips and Mr. Garrison both renounced the Union, and denounced the Union in the hope of destroying slavery, whereas the providence of God brought about the love of the Union when it was assailed by the South, and made the love of the Union the enthusiasm that carried the great war of emancipation through. It was the very antithesis of the ground which they took. Like John Brown, Mr. Garrison, like John Brown, Mr. Phillips, of a heroic spirit, seeking the great and noble, but by measures not well adapted to secure the end. Little by little the controversy spread. I shall not trace it. I am giving you simply the atmosphere in which he sprang into being and into power. His career was a career of 30 or 40 years of undiminished eagerness. He never quailed nor flinched, nor did he ever at any time go back one step or turn in the slightest degree to the right or left. He gloried in his cause, and in that particular aspect of it which had selected him, for he was one that was called rather than one that chose. He stood on his platform. It is a part of the sweet and pleasant memories of my comparative youth here, that when the mob refused to let him speak in the Broadway Tabernacle before it moved uptown, the old Tabernacle, William A. Hall, now dead, a fervent friend and abolitionist, had secured the Graham Institute wherein to hold a meeting where Mr. Phillips should be heard. I had agreed to pray at the opening of the meeting. On the morning of the day on which it was to have taken place, I was visited by the committee of that institute. Excellent gentlemen, whose feelings will not be hurt now, because they are all now ashamed of it. They are in heaven. They visited me to say that in consequence of the great peril that attended a meeting at the institute, they had withdrawn the liberty to use it, and paid back the money, and that they called simply to say that it was out of no disrespect to me, but from fidelity to their supposed trust. Well, it was a bitter thing. Liberty of speech and thought. If there is anything on earth that I am sensitive to, it is the withdrawing of the liberty of speech and thought. Henry C. Bowen, who certainly has done some good things in his lifetime, said to me, "You can have Plymouth Church if you want it." How? It is the rule of the church trustees that the church may be let by a majority vote when we are convened, but if we are not convened, then every trustee must give his assent in writing. If you choose to make it a personal matter and go to every trustee, you can have it. He meanwhile undertook, with Mr. Hall, to put new placards over the old ones, notifying men quietly that the meeting was to be held here, and distributed thousands and tens of thousands of handbills at the ferries. No task was ever more welcome. I went to the trustees man by man. The majority of the trustees very cheerfully accorded the permission. One or two of them were disposed to decline and withhold it. I made it a matter of personal friendship. "You and I will break if you don't give me this permission," and they signed. So the meeting glided from the Graham Institute to this house. A great audience assembled. We had detectives in disguise, and every arrangement made to handle the subject in a practical form if the crowd should undertake to molest us. The Reverend Dr. R.S. Storrs consented to come and pray, for Mr. Wendell Phillips was by marriage a near and intimate friend and relation of his. The reporters were here. When were they ever not? Mr. Phillips began his lecture, and you may depend upon it, by this time the lion was in him, and he went careering on. His views were extreme. He made them extravagant. I remember at one point, for he was a man without bluster, serene, self-poised, never disturbed in the least. He made an affirmation that was very bitter, and the cry arose over the whole congregation. He stood still, with a cold, bitter smile in his eye, and waited till they subsided, when he repeated it with more emphasis. Again the roar went through. He waited and repeated it, if possible, more intensely, and he beat them down with that one sentence until they were still, and let him go on. Power to discern the right. The power to discern right among all the wrappings of interest and all the seductions of ambition was singularly his. To choose the lowly for their sake, to abandon all favor, all power, all comfort, all ambition, all greatness, that was his genius and glory. He confronted the spirit of the nation and of the age. I had almost said he set himself against nature, as if he had been a decree of God overriding all these other insuperable obstacles. That was his function. Mr. Phillips was not called to be a universal orator any more than he was a universal thinker. In literature and in history widely read, in person magnificent, in manners most accomplished, gentle as a babe, sweet as a new-blown rose, in voice clear and silvery. Yet he was not a man of tempests. He was not an orchestra of 100 instruments. He was not an organ, mighty and complex. The nation slept, and God wanted a trumpet, sharp, wide-sounding, narrow, and intense, and that was Mr. Phillips. The long roll is not particularly agreeable in music or in times of war, but is better than flutes or harps when men are in a great battle, or are on the point of it. His eloquence was penetrating and alarming. He did not flow as a mighty Gulf Stream. He did not dash upon this continent as the ocean does. He was not a mighty rushing river. His eloquence was a flight of arrows, sentence after sentence polished, and most of them burning. He slung them one after the other, and where they struck they slew. Always elegant, always awful. I think his scorn is and was as fine as I ever knew it in any human being. He had that sublime sanctuary in his pride that made him almost insensitive to what would by other men be considered obloquy. It was as if he said every day in himself, I am not what they are firing at. I am not there, and I am not that. It is not against me. I am infinitely superior to what they think me to be. They do not know me. It was quiet and unpretentious, but it was there. Conscience and pride were the two concurrent elements of his nature. The mob-beaten hero triumphant. He lived to see the slave emancipated, but not by moral means. He lived to see the sword cut the fetter. After this had taken place, he was too young to retire, though too old to gather laurels of literature or to seek professional honors. The impulse of humanity was not at all abated. His soul still flowed on for the great under masses of mankind, though like the Nile, it split up into scores of mouths, and not all of them were navigable. After a long and stormy life, his sun went down in glory. All the English-speaking people on the globe have written among the names that shall never die in the name of that scoffed, detested, mob-beaten, persecuted wretch, Wendell Phillips. Boston, that persecuted and would have slain him, is now exceedingly busy in building his tomb and rearing his statue. The men that would not defile their lips with his name are thanking God today that he lived. He has taught some lessons that the young will do well to take heed to, that the most splendid gifts and opportunities and ambitions may be best used for the dumb and lowly. His whole life is a rebuke to the idea that we are to climb to greatness by climbing up on the backs of great men, that we are to gain strength by running with the currents of life, that we can from without add anything to the great within that constitutes man. He poured out the precious ointment of his soul upon the feet of that diffusive Jesus who suffers here in his poor and despised ones. He has taught young ambitions, too, that the way to glory is the way oftentimes of adhesion simply to principle, and that popularity and unpopularity are not things to be known or considered. Do right and rejoice. If to do right will bring you under trouble, rejoice in it that you are counted worthy to suffer with God and the providences of God in this world. He belongs to the race of giants, not simply because he was, in and of himself, a great soul, but because he had bathed in the providence of God and came forth scarcely less than a god, because he gave himself to the work of God upon earth, and inherited thereby, or had reflected upon him, some of the majesty of his master. When pygmies are all dead, the noble countenance of Wendell Phillips will still look forth, radiant as a rising sun, a sun that will never set. He has become to us a lesson, his death an example, his whole history an encouragement to manhood, and to heroic manhood. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Mary Wordsworth, born 1770, died 1859. The kindly wife of the great poet. A creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food. The last thing that would have occurred to Mrs. Wordsworth would have been that her departure, or anything about her, would be publicly noticed amidst the events of a stirring time. Those who knew her well regarded her life as true a homage as they ever rendered to any member of the household, or to any personage of the remarkable group which will be forever traditionally associated with the Lake District. But this reverence, genuine and hearty as it was, would not, in all eyes, be a sufficient reason for recording more than the fact of her death.
It is her survivorship of such a group which constitutes an undisputed public interest in her decease. With her closes a remarkable scene in the history of the literature of our century. The well-known cottage, mount, and garden at Rydal will be regarded with other eyes when shut up or transferred to new occupants. With Mrs. Wordsworth, an old world has passed away before the eyes of the inhabitants of the district, and a new one succeeds, which may have its own delights, solemnities, honors, and graces, but which can never replace the familiar one that is gone. There was something mournful in the lingering of this aged lady, blind, deaf, and bereaved in her latter years, but she was not mournful any more than she was insensible. Age did not blunt her feelings, nor deaden her interest in the events of the day. It seems not so very long ago that she said that the worst of living in such a place, as the Lake District, was its making one unwilling to go. It is too beautiful to let one be ready to leave it. Within a few years the beloved daughter was gone, and then the aged husband, and then the son-in-law, and then the devoted friend, Mr. Wordsworth's publisher, Mr. Moxon, who paid his duty occasionally by the side of her chair. Then she became blind and deaf. Still her cheerfulness was indomitable. No doubt she would in reality have been willing to go whenever called upon throughout her long life, but she liked life to the end. By her disinterestedness of nature, by her fortitude of spirit, and her constitutional elasticity and activity, she was qualified for the honor of surviving her household, nursing and burying them, and bearing the bereavement which they were vicariously spared. She did it wisely, tenderly, bravely, and cheerfully, and then she will be remembered accordingly by all who witnessed the spectacle. It was by the accident, so to speak, of her early friendship with Wordsworth's sister that her life became involved with the poetic element which her mind would hardly have sought for itself in another position. She was the incarnation of good sense, as applied to the concerns of the everyday world. In so far as her marriage and course of life tended to infuse a new elevation into her views of things, it was a blessing, and on the other hand, in as far as it infected her with the spirit of exclusiveness, which was the grand defect of the group in its own place, it was hurtful. But that very exclusiveness was less an evil than an amusement after all. It was rather a serious matter to hear the poet's denunciation of the railway, and to read his well-known sonnets on the desecration of the lake region by the unhallowed presence of commonplace strangers. And it was truly painful to observe how the scornful and grudging mood spread among the young, who thought that they were agreeing with Wordsworth in claiming the vales and lakes as a natural property for their enlightened selves. But it was so unlike Mrs. Wordsworth, with her kindly, cheery, generous turn, to say that a green field with buttercups would answer all the purposes of Lancashire operatives, and that they did not know what to do with themselves when they came among the mountains, that the innocent insolence could do no harm. It became a fixed sentiment when she alone survived to uphold it, and one demonstration of it amused the whole neighborhood in a good-natured way. People from Birthwaite were the bugbear, Birthwaite being the end of the railway. In the summer of 1857, Mrs. Wordsworth's companion told her, she being then blind, that there were some strangers in the garden, 2 or 3 boys on the mount looking at the view. "Boys from Birthwaite," said the old lady in the well-known tone, which conveyed that nothing good could come from Birthwaite. When the strangers were gone, it appeared that they were the Prince of Wales and his companions. Making allowance for prejudices, neither few nor small, but easily dissolved when reason and kindliness had opportunity to work, she was a truly wise woman, equal to all occasions of action, and supplying other persons' needs and deficiencies. In the memoirs of Wordsworth, it is stated that she was the original of "She was a phantom of delight," and some things in the next few pages look like it. But for the greater part of the poet's life it was certainly believed by some, who ought to know, that that wonderful description related to another who flitted before his imagination in earlier days than those in which he discovered the aptitude of Mary Hutchinson to his own needs. The last stanza is very like her, and her husband's sonnet to the painter of her portrait in old age discloses to us how the first stanza might be also, in days beyond the ken of the existing generation.
Of her early sorrows, in the loss of 2 children and a beloved sister, who was domesticated with the family, there are probably no living witnesses. It will never be forgotten by those who saw it, how the late dreary train of afflictions was met. For many years, Wordsworth's sister Dorothy was a melancholy charge. Mrs. Wordsworth was wont to warn any rash enthusiasts for mountain walking by the spectacle before them. The adoring sister would never fail her brother, and she destroyed her health, and then her reason, by exhausting walks and wrong remedies for the consequences. 40 miles in a day was not a singular feat of Dorothy's. During the long years of this devoted creature's helplessness, she was tended with admirable cheerfulness and good sense. Thousands of lake tourists must remember the locked garden gate when Miss Wordsworth was taking the air, and the garden chair going round and round the terrace with the emaciated little woman in it, who occasionally called out to strangers and amused them with her clever sayings. She outlived the beloved Dora, Wordsworth's only surviving daughter. After the lingering illness of that daughter, Mrs. Quillinan, the mother encountered the dreariest portion, probably, of her life. Her aged husband used to spend the long winter evenings in grief and tears, week after week, month after month. Neither of them had eyes for reading. He could not be comforted. She, who carried as tender a maternal heart as ever beat, had to bear her own grief and his too. She grew whiter and smaller, so as to be greatly changed in a few months, but this was the only expression of what she endured, and he did not discover it. When he, too, left her, it was seen how disinterested had been her trouble. When his trouble had ceased, she, too, was relieved. She followed his coffin to the sacred corner of Grasmere churchyard, where lay now all those who had once made her home. She joined the household guests on their return from the funeral, and made tea as usual. And this was the disinterested spirit which carried her through the last few years, till she had just reached the 90th. Even then she had strength to combat disease for many days. Several times she rallied and relapsed, and she was full of alacrity of mind and body, as long as exertion of any kind was possible. There were many eager to render all duty and love, her 2 sons, nieces, and friends, and a whole sympathizing neighborhood. The question commonly asked by visitors to that corner of Grasmere churchyard was, where would she be laid when the time came? The space was so completely filled. The cluster of stones told of the little children who died a long lifetime ago, of the sisters, Sarah Hutchinson and Dorothy Wordsworth, and of Mr. Quillinan and his 2 wives, Dora lying between her husband and father, and seeming to occupy her mother's rightful place. And Hartley Coleridge lies next the family group, and others press closely round. There is room, however. The large grey stone, which bears the name of William Wordsworth, has ample space left for another inscription, and the grave beneath has ample space also for his faithful life companion. No one is left now of the eminent persons who rendered that cluster of valleys so eminent as it has been. Dr. Arnold went first, in the vigor of his years. Southey died at Keswick, and Hartley Coleridge on the margin of Rydell Lake, and the Quillinans under the shadow of Loughrigg, and Professor Wilson disappeared from Elleray, and the aged Mrs. Fletcher from Lancrig, and the 3 venerable Wordsworths from Rydell Mount. The survivor of all the rest had a heart and a memory for the solemn last of everything. She was the one to inquire of about the last eagle in the district, the last pair of ravens in any crest of rocks, the last old dalesman in any improved spot, the last round of the last peddler among hills where the broad white road has succeeded in green bridle path. She knew the district during the period between its first recognition, through Gray's letters, to its complete publicity in the age of railways. She saw perhaps the best of it, but she contributed to modernize and improve it, though the idea of doing so probably never occurred to her. There were great people before to give away Christmas bounties and spoil their neighbors, as the established almsgiving of the rich does spoil the laboring class, which ought to be above that kind of aid. Mrs. Wordsworth did infinitely more good in her own way, and without being aware of it. An example of comfortable thrift was a greater boon to the people round than money, clothes, meat, or fuel. The oldest residents have long borne witness that the homes of the neighbors have assumed a new character of order and comfort and wholesome economy since the poet's family lived at Rydal Mount. It used to be a pleasant sight when Wordsworth was seen in the middle of a hedge cutting switches for half a dozen children who were pulling at his cloak or gathering about his heels, and it will long be pleasant to family friends to hear how the young wives of half a century learned to make home comfortable by the example of the good housewife at the Mount, who never was above letting her thrift be known. Finally, she who had noted so many last survivors was herself the last of a company more venerable than eagles or ravens or old-world yeomen or antique customs. She would not, in any case, be the first forgotten. As it is, her honored name will live for generations in the traditions of the valleys round. If she was studied as the poet's wife, she came out so well from that investigation that she was contemplated for herself, and the image so received is her true monument. It will be better preserved in her old-fashioned neighborhood than many monuments which make a greater show. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight, a lovely apparition sent to he a moment's ornament. Her eyes as stars of twilight fair, like twilight's too her dusky hair, but all things else about her drawn from Maytime and the cheerful dawn, a dancing shape, an image gay, to haunt, to startle, and waylay. And now I see, with eye serene, the very pulse of the machine, a being breathing thoughtful breath, a traveler between life and death. The reason firm, the temperate will, endurance, foresight, strength, and skill. A perfect woman, nobly planned, to warn, to comfort, and command. And yet a spirit still and bright, with something of an angel light. Harriet Martineau, in 1859. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Madame Malibran, born 1808, died 1836. Her career as a singer, kindness of heart. Marie Felicita Garcia, who died at the early age of 28, was one of the greatest singers the world has ever known. Born at Paris in 1808, according to some biographers at Turin, she was the daughter of Manuel Garcia, the famous Spanish tenor singer, by whom she was so thoroughly trained that she made her first public appearance in London March 25, 1826, and achieved a remarkable and instant success. She sang with wonderful acceptance in different parts of England, and in autumn of the same year came to America as prima donna of an opera company under the management of her father. In New York, her success was without precedent. In the memory of many aged people, there she still holds her place as the Queen of Song. In the following year, she married Eugene Malibran, an early French merchant under whose name she was ever afterwards known. Returning to Europe, she made her first appearance in Paris, January 14, 1828, where she added other jewels to the singer's crown. We cannot follow her throughout her brilliant career, but must hasten on to the closing scenes of her life. In May 1836, she fell from her horse and was seriously injured. Not considering the matter in its true aspect, she kept her engagements during the summer, and in September appeared in England at the Manchester Musical Festival, though warned by her physician to desist. As a result of the imprudence, a nervous fever set in, and she died September 23, 1836. In one of the many notices of this great singer, these words are found. Madame Malibran's voice was a mezzo-soprano of great volume and purity, and had been brought to absolute perfection by the severe training of her father. Her private character was irreproachable. Few women have been more beloved for their amiability, generosity, and professional enthusiasm. Her intellect was of a high order, and the charms of her conversation fascinated all who were admitted into the circle of her intimate friends. Her benefactions amounted to such considerable sums that her friends were frequently obliged to interfere for the purpose of regulating her finances. Many stories are told which show her kindness of heart. The following is one of pathetic interest. In a humble room in one of the poorest streets of London, Pierre, a faithful French boy, sat humming by the bedside of his sick mother. There was no bread in the closet, and for the whole day he had not tasted food. Yet he sat humming to keep up his spirits. Still at times he thought of his loneliness and hunger, and he could scarcely keep the tears from his eyes, for he knew that nothing would be so grateful to his poor invalid mother as a good, sweet orange, and yet he had not a penny in the world. The little song he was singing was his own, one he had composed, both air and words, for the child was a genius. He went to the window, and looking out, saw a man putting up a great bill with yellow letters, announcing that Madame Malibran would sing that night in public. "Oh, if I could only go," thought little Pierre, and then pausing a moment, he clasped his hands, his eyes lighted with a new hope. Running to the little stand, he smoothed his yellow curls, and taking from a little box some old stained paper, gave one eager glance at his mother, who slept, and ran speedily from the house. "Who did you say was waiting for me?" said the madame to her servant. "I am already worn out with company." "It's only a very pretty little boy with yellow curls, who said if he can just see you he is sure you will not be sorry, and he will not keep you a moment." "Oh, well, let him come in," said the beautiful singer with a smile. "I can never refuse children." Little Pierre came in, his hat under his arm, and in his hand a little roll of paper. With manliness unusual for a child, he walked straight to the lady, and bowing, said, "I came to see you because my mother is very sick, and we are too poor to get food and medicine. I thought perhaps that if you would sing my little song at some of your grand concerts, maybe some publisher would buy it for a small sum, so I could get food and medicine for my mother." The beautiful woman arose from her seat. Very tall and stately she was. She took the little roll from his hand and lightly hummed to the air. "Did you compose it?" she asked. "You, a child? And the words? Would you like to come to my concert?" she asked. "Oh, yes," and the boy's eyes grew bright with happiness. "But I couldn't leave my mother." "I will send somebody to take care of your mother for the evening, and here is a crown with which you may go and get food and medicine. Here is also one of my tickets. Come tonight, that will admit you to a seat near me." Almost beside himself with joy, Pierre bought some oranges and many a little luxury besides, and carried them home to the poor invalid, telling her, not without tears, of his good fortune. When evening came and Pierre was admitted to the concert hall, he felt that never in his life had he been in so great a place. The music, the myriad lights, the beauty, the flashing of diamonds and rustling of silks bewildered his eyes and brain. At last she came, and the child sat with his glance riveted on her glorious face. Could he believe that the grand lady, all blazing with jewels, and whom everybody seemed to worship, would really sing his little song? Breathless he waited. The band, the whole band, struck up a plaintive little melody. He knew it and clasped his hands for joy. And oh, how she sang it! It was so simple, so mournful. Many a bright eye dimmed with tears, and naught could be heard but the touching words of that little song. Oh, so touching. Pierre walked home as if he were moving on the air. What cared he for money now? The greatest singer in all Europe had sung his little song, and thousands had wept at his grief. The next day he was frightened at a visit from Madame Malibran. She laid her hand on his yellow curls, and turning to the sick woman said, "Your little boy, madame, has brought you a fortune. I was offered this morning by the best publisher in London $1,500 for his little song, and after he has realized a certain amount from the sale, little Pierre here is to share the profits. Madame, thank God that your son has a gift from heaven." The noble-hearted singer and the poor woman wept together. As to Pierre, always mindful of him who watches over the tried and tempted, he knelt down by his mother's bedside and uttered a simple prayer, asking God's blessing on the kind lady who had deigned to notice their affliction. The memory of that prayer made the singer more tender-hearted, and she, who was the idol of England's nobility, went about doing good. And in her early happy death, he who stood beside her bed and smoothed her pillow and lightened her last moments by his undying affection was little Pierre of former days, now rich, accomplished, and the most talented composer of the day. O singer of the heart that never dies, the Lord's interpreter thou art, his angel from the skies. Thy work on earth is great as his who saves a soul, or his who guides the ship of state when mountain billows roll. The life of heaven comes down in gleams of grace and truth. Sad mortals see the shining crown of sweet perennial youth. The life of God in song becomes the life of man. Ashamed is he of sin and wrong who hears a Malibran. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Garfield Maxims. Gathered from his speeches, addresses, letters, etc. I would rather be beaten in right than succeed in wrong. I feel a profounder reverence for a boy than for a man. I never meet a ragged boy in the street without feeling that I may owe him a salute, for I know not what possibilities may be buttoned under his coat. Poverty is uncomfortable, as I can testify, but 9 times out of 10, the best thing that can happen to a young man is to be tossed overboard and compelled to sink or swim for himself. In all my acquaintance, I never knew a man to be drowned who was worth the saving. If the power to do hard work is not talent, it is the best possible substitute for it. We cannot study nature profoundly without bringing ourselves into communion with the spirit of art which pervades and fills the universe. If there be one thing upon this earth that mankind love and admire better than another, it is a brave man. It is a man who dares to look the devil in the face and tell him he is a devil. It is one of the precious mysteries of sorrow that it finds solace in unselfish thought. Every character is the joint product of nature and nurture. It has been fortunate that most of our greatest men have left no descendants to shine in the borrowed luster of a great name. An uncertain currency that goes up and down hits the laborer and hits him hard. It helps him last and hurts him first. We no longer attribute the untimely death of infants to the sin of Adam, but to bad nursing and ignorance. The granite hills are not so changeless and abiding as the restless sea. In their struggle with the forces of nature, the ability to labor was the richest patrimony of the colonists. Coercion is the basis of every law in the universe, human or divine. A law is no law without coercion behind it. For the noblest man who lives, there still remains a conflict. We hold reunions, not for the dead, for there is nothing in all the earth that you and I can do for the dead. They are past our help and past our praise. We can add to them no glory, we can give them no immortality. They do not need us, but forever and forevermore we need them. Throughout the whole web of national existence, we trace the golden thread of human progress toward a higher and better estate. Heroes did not make our liberties, but they reflected and illustrated them. After all, territory is but the body of a nation. The people who inhabit its hills and valleys are its soul, its spirit, its life. In them dwells its hope of immortality. Among them, if anywhere, are to be found its chief elements of destruction. It matters little what may be the forms of national institution if the life, freedom, and growth of society are secured. Finally, our great hope for the future, our great safeguard against danger, is to be found in the general and thorough education of our people, and in the virtue which accompanies such education. The germ of our political institutions, the primary cell from which they were evolved, was in the New England town, and the vital force, the informing soul of the town was the town meeting, which for all local concerns was kings, lords, and commons in all. It is as much the duty of all good men to protect and defend the reputation of worthy public servants as to detect public rascals. Be fit for more than the thing you are now doing. If you are not too large for the place, you are too small for it. Young men talk of trusting to the spur of the occasion. That trust is vain. Occasions cannot make spurs. If you expect to wear spurs, you must win them. If you wish to use them, you must buckle them to your own heels before you go into the fight. Greek is perhaps the most perfect instrument of thought ever invented by man, and its literature has never been equaled in purity of style and boldness of expression. Great ideas travel slowly, and for a time noiselessly, as the gods whose feet were shod with wool. What the arts are to the world of matter, literature is to the world of mind. History is but the unrolled scroll of prophecy. The world's history is a divine poem, of which the history of every nation is a canto, and every man a word. Its strains have been pealing along down the centuries, and though there have been mingled the discords of warring cannon and dying men, yet to the Christian, philosopher, and historian, the humble listener, there has been a divine melody running through the song which speaks of hope and halcyon days to come. Light itself is a great corrective. 1,000 wrongs and abuses that are grown in darkness disappear like owls and bats before the light of day. Liberty can be safe only when suffrage is illuminated by education. Parties have an organic life and spirit of their own, an individuality and character which outlive the men who compose them, and the spirit and traditions of a party should be considered in determining their fitness for managing the affairs of the nation. Of Garfield's finished days, so fair and all too few, destruction which at noonday strays could not the work undo. O martyr, prostrate calm, I learn anew that pain achieves as God's subduing psalm what else were all in vain. Like Samson in his death, with mightiest labor rife, the moments of thy halting breath were grandest of thy life. And now amid the gloom which pierces mortal years, there shines a star above thy tomb to smile away our tears. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. What I Carried to College. A Reminiscence at 40. Pictures of Rural Life. Nobody has brought me a kiss today, as 40 comes marching along life's way. At least only such as came in a letter, and 200 leagues from home the debtor. So out of my life I will dig a treasure, and feast on a reminiscent pleasure. Our old New England folks, you know, little favor to kissing were wont to show. It smacked, they thought, too much of Satan, whose hook often has a pleasant bait on. And even as token of purity's passion, sometimes I think it was out of fashion. So at least in the home my boyhood knew, and of other homes no doubt it was true. My grandsire and grandma of the olden school were strict observers of the proper rule. And from New Year on to the end of December, a kiss is something I do not remember. It seemed, I suppose, an abomination, somewhat like a Christmas celebration, or a 12th day pudding in English style, whose plums are sweet as a maiden's smile. Hush! Fountains New England fathers quaffed at were surely something not to be laughed at. They drank the heavens above and under, eternity's abiding wonder. And here I confess, in the joy of the present, The thought of those days is sacredly pleasant. Grandma, with the cares of the household on her, in the morning smoked in the chimney corner. She hung the tea kettle filled with water, while still asleep was her youngest daughter. Ah, there were reasons good and plenty why she should indulge that baby of 20. The rest were all courted and married and flown, and that little birdie was left alone. Grandmother, when she had finished her smoking, bustled about, she never went poking, and fried the pork and made the tea and pricked the potatoes, if done to see. While grandsire finished his chapter of snores, and uncle and I were doing the chores. When breakfast was over, the Bible was read, and a prayer I still remember said. The old folks in reverence bowed them down, as those who are mindful of cross and crown. My uncle and aunt, who were unconverted, their right to sit or stand asserted. And I fear, to example true, the part of a heathen acted too. But there was always for me a glory, morning and night, in that Bible story. The heroes and saints of the olden time in beautiful vision moved sublime. I wondered much at the valor they had, and in wondering my soul was glad. My wonderment I can hardly tell at the boldness Jacob showed at the well. In kissing Rachel when meeting her first, I wondered not into tears he burst. Had I been constrained to choose between that deed at the well and that after scene, where David and Goliath met, my heart on the fight would have certainly set. And yet there was much for a bashful boy to gather up and remember with joy. God bless my grandsire's simple heart, which made up in faith what it lacked in art, and led me on to the best of the knowledge, which years thereafter I carried to college. Tending the cattle stalled in the linter, going to school 8 weeks in the winter, planting and hoeing potatoes and corn, milking the cows at night and morn, spreading and raking the new-mown hay, stowing it in the mow away, gathering apples and thinking of all the joys of Thanksgiving late in the fall. So passed I the years in such like scenes until I had grown well into my teens. And then, with many a dream in my heart, I struck for myself and a nobler part. I hardly knew what, yet some higher good, earning and spending as fast as I could. Earning and spending in teaching and going to school what time I to manhood was growing. My maiden aunt and providence is approved in its blessed consequence. That baby of 20 to 30 had grown, and from the nest had not yet flown, and a childless aunt, my uncle's wife, had come to gladden that quiet life. God bless them both, for they were ever the foremost to second my life's endeavor. Our aunts sometimes are almost mothers, toiling and planning and spending for others. Aunt Hannah, the maiden, Aunt Emily, wife, how they labored to gird me for the strife, cheering me on with words befitting, doing my sewing and doing my knitting, and pressing upon me many a token whose meaning was more than ever was spoken. At length the time for parting came, they both in heaven will have true fame. They did not bid me good-bye at the stile, they went with me through the woods a mile. It was the still September time, when the autumn fruits were in their prime. Here and there a patch of crimson was seen, where the breath of the early frost had been. The songs of the birds were tender and sad, yet I could not say they were not glad. Nature's soft and mellow undertone to a note-like trust in the Father had grown. And that trust, I ween, in our hearts had sway, as on through the woods we wended our way. Meeting and parting fringe life below, we parted 20 years ago. My aunts turned back, and on went I, striving my burning tears to dry. Almost 1,000 miles away was the alma mater I sought that day. To a voice I turned me on my track, and saw them both come running back. Is something forgotten? Soon stammered I, and they, without a word in reply, caught me in their arms, a great baby of 20, and smothered me with kisses not too plenty. Some joys I had known before that day, and many since have thronged my way. But in all my seeking through 40 years, in which rainbow hopes have dried all tears, I have nothing found in the paths of knowledge, surpassing those kisses I carried to college. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Sir John Franklin. Born 1786, died 1847. Heroism on the Great Deep, a martyr of the Polar Sea. The life of this great navigator is an epic of the ocean which will stir the brave heart for many ages to come. One day, toward the close of the last century, a young English lad named John Franklin spent a holiday with a companion in a walk of 12 miles from their school at Louth to look at the sea from the level shores of his native country. It was the first time that the boy had ever gazed on the wonderful expanse, and his heart was strangely stirred. The youngest of 4 sons, he had been intended for the ministry of the Church of England, but that day's walk fixed his purposes in another direction. And though he knew it not, he was to serve God and man even more nobly by heroic deeds than he could have done by the wisest and most persuasive words. Mr. Franklin was a wise man, and when he found his son bent on a sailor's life, determined to give him a taste of it, in the hope that this would be enough. John was therefore taken from school at the age of 13 and sent in a merchantman to Lisbon. The Bay of Biscay, however, did not cure his enthusiasm, and so we next find John Franklin as a midshipman on board the Polyphemus, 74 guns. These were stirring times. In 1801, young Franklin's ship led the line in the Battle of Copenhagen, and in 1805, having been transferred to the Bellerophon, he held charge of the signals at the Battle of Trafalgar, bravely standing at his post and coolly attending to his work while the dead and dying fell around him. Between these 2 dates, Franklin had accompanied an exploring voyage to Australia on board the Investigator, gaining in that expedition not only a great store of facts to be treasured up for use in his eager and retentive mind, but those habits of observation which were to be of the greatest service to him in after years. On his return home in another vessel, the Porpoise, Franklin and his companions were wrecked upon a coral reef, where 94 persons remained for 7 weeks on a narrow sandbank less than a quarter of a mile in length and only 4 feet above the surface of the water. It was in 1818 that the young lieutenant first set sail for the Polar Sea, as second commander of the Trent under Captain Buchan. The aim was to cross between Spitzbergen and Greenland, but the companion vessel, the Dorothea, being greatly injured by the ice, the 2 had to return to England after reaching the 80th degree of latitude. A year later, Lieutenants Franklin and Perry were placed at the head of expeditions, the latter to carry on the exploration through Baffin's Bay, and to find an outlet, if possible, by Lancaster Sound. This was splendidly done, and the Northwest Passage practically discovered. The task of Franklin was more arduous. He had to traverse the vast solitary wastes of northeastern America, with their rivers and lakes, to descend to the mouth of the Coppermine River, and to survey the coast eastward. The toil and hardship of this wonderful expedition, and the brave endurance of Franklin and his friend Richardson, and their trusty helpers, have often been related. They had to contend with famine and illness, with the ignorance and treachery of the Indians, who murdered 3 of the party. The land journey altogether extended over 5,500 miles, occupying a year and 6 months. In less than 2 years after their return to England, Franklin, Richardson, and Back volunteered for another expedition to the same region. In 1825, this second expedition started, Franklin mournfully leaving the deathbed of his wife, to whom he had been married after his last return to England. This brave lady not only let him go, though she knew she was dying, but begged him not to delay 1 day for her. At New York, Franklin heard of her death, but manfully concealed his grief, and pressed on to the northern wastes. As before, his object was to survey the northern shore, only this time by the Mackenzie River instead of the Coppermine. This expedition, too, was full of stirring adventure among the Eskimo, though without the terrible hardships and calamities of the former journey. It was also crowned with great success, leaving in the end only 150 miles of the coast from Baffin's Bay to Bering Straits unsurveyed. These, too, were explored in later years by Franklin's successor, and the great discovery of the Northwest Passage completed. Franklin was now made commander. In 1829 was knighted and covered with honors by the University of Oxford and the great learned societies in England and France. He had married a second wife in 1828, the Lady Franklin of the later story. In 1832, Sir John Franklin was given the command of the Rainbow on the Mediterranean station, and so wise and gracious was his rule that the sailors nicknamed the sloop the Celestial Rainbow and Franklin's Paradise. But we have no space to speak of this now, nor of Franklin's wise and gracious government of Van Diemen's Land, now better known as Tasmania, that succeeded. Lady Franklin was here his wise and devoted helper in every scheme of usefulness and benevolence. Returning to England, he was appointed in 1845 to the command of an expedition for the further discovery of the Northwest Passage. The ships Erebus and Terror sailed from England on the 26th of May, and were seen by the crew of the Prince of Wales, a whaler, on the 26th of July in Melville Bay for the last time. Toward the close of 1847, serious anxiety was aroused respecting the fate of these brave explorers. The brave-hearted, devoted wife of the commander expended her whole fortune on these endeavors to ascertain what had become of her husband. It is interesting to note that the people of Tasmania, Franklin's colony, subscribed the sum of £1,700 towards the expenses of the search. In the year 1850, it was discovered that the first winter of the explorers to the following April, or later, 1846, had been spent at Beechey Island beyond Lancaster Sound, and that it had been an active holiday time. In 1854, an exploring party under Dr. Ray were told by the Eskimo that several white men, in number about 40, had been seen dragging a boat over the ice near the north shore of King William's Land, and that bodies and skeletons were afterward found on the mainland opposite, by the banks of the Great Fish River. Many relics of this party were procured by Dr. Ray from the natives, and being brought to England were identified as belonging to the Franklin explorers. On this, Dr. Ray received the government reward of £10,000. In 1859, Lady Franklin bought and fitted the yacht Fox, which she placed under the command of Captain Leopold McClintock. The expedition set sail from Aberdeen, and on reaching King William's Land, divided into 3 sledging parties under Lieutenant Hobson, Captain Young, and McClintock himself. In Boothia, several relics were discovered, such as would be dropped or left behind by men too weak to carry the usual belongings of a boat or sledge. At Point Victory, a cairn, or heap of stones, was discovered by Lieutenant Hobson, with a paper enclosed in a tin case which too clearly told its sad story. After a memorandum of progress up to May 28, 1847, all well, it was added on the same paper, April 25, 1848, H.M. ships Terror and Erebus were deserted 22nd April, 5 leagues northwest of this, having been beset since 12th September 1846. The officers and crews, consisting of 105 souls under the command of Captain F.R.M. Crozier, landed here in latitude 69 degrees 37 minutes 42 seconds north, longitude 98 degrees 41 minutes west. Sir John Franklin died on the 11th of June 1847, and the total loss by deaths in the expedition has been, to this date, 9 officers and 15 men. Signed, F.E.M. Crozier, Captain and Senior Officer. James Fitzjames, Captain H.M.S. Erebus, and start on tomorrow, 26th April 1848, for Back's Fish River. From this point, 2 boats with heavily laden sledges seem to have been dragged forward while strength lasted. 1 boat was left on the shore of King William's Land and was found by Captain McClintock, with 2 skeletons. Also boats and stores of various kinds, 5 watches, 2 double-barreled guns loaded, a few religious books, a copy of the Vicar of Wakefield, 26 silver spoons and forks, and many other articles. The Eskimo related that the men dragging the boat dropped as they walked. The other boat was crushed in the ice. No trace but a floating spar or two, and driftwood embedded in ice, was ever found of the Erebus or Terror. Truly the Franklin relics, brought from amid the regions of snow and ice, are a possession of which those know the value who know how great a thing it is to walk on in the path of duty, with brave defiance of peril, and above all, a steadfast dependence upon God. Mr. William L. Byrd, a young man of great promise, deaf from his 7th year, who died in Hartford, Connecticut in 1879, left among his papers a little poem which well expresses the mood of Lady Franklin in her lonely years. The Ocean. I stand alone on wave-washed stone, to fathom thine immensity. With merry glance thy wide expanse smiles, oh, so brightly upon me. Art thou my friend, blue sparkling sea? With your cool breeze my brow you ease, and brush the pain and care away. Your waves the while with sunny smile around my feet in snowy spray of fleecy lightness dance and play. So light of heart, so void of art, your waves' low laugh is mocking me. I hear their voice, come play, rejoice, come be as happy as are we. Why should you not thus happy be? Alas, I know that deep below and tangled up in seaweeds lies, where light does not disturb the spot, he who alone can cheer my eyes. O sea, why wear this sparkling guise? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs, by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Elizabeth Estaw, born 1682, died 1762. A Quaker courtship in which she was the principal actor. The story of Elizabeth Haddon is as charming as any pastoral poem that was ever written. She was the oldest daughter of John Haddon, a well-educated and wealthy Quaker of London. She had 2 sisters, both of whom, with herself, received the best education of that day. Elizabeth possessed uncommon strength of mind, earnestness, energy, and originality of character, and a heart overflowing with the kindest and warmest feelings. The following points in her life, as far as necessary for the setting of the main picture, are drawn chiefly from the beautiful narrative by Lydia Maria Child, and almost in her own words. At one time during her early childhood, she asked to have a large cake baked because she wanted to invite some little girls. All her small funds were expended for oranges and candy on this occasion. When the time arrived, her father and mother were much surprised to see her lead in 6 little ragged beggars. They were, however, too sincerely religious and sensible to express any surprise. They treated the forlorn little ones very tenderly, and freely granted their daughter's request to give them some of her books and playthings at parting. When they had gone, the good mother quietly said, "Elizabeth, why didst thou invite strangers instead of thy schoolmates?" There was a heavenly expression in her eye, as she looked up earnestly and answered, "Mother, I wanted to invite them, they looked so poor." When 11 years of age, she accompanied her parents to the yearly meeting of the Friends, where she heard, among other preachers, a very young man named John Estow, with whose manner of presenting divine truth she was particularly pleased. Many of his words were treasured in her memory. At the age of 17, she made a profession of religion, uniting herself with the Quakers. During her early youth, William Penn visited the house of her father, and greatly amused her by describing his adventures with the Indians. From that time she became interested in the immigrant Quakers, and began to talk of coming to America. Her father at length purchased a tract of land in New Jersey, with the view of emigrating, but his affairs took a new turn, and he made up his mind to remain in his native land. This decision disappointed. She had cherished the conviction that it was her duty to come to this country, and when at length her father, who was unwilling that any of his property should lie unimproved, offered the tract of land in New Jersey to any relative who would settle upon it, she promptly agreed to accept of the proffered estate. Willing that their child should follow in the path of duty, at the end of 3 months, after much prayer, the parents consented to let Elizabeth join the Lord's people in the New World. Accordingly, early in the spring of 1700, arrangements were made for her departure, and all things were provided that abundance of wealth or the ingenuity of affection could devise. A poor widow of good sense and discretion accompanied her as friend and housekeeper, and 2 trusty men servants, members of the Society of Friends. Among the many singular manifestations of strong faith and religious zeal connected with the settlement of this country, few are more remarkable than the voluntary separation of this girl of 18 from a wealthy home and all the pleasant associations of childhood, to go to a distant and thinly inhabited country to fulfill what she deemed a religious duty. And the humble, self-sacrificing faith of the parents in giving up their child, with such reverent tenderness for the promptings of her own conscience, has in it something sublimely beautiful, if we look at it in its own pure light. The parting took place with more love than words can express, and yet without a tear on either side. Even during the long and tedious voyage, Elizabeth never wept. She preserved a martyr-like cheerfulness to the end. The house prepared for her reception stood in a clearing of the forest 3 miles from any other dwelling. She arrived in June, when the landscape was smiling in youthful beauty, and it seemed to her as if the arch of heaven was never before so clear and bright, the carpet of the earth never so verdant. As she sat at her window and saw evening close in upon her in that broad forest home, and heard for the first time the mournful notes of the whippoorwill and the harsh scream of the jay in the distant woods, she was oppressed with a sense of vastness, of infinity, which she never before experienced, not even on the ocean. She remained long in prayer, and when she lay down to sleep beside her matron friend, no words were spoken between them. The elder, overcome with fatigue, soon sank into a peaceful slumber, but the young enthusiast lay long awake, listening to the lone voice of the whippoorwill complaining to the night. Yet notwithstanding this prolonged wakefulness, she arose early and looked out upon the lovely landscape. The rising sun pointed to the tallest trees with his golden finger, and was welcomed by a gush of song from 1,000 warblers. The poetry in Elizabeth's soul, repressed by the severe plainness of her education, gushed up like a fountain. She dropped on her knees, and with an outburst of prayer exclaimed fervently, "O Father, very beautiful hast thou made this earth. How beautiful are thy gifts, O Lord!" To a spirit less meek and brave, the darker shades of the picture would have obscured these cheerful gleams, for the situation was lonely and the inconveniences innumerable. But Elizabeth easily triumphed over all obstacles by practical good sense and the quick promptings of her ingenuity. She was one of those clear, strong natures who always have a definite aim in view, and who see at once the means best suited to the end. Her first inquiry was what grain was best suited to the soil of her farm, and being informed that rye would yield best, "Then I shall eat rye bread," was her answer. But when winter came, and the gleaming snow spread its unbroken silence over hill and plain, was it not dreary then? It would have been dreary to one who entered upon this mode of life from mere love of novelty, or a vain desire to do something extraordinary. But the idea of extended usefulness, which had first lured this remarkable girl into a path so unusual, sustained her through all trials. She was too busy to be sad, and leaned too trustingly on her father's hand to be doubtful of her way. The neighboring Indians soon loved her as a friend, for they found her always truthful, just, and kind. From their teaching she added much to her knowledge of simple medicines. So efficient was her skill, and so prompt her sympathy, that for many miles around, if man, woman, or child were alarmingly ill, they were sure to send for Elizabeth Haddon. And, wherever she went, her observing mind gathered some hint for farm or dairy. Her house and heart were both large, and as her residence was on the way to the Quaker meeting house in Newtown, it became a place of universal resort to friends from all parts of the country traveling that road, as well as an asylum for benighted wanderers. The winter was drawing to a close when late one evening the sound of sleigh bells was heard, and the crunching of snow beneath the hoofs of horses as they passed into the barnyard gate. The arrival of travelers was too common an occurrence to excite or disturb the well-ordered family. Great logs were piled in the capacious chimney, and the flames blazed up with a crackling warmth when two strangers entered. In the younger, Elizabeth instantly recognized John Estow, whose preaching had so deeply impressed her at 11 years of age. This was almost like a glimpse of home, her dear old English home. She stepped forward with more than usual cordiality, saying, "Thou art welcome, friend Estow, the more so for being entirely unexpected." "I am glad to see thee, Elizabeth," he replied with a friendly shake of the hand. "It was not until after I landed in America that I heard the Lord had called thee here before me. But I remember thy father told me how often thou hadst played the settler in the woods when thou wast quite a little girl." "I am but a child still," she replied, smiling. "I trust thou art," he rejoined, "and as for these strong impressions in childhood, I have heard of many cases where they seemed to be prophecies sent of the Lord. When I saw thy father in London, I had even then an indistinct idea that I might sometime be sent to America on a religious visit." "And hast thou forgotten, friend John, the ear of Indian corn which my father begged of thee for me? I can show it to thee now. Since then I have seen this grain in perfect growth, and a goodly plant it is, I assure thee. See," she continued, pointing to many bunches of ripe corn which hung in their braided husks against the walls of the ample kitchen. "All that and more came from a single ear no bigger than the one thou didst give my father. May the seed sown by thy ministry be as fruitful." "Amen," replied both the guests. The next morning it was discovered that the snow had fallen during the night in heavy drifts, and the roads were impassable. Elizabeth, according to her usual custom, sent out men, oxen, and sledges to open pathways for several poor families, and for households whose inmates were visited by illness. In this duty John Estow and his friend joined heartily, and none of the laborers worked harder than they. When he returned, glowing from this exercise, she could not but observe that the excellent youth had a goodly countenance. It was not physical beauty, for of that he had but little. It was that cheerful, childlike, outbeaming honesty of expression which we not unfrequently see in Germans, who, above all nations, look as if they carried a crystal heart within their manly bosoms. 2 days after, when Elizabeth went to visit her patients with a sled load of medicines and provisions, John asked permission to accompany her. There, by the bedside of the aged and the suffering, she saw the clear sincerity of his countenance warmed with rays of love, while he spoke to them words of kindness and consolation, and then she heard his pleasant voice modulate itself into deeper tenderness of expression when he took little children in his arms. The next first day, which we call the Sabbath, the whole family attended Newtown meeting, and there John Estow was gifted with an outpouring of the Spirit in his ministry, which sank deep into the hearts of those who listened to him. Elizabeth found it so remarkably applicable to the trials and temptations of her own soul that she almost deemed it was spoken on purpose for her. She said nothing of this, but she pondered upon it deeply. Thus did a few days of united duties make them more thoroughly acquainted with each other than they could have been by years of fashionable intercourse. The young preacher soon after bade farewell to visit other meetings in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Elizabeth saw him no more until the May following, when he stopped at her house to lodge, with numerous other friends, on their way to the quarterly meeting at Salem. In the morning quite a cavalcade dashed from her hospitable door on horseback, for wagons were then unknown in Jersey. John Estow, always kindly in his impulses, busied himself with helping a lame and very ugly old woman, and left his hostess to mount her horse as she could. Most young women would have felt slighted, but in Elizabeth's noble soul the quiet, deep tide of feeling rippled with an inward joy. "He is always kindest to the poor and neglected," thought she. "Verily, he is a good youth." She was leaning over the side of her horse to adjust the buckle of the girth, when he came up on horseback and inquired if anything was out of order. She thanked, with a slight confusion of manner, and a voice less calm than her usual utterance. He assisted her to mount, and they trotted along leisurely behind the procession of guests, speaking of the soil and climate of this new country, and how wonderfully the Lord had here provided a home for his chosen people. Presently, the girth began to slip, and the saddle turned so much on one side that Elizabeth was obliged to dismount. It took some time to readjust it, and when they again started, the company were out of sight. There was brighter color than usual in the maiden's cheeks, and unwonted radiance in her mild, deep eyes. After a short silence, she said, in a voice slightly tremulous, "Friend John, I have a subject of importance on my mind, and one which nearly interests thee. I am strongly impressed that the Lord has sent thee to me as a partner for life. I tell thee my impression frankly, but not without calm and deep reflection, for matrimony is a holy relation, and should be entered into with all sobriety. If thou hast no light on the subject, wilt thou gather into the stillness and reverently listen to thine own inward revealings? Thou art to leave this part of the country tomorrow, and not knowing when I should see thee again, I felt moved to tell thee what lay upon my mind." The young man was taken by surprise. Though accustomed to that suppression of emotion which characterizes his religious sect, the color went and came rapidly in his face for a moment, but he soon became calmer and said, "This thought is new to me, Elizabeth, and I have no light thereon. Thy company has been right pleasant to me, and thy countenance ever reminds me of William Penn's title page, Innocency with her open face. I have seen thy kindness to the poor, and the wise management of thy household. I have observed, too, that thy warm-heartedness is tempered by a most excellent discretion, and that thy speech is ever sincere. Assuredly, such is the maiden I would ask of the Lord as a most precious gift, but I never thought of this connection with thee. I came to this country solely on a religious visit, and it might distract my mind to entertain this subject at present. When I have discharged the duties of my mission, we will speak further." "It is best so," rejoined the maiden, "but there is one thing which disturbs my conscience. Thou hast spoken of my true speech, and yet, friend John, I have deceived thee a little even now, while we conferred together on a subject so serious. I know not from what weakness the temptation came, but I will not hide it from thee. I allowed thee to suppose just now that I was fastening the girth of my horse securely, but, in plain truth, I was loosening the girth, John, that the saddle might slip, and give me an excuse to fall behind our friends, for I thought thou wouldst be kind enough to come and ask if I needed thy services." They spoke no further concerning their union, but when he returned to England in July, he pressed her hand affectionately as he said, "Farewell, Elizabeth. If it be the Lord's will, I shall return to thee soon." In October he returned to America, and they were soon married, at Newtown meeting, according to the simple form of the Society of Friends. Neither of them made any change of dress for the occasion, and there was no wedding feast. Without the aid of priest or magistrate, they took each other by the hand, and in the presence of witnesses, calmly and solemnly promised to be kind and faithful to each other. The wedded pair quietly returned to their happy home, with none to intrude on those sacred hours of human life when the heart needs most to be left alone with its own deep emotions. During the long period of their union, she 3 times crossed the Atlantic to visit her aged parents, and he occasionally left her for a season when called abroad to preach. These temporary separations were felt as a cross, but the strong-hearted woman always cheerfully gave him up to follow his own convictions of duty. In 1742 he parted from her to go on a religious visit to Tortola in the West Indies. He died there in the 67th year of his age. She published a religious tract of his, to which she prefixed a preface entitled Elizabeth Estow's Testimony Concerning Her Beloved Husband John Estow. In this preface she says, "Since it pleased divine providence so highly to favor me with being the near companion of this dear worthy, I must give some small account of him. Few, if any, in a married state ever lived in sweeter harmony than we did. He was a pattern of moderation in all things, not lifted up with any enjoyments, nor cast down at any disappointments. A man endowed with many good gifts, which rendered him very agreeable to his friends, and much more to me, his wife, to whom his memory is most dear and precious." Elizabeth survived her excellent husband 20 years, useful and honored to the last. The monthly meeting of Haddonfield, in a published testimonial, speaks of her thus: "She was endowed with great natural abilities, which being sanctified by the Spirit of Christ were much improved, whereby she became qualified to act in the affairs of the Church, and was a serviceable member, having been clerk to the women's meeting nearly 50 years, greatly to their satisfaction. She was a sincere sympathizer with the afflicted, of a benevolent disposition, and in distributing to the poor was desirous to do it in a way most profitable and durable to them, and if possible, not to let the right hand know what the left did. Though in a state of affluence as to this world's wealth, she was an example of plainness and moderation. Her heart and house were open to her friends, whom to entertain seemed one of her greatest pleasures. Prudently cheerful, and well knowing the value of friendship, she was careful not to wound it herself, nor to encourage others by whispering supposed failings or weaknesses. Her last illness brought great bodily pain, which she bore with much calmness of mind and sweetness of spirit. She departed this life as one falling asleep, full of days, like unto a shock of corn fully ripe. The town of Haddonfield in New Jersey took its name from her, and the tradition concerning her courtship is often repeated by some patriarch among the Quakers. Her medical skill is so well remembered that the old nurses of New Jersey still recommend Elizabeth Esto's salve as the sovereignest thing on earth. The following beautiful lines from Whittier, though inspired by another, well apply to this Quakeress of the olden time. As pure and sweet her fair brow seemed, eternal as the sky, and like the brook's low song, her voice a sound that could not die. And half we deemed she needed not the changing of her sphere, to give to heaven a shining one who walked an angel here. The blessing of her quiet life fell on us like the dew, and good thoughts where her footsteps pressed, like fairy blossoms, grew. Sweet promptings unto kindest deeds were in her very look. We read her face as one who reads a true and holy book. We miss her in the place of prayer, and by the hearth fire's light. We pause beside her door to hear once more her sweet good night. Still let her mild rebuking stand between us and the wrong, and her dear memory serve to make our faith in goodness strong. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chinese Gordon. In the trenches of the Crimea. Puts down the Great Taiping Rebellion in China in 1863-4. Hero of the Sudan. Beards the men stealers in their strongholds, and makes the people love him. At the present writing, summer of 1884, General Gordon, who has won the heart of the world by his brave deeds, is exciting a great deal of interest on account of his perilous position in Khartoum. A sketch of his career will be acceptable to not a few readers. The likeness which accompanies this chapter is from a photograph taken not long ago at Southampton, England, but no portrait gives the expression of the man. His smile and his light blue eyes cannot be painted by the sun. The rather small physique and mild and gentle look would not lead the ordinary observer to recognize in General Gordon a ruler and leader of men, but a slight acquaintance shows him to be a man of unusual power and great force of character. His religious fervor and boundless faith are proverbial, so much so that some men call him a fatalist, whilst others say, like Festus, "Thou art beside thyself." Neither of these judgments is true, though it is certainly true that from a desire to oblige others, Gordon has sometimes made errors in judgment that have led him into sad dilemmas. To say nothing of his second visit to the Sudan, to oblige Ismail Pasha, and his rash and most dangerous embassy to King John of Abyssinia, to oblige Tewfik Pasha, we need but allude to his unwise acceptance of the post of private secretary to Lord Ripon in India. He was over-persuaded, and to please others he sacrificed himself. To those who knew him, it was not surprising that almost the first thing he did on landing at Bombay was to throw up his appointment and rush off to China, where he was instrumental in preventing war between that country and Russia. The active life of General Gordon, who is about 50 years old, may be divided into the following sections: the Crimea and Bessarabia, China, the suppression of the Taiping Rebellion, Gravesend, the making of the defenses at Tilbury, and the Sudan. A later and shorter episode occurs in his visit to Mauritius and the Cape, the latter colony being the only place in which his great capabilities and high character were unappreciated. In the Crimea, General Gordon worked steadily in the trenches and won the praise of his superior officers for his skill in detecting the movements of the Russians. Indeed, he was specially told off for this dangerous duty. Lord Wolseley, then a captain, was a fellow worker with Gordon before Sebastopol. In 1856, Gordon was occupied in laying down the boundaries of Russia in Turkey and Romania, for which work he was in a peculiar manner well fitted, and he resided in the east, principally in Armenia, until the end of 1858. During this time he ascended both Little and Great Ararat. In 1860 he was ordered to China and assisted at the taking of Peking and the sacking and burning of the Summer Palace. This work did not seem to be much to his taste. China was the country destined to give to the young engineer the sobriquet by which he is now best known, Chinese Gordon. Here he first developed that marvelous power which he still holds above all other men, of engaging the confidence, respect, and love of wild and irregular soldiery. The great Taiping Rebellion, which was commenced soon after 1842 by a sort of Chinese Mahdi, a fanatical village schoolmaster, had attained such dimensions that it had overrun and desolated a great portion of southern China and threatened to drive the foreigners into the sea. Nanking, with its porcelain tower, had been taken, and was made the capital of the Heavenly King, as the rebel chieftain, Hung, now called himself. His army numbered some hundreds of thousands, divided under 5 wangs, or kings, and the imperialists were driven closer and closer to the cities of the sea-coast. In 1863, the British government was applied to for assistance, and Captain Gordon was selected to take command of the imperial forces in the place of an American adventurer named Bergevin, who had been cashiered for corrupt practices. The ever-victorious army, as it was called, numbered 4,000 men, when the young engineer took the command. Carefully and gradually he organized and increased it, and as he always led his men himself, and ever sought the post of danger, he soon obtained their fullest confidence and never failed to rally them to his support. He wore no arms, but always carried a small cane with which he waved on his men, and as stockade after stockade fell before him, and city after city was taken, that little cane was looked upon as Gordon's magic wand of victory. He seemed to have a charmed life, and was never disconcerted by a hailstorm of bullets. Occasionally, when the Chinese officers flinched and fell back before the terrible fusillade, he would quietly take one by the arm and lead him into the thickest of the enemy's fire, as calmly as though he were taking him in to dinner. Once, when his men wavered under a hail of bullets, Gordon coolly lighted his cigar and waved his magic wand. His soldiers accepted the omen, came on with a rush, and stormed the defense. He was wounded once only by a shot in the leg, but even then he stood giving his orders till he nearly fainted and had to be carried away. Out of 100 officers he lost almost 1/2 in his terrible campaign, besides nearly 1/3 of his men. But he crushed the rebellion and rescued China from the grasp of the most cruel and ruthless of spoilers. His own estimate was that his victories had saved the lives of 100,000 human beings. Then he left China without taking 1 penny of reward. Honors and wealth were poured at his feet, but he accepted only such as were merely honorary. He was made a T2, the highest title to which a subject can attain, and he received the orders of the Star, the Yellow Jacket, and the Peacock's Feather. When, however, the imperial messengers brought into his room great boxes containing 10,000 pounds in coin, he drove them out in anger. The money he divided amongst his troops, and yet he might well have taken even a larger sum. One who knew how deeply the empire was indebted to him wrote, "Can China tell how much she is indebted to Colonel Gordon? Would 20 million taels repay the actual service he has rendered to the empire? Gordon returned home to England, and avoiding all the flattering notice that was continually thrust upon him, he retired to his work at Gravesend, where, from 1865 to 1871, he labored at the construction of the Thames defenses. Here he passed 6 of the happiest years of his life, in active work, in deep seclusion from the world of wealth and fashion, but in a state of happiness and peace. His house was school, hospital, and almshouse, and he lived entirely for others. The poor, the sick, the unfortunate were welcome, and never did supplicant knock vainly at his door. Gutter children were his especial care. These he cleansed and clothed, and the boys he trained for a life at sea. His evening classes were his delight, and he read and taught his children with the same ardor with which he had led the Chinese troops into battle. For the boys he found suitable places on board vessels respectably owned, and he never lost sight of his protégés. A large map of the world, stuck over with pins, showed him at a glance where he had last heard from one of these rescued waifs. God bless the Colonel was chalked upon many a wall in Gravesend, and well might the poor bless the man who personified to them the life and daily walk of one who had been with Jesus. To them he was the Good Samaritan, pouring in oil and wine, and they blessed and reverenced him, and gave him a love which he valued more than royal gifts. We must, however, hasten on, and see him transferred from Gravesend to the Danube, and thence to the Sudan. He succeeded Sir Samuel Baker in the government of these distant territories in Egypt in 1873. The Khedive Ismail offered him £10,000 a year, but he would only accept £2,000, as he knew the money would have to be extorted from the wretched fellaheen. His principal work was to conquer the insurgent slave dealers who had taken possession of the country and enslaved the inhabitants. The lands south of Khartoum had long been occupied by European traders, who dealt in ivory, and had thus opened up the country. This opening up was a terrible scourge to the natives, because these European traffickers soon began to find out that black ivory was more valuable than white. So they formed fortified posts, called sarabas, and garrisoned them with Arab ruffians, who harried the country and organized manhunts on a gigantic scale. The profits were enormous, but the bitter cry of Africa began to make itself heard in distant Europe, and the so-called Christian slave dealers found it more prudent to withdraw. This they did without loss, for they sold their stations to Arabs, and the trade in human beings went on as merrily as ever. Dr. Schweinfurth, the African explorer and botanist, visited one of these slave-dealing princes in 1871, and found him surrounded by an almost regal court, and possessed of more than vice-regal power. He was a lord of 30 stations, all strongly fortified, and stretching like a chain into the very heart of Africa. Thus his armies of fierce soldiery, Arab and black, were able to make raids over whole provinces, and gather in the great human harvest to supply the demands of Egypt, Turkey, and Arabia. This famous man was named Sebher Rama, and although he was defeated by Colonel Gordon and sent down to Cairo, he never quite lost favor at the Egyptian court, and was not long since appointed commander-in-chief of the Sudan, to uphold the power of Egypt against the Mahdi. The scandals of the slave trade, combined with the lust of conquest, were the causes out of which grew the famous expedition of Sir Samuel Baker to the Sudan. The love of conquest made it pleasing in the eyes of the Khedive Ismail, and the desire to uproot the infamous slave trade obtained for the enterprise the warm approval of the Prince of Wales, and the hearty cooperation of Sir Samuel Baker, who displayed the greatest courage and energy in the conduct of the enterprise. From this first expedition, the 2 succeeding ones of Colonel Gordon may be said to have arisen. The struggle against the slave hunters had developed into a war, and the Khedive began to fear that their power would grow until his own position at Cairo might become endangered. The slave king Sebher must be destroyed, together with his numerous followers and satellites. Gordon was not long in perceiving why he was selected for the office of governor, for we find him writing home, "I think I can see the true motive of the expedition, and believe it to be a sham to catch the attention of the English people." With him, however, it was no sham. He was determined to do what he was professedly sent to do, viz., put down the slave trade. "I will do it," he said, "for I value my life as naught, and should only leave much weariness for perfect peace." How hard he found his task to ameliorate the condition of the wretched inhabitants, we perceive from such an outburst as this, amongst many similar. What a mystery, is it not? Why are they created? A life of fear and misery night and day. One does not wonder at their not fearing death. No one can conceive the utter misery of these lands, heat and mosquitoes day and night all the year round. But I like the work, for I believe I can do a great deal to ameliorate the lot of the people. This spirit of unselfishness and of a sublime charity runs through all his work. Every man, black or white, was neighbor to him, and he ever fulfilled the command of his Lord to love his neighbor as himself. Against oppression he could, however, be stern and severe. Not a few ruffians whom he caught red-handed in flagrant acts of cruelty were executed without mercy. So that the same man who, by the downtrodden people, was called the good Pasha, was to the robber and murderer a terror and avenger. When at Khartoum he was on one occasion installed with a royal salute, and an address was presented, and in return he was expected to make a speech. His speech was as follows: "With the help of God, I will hold the balance level." The people were delighted, for a level balance was to them an unknown boon. And he held it level all through his long and glorious reign, which lasted, with small break, from February 1874 until August 1879. During those 5 years and a half he had traveled over every portion of the huge territory which was placed under him, provinces extending all the way to the equatorial lakes. Besides riding through the deserts on camels and mules, 8,490 miles in 3 years, he made long journeys by river. He conveyed a large steamer up the Nile as far as Lake Albert Nyanza, and succeeded in floating her safely on the waters of that inland sea. He had established posts all the way from Khartoum to Gondokoro, and reduced that enormous journey from 15 months to only a few weeks. He writes respecting these posts in January 1879. "I am putting in all the frontier posts European vakils to see that no slave caravans come through the frontier. I do not think that any now try to pass, but the least neglect of vigilance would bring it on again in no time." This is only one out of hundreds of instances of the hawk-eyed vigilance of the Governor-General. The vast provinces under his sway have never been ruled in this fashion before. One strain runs through all his numerous letters written during the 5 years he remained in the Sudan, and that is the heart-rending condition of the thousands of slaves who were driven through the country, and the cruelty of the slave hunters. Were we to begin quoting from those letters, we should outrun the limits of this sketch. He had broken the neck of the piratical army of man-stealers, and their forces were scattered and comparatively powerless. So many slaves were set free that they became a serious inconvenience, as they had to be fed and provided for. And yet there was no shout of joy at the capital, whence he had set out years before, armed with the firman of the Khedive to put an end to the slave trade. On the contrary, we find him saying, "What I complain of in Cairo is the complete callousness with which they treat all these questions, while they worry me for money, knowing by my budgets that I cannot make my revenue meet my expenses by £90,000 a year. The destruction of Sebhir's gang is the turning point of the slave trade question, and yet never do I get one word from Cairo to support me." One more extract. "Why should I at every mile be stared at by the grinning skulls of those who are at rest? I said to Yusuf Bey, who is a noted slave dealer, 'The inmate of that ball has told Allah what you and your people have done to him and his.' Yusuf Bey says, 'I did not do it.' And I say, 'Your nation did, and the curse of God will be on your land till this traffic ceases.'" This man, Yusuf Bey, was one of the most cruel of the slave hunters, and renowned for the manner in which he tortured his victims, more especially the young boys. He also cruelly murdered the interesting and peaceful king of the Monbatos, so graphically described in Schweinfurth's Heart of Africa. In June 1882, Yusuf Bey met his deserts. For going out with an army of Egyptian troops to meet the Mahdi, he and all his men were cut to pieces, scarcely one surviving. Much of Gordon's time during his first expedition had been occupied in strengthening the Egyptian posts south of Gondokoro, stretching away toward the country of King Matissa. So badly were they organized that it took him 21 months to travel from Gondokoro to Fawira and Maruli, his southernmost points. There he found that it would be impossible to interfere with the rival kings of that region without becoming involved in a war, and he returned from the lake districts with the sad conviction that no good could be done in those parts, and that it would have been better had no expedition ever been sent. We conclude our imperfect sketch with the following quotation describing General Gordon's resignation. "I am neither a Napoleon nor a Colbert," was his reply to someone who spoke to him in praise of his beneficent rule in the Sudan. "I do not profess either to have been a great ruler or a great financier, but I can say this: I have bearded the slave dealers in their strongholds, and I made the people love me." What Gordon had done was to justify Ismail's description of him 8 months before. "They say I do not trust Englishmen. Do I mistrust Gordon Pasha? That is an honest man, an administrator, not a diplomatist." Apart from the difficulties of serving the new Khedive, Gordon longed for rest. The first year of his rule, during which he had done his own and other men's work, the long marches, the terrible climate, the perpetual anxieties, had all told upon him. Since then he had had 3 years of desperate labor, and had ridden some 8,500 miles. Who can wonder that he resented the impertinence of the pashas, whose interference was not for the good of his government or of his people, but solely for their own? But it was not for him to stay on and complain. To one of the worst of these pashas he sent a telegram which ran, "Mina tekel ufarsen." Then he sailed for England, bearing with him the memory of the enthusiastic crowd of friends who bade him farewell at Cairo. It is said that his name sends a thrill of love and admiration through the Sudan even yet. A hand so strong and so beneficent had never before been laid on the people of that unhappy land. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Men's Wives. Bits of common sense and wisdom on a great subject. Homely phrases sometimes carry in them a truth which is passed over on account of its frequent repetition, and thus they fail to effect the good they are intended to do. For instance, there is one with reference to woman, which asserts that she is man's better half, and this is said so often, half in satire and half in jest, that few stop to inquire whether woman really be so. Yet she is in good truth his better half, and the phrase, met with in French or Latin, looks not only true, but poetical, and in its foreign dress is cherished and quoted. She is not the wiser in a worldly sense, certainly not the stronger, nor the cleverer, notwithstanding what the promoters of the woman's rights movements may say, but she is the better. All must feel, indeed, that if the whole sins of the present world could be, and were, parceled into 2 huge heaps, those committed by the men would far exceed those of the women. We doubt whether any reflective man will deny this. On the other hand, the active virtues of man, his benevolence and good deeds, might equal those of woman, but his passive virtues, his patience and his endurance, would be much smaller. On the whole, therefore, woman is the much better half, and there is no good man but owes an immense deal to the virtues of the good women about him. He owes, too, a considerable deal of evil to their influence, not only of the absolutely bad, for those a pure man shuns, but the half-good and respectably selfish women of society. These are they who undermine his honesty, his benevolence, and his purity of mind. The influence man receives from woman is of a very mixed character. But all of the influence which woman has over man, that which is naturally most permanent, for good or evil, arises from the marriage tie. How we of the cold North have been able to emancipate woman from the deplorable depth into which polygamy would place her, it is not easy to say. That it is a state absolutely countenanced, nay, enjoined, in the Old Testament, it would be useless to deny. But custom and fair usance are stronger than the Old Testament, and the Jews, who readily adopt the laws of the country under which they live, forbid polygamy to their brethren in Christian lands, whilst they permit and practice it where it exists, as with the Mahometan and Hindu. Under its influence, the character of woman is terribly dwarfed. She sinks to nothing where she would be, as she should be, of half the importance of life at least. To preserve her position, it will be necessary for all good women to try and elevate the condition of their sisters. With all of us, the world is too much with us, day by day, and worldly success plays so large a part in the domestic drama that woman is everywhere perceptibly influenced by it. Hence, to return to the closer consideration of the subject from our own point of view, the majority of men's wives in the upper and middle classes fall far short of that which is required of a good wife. They are the wives not made by love, but by the chance of a good match. They are the product of worldly prudence, not of a noble passion. And, although they may be very comfortable and very well clad, though they may think themselves happy, and wear the very look of health and beauty, they can never be to their husbands what a wife of true and real tender love would be. The consequence is, that after the first novelty has passed away, the chain begins to rub and the collar to gall. The girl who has married for money, writes a clergyman, has not by that rash and immoral act blinded her eyes to other and nobler attractions. She may still love wisdom, though the man of her choice may be a fool. She will none the less desire gentle, chivalrous affection, because he is purse-proud and haughty. She may sigh for manly beauty all the more because he is coarse and ugly. She will not be able to get rid of her own youth, and all it longs for, by watching his silver hair. No, and while there comes a curse upon her union, whilst in the long, long evenings, in the cold spring mornings, and in the still summer days, she feels that all worth living for is gone, while she is surrounded by all her body wants. Her example is corrupting others. The scorned lover who was rejected because he was poor goes away to curse woman's fickleness and to marry someone whom he cannot love. And the thoughtless girls, by whom the glitter of fortune is taken for the real gold of happiness, follow the venal example, and flirt and jilt till they fancy that they have secured a good match. Many women, after they have permanently attached a husband of this sort, sit down, with all the heroism of martyrs, to try to love the man they have accepted, but not chosen. They find it a hard, almost an impossible task. Then comes the moment so bitterly predicted by Milton, who no doubt drew from his own feeling and experience, when he put into the mouths of our first parents the prophecy that either man should never find the true partner of his choice, or that, having found her, she should be in possession of another. This is far too often true, and cannot fail to be the source of a misery almost too bitter to be long endured. It says much for our Anglo-Saxon wives that their constancy has passed into many proverbs. When a woman really loves the man who marries her, the match is generally a happy one. But, even where it is not, the constancy of the wife's affection is something to be wondered at and admired. No, after ill usage, no neglect or want of love, will remove the affection once given. No doubt all women, when they fall in love, do so with that which they conceive to be great and noble in the character of the object. But they still love on when all the glitter of novelty has fallen off, and when they have been behind the scenes and found how bare and gloomy was the framework of the scene they admired. All illusions may be gone. The hero may have sunk into the cowardly braggart, the saint into the hypocritical sinner, the noble aspirant into a man whose mouth alone utters but empty words which his heart can never feel. But still true love remains,
nor alters where its alteration finds. The duration of this passion, the constancy of this affection, surprises many. But, adds a writer, such persons know not woman, the blessed being, who like a pitying angel gifts the mean, a sordid nature even with more love than falls to the lot of him who towers above his fellow men, like parasitic flowers that grow not on high temples, where the showers and light of heaven might nourish, but alone cloth the rent altar and the fallen stone. There must be some great reason, some combination of feeling for this. Monsieur Ernest Feydeau, in a popular story of very bad principles, seems to hit the right nail on the head. What woman, he asks, would not love her husband and be ever true to him without thinking of a lover, if her husband would give her that which a lover gives her, not alone attention, politeness, and a cold friendship, but a little of that balm which is the very essence of our existence, a little love? Probably these very bad men, for whom women will so generously ruin themselves, are by their nature soft and flattering, and after cruelties and excesses will, by soft words and belial tongues, bind to them yet more closely the hearts of their victims. The ideal wife has been often painted, but the real far exceeds her. When Ulrich von Hutten wrote to Friedrich, he painted such a portrait as must have made that staunch advocate for the marriage of the clergy glow with admiration. Da nihi uxorem, he commences. Get me a wife, Friedrich, after my own heart, such as you know I should like, neat, young, fairly educated, modest, patient, one with whom I may joke and play and yet be serious, to whom I may babble and talk, mixing hearty fun and kisses together, one whose presence will lighten my anxiety and soften the tumult of my cares. It is not too much to say that the great majority of wives equal this ideal. United to such a woman, a man becomes better. He can never be the perfect man unless married. With marriage, he undertakes those duties of existence which he is born to fulfill. The excitements of life and of business, the selfishness of daily existence diminish. The generosities of the heart expand. The health of the mind becomes daily more robust. Small repressions of selfishness, daily concessions, and daily trials render him better. The woman of his choice becomes his equal, and in lifting her he lifts himself. He may not be a genius, nor she very clever, but once truly married, the real education of life begins. That is not education which varnishes a man or a woman over with the pleasant and shining accomplishments which fit us for society, but that which tends to improve the heart, to bring forward the reflective qualities, and to form a firm and regular character. That which cultivates the reason, subdues the passions, restrains them in their proper place, trains us to self-denial, makes us able to bear trials, and to refer them and all our sentiments and feelings to their proper source, which makes us look beyond this world into the next. A man's wife, if properly chosen, will aid in all this. The most brilliant and original thinker and the deepest philosopher we have, he who has written books which educate the statesmen and the leaders of the world, has told us in his last preface that he, having lost his wife, has lost his chief inspiration. Looking back at his works, he traces all that is noble, all that is advanced in thought and grand in idea, and all that is true in expression, not to a poet or a teacher, but to his own wife. In losing her, he says he has lost much, but the world has lost more. So, alas, two men, very opposite in feelings, in genius, and in character, and as opposite in their pursuits, declared at a late period in their lives spent in industry and hard work, and in expression of what the world deemed their own particular genius, that they owed it all to their wives. These men were Sir Walter Scott and Daniel O'Connell. The very gods rejoice, says Menu the sage, when the wife is honored. When the wife is injured, the whole family decays. When the contrary is the case, it flourishes. This may be taken as an eternal truth, as one of those truths not to be put by, not to be argued down by casual exceptions. It is just as true of nations as it is of men, of the whole people as it is of individual families. So true it is that it may be regarded as a piece of very sound advice when we counsel all men, married or single, to choose only such men for their friends as are happy in their wedded lives. No man can afford to know a broken family. Quarreling, discord, and connubial disagreements are catching. With unhappiness at home, no man is safely to be trusted, no woman to be sought in friendship. The fault may not be his or hers, but it must be between them. A man and woman must prove that they can be a good husband and wife before they can be admitted to have proved that they are good citizens. Such a verdict may seem harsh, but it is necessary and just. Young people just married cannot possibly afford to know unhappy couples, and they in their turn may, with mutual hypocrisy, rub on in the world. But in the end they feel that the hypocrisy cannot be played out. They gradually withdraw from their friends and acquaintance and nurse their own miseries at home. All good men feel, of course, that any distinctive separation of the sexes, all those separate gatherings and marks which would divide woman from man and set her upon a separate pedestal, are as foolish as they are really impracticable. You will find no one who believes less in what certain philanthropists call the emancipation of women than a happy mother and wife. She does not want to be emancipated, and she is quite unwilling that instead of being the friend and ally of man, she should be his opponent. She feels truly that the woman's cause is man's. For woman is not undeveloped man, but diverse. Could we make her as the man, sweet love were slain, whose dearest bond is this, not like to like, but like indifference. The very virtues of woman, not less than her faults, fit her for her attachment to man. There is no man so bad as not to find some pitying woman who will admire and love him, and no man so wise but that he shall find some woman equal to the full comprehension of him, ready to understand him and to strengthen him. With such a woman he will grow more tender, ductile, and appreciative. The man will be more of woman, she of man. Whether society, as it is at present constituted, fits our young women to be the good wives they should be is another question. In lower middle life, and with the working classes, it is asserted that the women are not sufficiently taught to fulfill their mission properly. But, if in large towns the exigencies of trade rise up a large portion of the female population, it is no wonder that they cannot be at the same time good mill hands, bookbinders, shop women, and mothers, cooks, and housewives. We may well have recourse to public cookery, and talk about working men's dinners, thus drifting from an opposite point into the coming socialism, when we absorb all the home energies of the woman in gaining money sufficient for her daily bread. Yet these revelations, nor those yet more dreadful ones which come out daily in some of our law courts, are not sufficient to make us overlook the fact that with us, by far, the larger portion of marriages are happy ones, and that of men's wives we still can write, as the most eloquent divine who ever lived, Jeremy Taylor, wrote, "A good wife is heaven's last best gift to man, his angel and minister of graces innumerable, his gem of many virtues, his casket of jewels. Her voice is sweet music, her smiles his brightest day, her kiss the guardian of his innocence, her arms the pale of his safety, the balm of his health, the balsam of his life, her industry his surest wealth, her economy his safest steward, her lips his faithful counselors, her bosom the softest pillow of his cares, and her prayers the ablest advocate of heaven's blessings on his head." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs, by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Women's Husbands. What the Breadwinners Like in Their Wives. A little constitutional opposition. It would not be holding the balance of the sexes fairly if, after saying all that can be said in favor of men's wives, we did not say something on the side of women's husbands. In these clever days, the husband is a rather neglected animal. Women are anxious enough to secure a specimen of the creature, but he is very soon shelved afterwards. And women writers are now so much occupied in contemplating the beauties of their own more impulsive sex that they neglect to paint ideals of good husbands. There has been also too much writing tending to separate the sexes. It is plain that in actual life all the virtues cannot be on one side, and all the faults on the other. Yet some women are not ashamed to write and speak as if such were really the case. The wife is taught to regard herself as a woman with many wrongs, because her natural rights are denied her. She is cockered up into a domestic martyr, and is bred into an impatience of reproof which is very harmful and very ungraceful. If we look about us, we find that in our cities especially, this is producing some very sad results. Some of the men are getting very impatient at the increasing demands of women for attention, for place, and for consideration. And, on merely selfish grounds, it is hardly doubtful whether our women in the upper and middle classes do not demand too much. It is evident that, as society is constituted, man is the working, and woman generally the ornamental portion of it, at least in those classes to which Providence or society has given what we call comfortable circumstances. Women may do, and does do, a great deal of unpleasant, tiresome work. She fritters away her time upon occupations which require frittering, but beyond that she does not do the paying work. The husband or houseband still produces the money. He is the poor, plain working bee, and the queen bee too often sits in regal state in her comfortable hive, while he is toiling and moiling abroad. It results from the different occupations of the two sexes that the husband comes home too often worried, cross, and anxious, that he finds in his wife a woman to whom he cannot tell his doubts and fears, his humiliations and experience. She, poor woman, with little sense of what the world is, without any tact, may bore him to take her to fresh amusements and excitements, for while he has been expending both brain and body, she has been quietly at home. A certain want of tact, not unfrequently met with in wives, often sets the household in a flame of anger and quarreling, which might be avoided by a little patience and care on the part of the wife. It is not in human nature for a man who has been hard at work all day to return to his home toiled and weary, or with his mind agitated after being filled with many things, and to regard with complacency little matters which go awry, but which at another time would not trouble him. The hard-working man is too apt to regard as lazy those who work less than himself, and he therefore looks upon the slightest unreadiness or want of preparation in his wife as neglect. Hence a woman, if she be wise, will be constantly prepared for the return of her husband. He, after all, is the breadwinner, and all that he requires is an attention less by far than we should ordinarily pay to a guest. In the good old Scotch song, which thrills our heart every time it is sung, and makes us remember, however skeptical we may have grown, the true worth and divinity of love, the wife's greatest pleasure is that of looking forward to the return of her husband. She puts on her best clothes and her sweetest smile. She clothes her face with that fondness which only a wife's look can express. She makes her children look neat and pretty, gives little Kate her cotton gown and Jock his Sunday coat, because the husband is returning. There is not a prettier picture throughout the whole range of literature. How her love breathes forth. Say sweet his voice, say smooth his tongue, his breath like caller air. His very foot has music in't as he comes up the stair. And the love which thus colors with its radiant tint the common things of this life, which makes poverty beautiful and the cottage richer than the palace, will be sure to teach the heart which possesses it how to manage the husband. In managing a man, an important lesson, which some women are very anxious to impress upon others, immense tact and delicacy are wanted, but are very seldom found. Wives should remember that they had better, very much better, never try to manage, than try and not succeed. And yet all men like to be managed and require management. No one can pretend to be the be-all and end-all in a house. It is from his wife that the husband should learn the true value of things, his own dignity, his position, and even his secondary position by her side as manageress. But if she be wise, she will not make this too apparent. Directly the voice gets too loud, the tone too commanding, and the manner too fussy, the unhappy man begins to suspect that he is being managed, and in 9 cases out of 10 sinks into utter imbecility, or breaks away like an obstinate pig. Both these symptoms are bad, and perhaps the first is the worst. No true woman can love and reverence a man who is morally and intellectually lower than herself, and who has driveled down into a mere assenting puppet. On the other hand, the pig-headed husband is very troublesome. He requires the greatest care, for whatever his wife says he will refuse to do. Nay, although it may be the very essence of wisdom, he will refuse it because he knows the behest proceeds from his wife. He is like a jibbing horse, which you have to turn one way because you want him to start forward on the other. Or he more closely resembles the celebrated Irish pig, which was so obstinate that his master was obliged to persuade him that he was being driven to Dublin, when his back was towards that city, and he was going to Athlone. One part of management in husbands lies in a judicious mixture of good humor, attention, flattery, and compliments. All men, as well as women, are more or less vain. The rare exceptions of men who do not care to be tickled by an occasional well-turned compliment only prove the rule. But in the case of a husband, we must remember that this love of being occasionally flattered by his wife is absolutely a necessary and natural virtue. No one needs to be ashamed of it. We are glad enough to own, to remember, to treasure up every little word of approval that fell from the lips of the woman we courted. Why should we forget the dear sounds now she is our wife? If we love her, she may be sure that any little compliment, an offered flower, a birthday gift, a song when we are weary, a smile when we are sad, a look which no eye but our own will see, will be treasured up, and will cheer us when she is not there. Judiciously used, this conduct is of the greatest effect in managing the husband. A little vanity does not, moreover, in such cases as these, prove a man to be either a bad man or a fool. All clever men, says a great observer, are more or less affected with vanity. It may be blatant and offensive, it may be excessive but not unamusing, or it may show itself just as a large soupçon, but it is never entirely absent. The same writer goes on to say that this vanity should by no means be injudiciously flattered into too large a size. A wife will probably admire the husband for what he is really worth, and the vanity of a really clever man probably only amounts to putting a little too large a price on his merits, not to a mistake as to what those merits are. The wife and husband will therefore think alike, but if she be wise, she will only go to a certain point in administering the domestic lumps of sugar. A clever husband, says the writer we have quoted, is like a good despot, all the better for a little constitutional opposition. Or the same advice may be thus put, as it often is, by a wise and cautious mother-in-law. "My dear," she would say, "you must never let your husband have matters all his own way." A woman who abdicates all her authority, who is not queen over her kitchen, her chamber, and her drawing-room or best parlor, does a very dangerous and foolish thing, and will soon dwarf down into a mere assenting dummy. Now old Burleigh, the wise counselor of Queen Elizabeth, has, in his advice to his son, left it upon record that "thou shalt find there is nothing so irksome in life as a female fool." A wife who is the mere echo of her husband's opinions, who waits for his advice upon all matters, who is lazy, indolent, and silly in her household, fussy, troublesome, and always out of the way or in the way when she is traveling, who has no opinions of her own, no temper of her own, who boasts that she bears everything like a lamb, and who bears the breakage of her best china and the desecration of her white curtains with tobacco smoke with equal serenity. Such a woman may be very affectionate and very good, but she is somewhat of a she-fool. Her husband will too often first begin to despise and then to neglect her. She will follow so closely on the heels of her husband's ideas and her husband's opinions that she will annoy him like an echo. Her genuine love will be construed into something like cunning flattery. Her very devotion will be mistaken. Her sweet nature become tiresome and irksome from want of variety, and from being the mistress of the house she will sink into the mere slave of the husband. A wife should therefore learn to think, to walk alone, to bear her full share of the troubles and dignities of married life, never to become a cipher in her own house, but to rise to the level of her husband, and to take her full share of the matrimonial throne. The husband, if a wise man, will never act without consulting his wife, nor will she do anything of importance without the aid and advice of her husband. There is, however, and in these days of rapid fortune making we see it constantly, a certain class of men who rise in the world without the slightest improvement in their manners, taste, or sense. Such men are shrewd men of business, or perhaps have been borne to the haven of fortune by a lucky tide. And yet these very men possess wives who, although they are of a lower sphere, rise at once with their position, and in manner, grace, and address are perfect ladies, whilst their husbands are still the same rude, uncultivated boors. These wives must be wise enough to console themselves for their trials, for indeed such things are a very serious trial both to human endurance and to human vanity. They must remember that they married when equals with their husband in their lowliness, and that their husbands have made the fortune which they pour at their feet. They will recollect also that their husbands must have industry and a great many other sterling good qualities, if they lack a little polish. And lastly, that they are in reality no worse off than many other women in high life who are married to boors, to eccentric persons, or, alas, too often, to those who with many admirable virtues may blot them all by the indulgence in a bosom sin or an hereditary vice. The last paragraph will lead us naturally enough to the faults of husbands. Now, although we are inclined to think that these are greatly exaggerated, and that married men are, on the whole, very good, excellent men and citizens, brave men, battling with the world and its difficulties, and carrying forward the cumbrous machine in its path of progress and civilization, although we think that as a class their merits are actually not fully appreciated, and that the bachelors, sly fellows, get very much the best of it, still we must admit that there is a very large class of thoroughly bad husbands, and that this class may be divided into the foolish, the careless, and the vicious subclasses, each of which would require at least a volume to be devoted to their treatment and castigation. Nay, more than a volume. Archdeacon Paley notes that St. John, apologizing for the brevity and incompleteness of gospel directions, states that, if all the necessary books were written, the world would not contain them. So we may say of the faults of foolish husbands. We will therefore say no more about them, but return to the part which the wives of such men ought to play. In the first place, as a true woman, a wife will be as tender of those faults as she can be. She will not talk to her neighbors about them, nor magnify them, nor dwell upon them. She, alas, will never be without her share of blame, for the world, rightly or wrongly, often dowers the wife with the faults of the husband, and seeing no possibility of interfering and assigning to each his or her share, suspects both. Moreover, in many cases she will have to blame herself chiefly. We take it that the great majority of women marry the men that they choose. If they do not do so, they should do so. They may have been unwise and vain enough to have been pleased and tickled by the flattery of a fool. When they have married him, they find him, as Dr. Gregory wrote to his daughters, the most intractable of husbands, led by his passions and caprices, and incapable of hearing the voice of reason. A woman's vanity may be hurt when she finds that she has a husband for whom she has to blush and tremble every time he opens his lips. She may be annoyed at his clownish jealousy, his mulish obstinacy, his incapability of being managed, led, or driven, but she must reflect that there was a time when a little wisdom and reflection on her own part would have prevented her from delivering her heart and her person to so unworthy a creature. Women who have wicked husbands are much more to be pitied. In early life the wives themselves are innocent, and, from the nature of things, their innocence is based upon ignorance. Here the value of the almost intuitive wisdom and perception of the gentler sex comes into full play. During courtship, when this perception is in its full power and vigor, it should be freely exercised. Scandal and common report, in themselves to be avoided, are useful in this. Women should choose men of character and of unspotted name. It is a very old and true remark, but one may as well repeat what is old and trite, when that which is new would be but feeble repetition at the best, that a good son generally makes a good husband. A wise companion in a walk may turn out a judicious companion through life. The wild attempt to reform a rake or to marry a man of gay life in the hope that he will sow his wild oats is always dangerous and should never be attempted. A woman who has a sense of religion herself should never attach herself to a man who has none. The choice of a husband is really of the greatest consequence to human happiness, and should never be made without the greatest care and circumspection. No sudden caprice, no effect of coquetry, no sally of passion should be dignified by the name of love. Marriage, says the Apostle, is honorable in all, but the kind of marriage which is so is that which is based upon genuine love, not upon fancy or caprice, which is founded on the inclination of nature, on honorable views, cemented by a similarity of tastes, and strengthened by the true sympathy of souls. Love is the tyranny so blessed to endure, who mourns the loss of liberty, with all things else secure. Live on, sweet tyranny, cries heart within a heart, God's blossom of eternity, how beautiful thou art. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. John Plowman. What he says of religious grumblers. Good nature and firmness. Patience. Opportunities. Faults. Home. Men who are down. Hope. Hints as to thriving, etc. John Plowman's talk, says the author, Reverend C.H. Spurgeon, the famous London preacher, has not only obtained an immense circulation, but it has exercised an influence for good. As to the influence for good, the reader will judge when he has read the following choice bits from the pages of that unique book. And we feel sure that he will thank us for including John among our brave men and women. Religious grumblers. When a man has a particularly empty head, he generally sets up for a great judge, especially in religion. None so wise as the man who knows nothing. His ignorance is the mother of his impudence and the nurse of his obstinacy. And though he does not know B from a bull's foot, he settles matters as if all wisdom were in his fingers' ends. The Pope himself is not more infallible. Hear him talk after he has been at meeting and heard a sermon, and you will know how to pull a good man to pieces, if you never knew it before. He sees faults where there are none, and, if there be a few things amiss, he makes every mouse into an elephant. Although you might pull all his wit into an egg-shell, he weighs the sermon in the balance of his conceit, with all the airs of a bred-and-born Solomon, and if it be up to his standard, he lays on his praise with a trowel. But, if it be not to his taste, he growls and barks and snaps at it like a dog at a hedgehog. Wise men in this world are like trees in a hedge. There is only here and there one, and when these rare men talk together upon a discourse, it is good for the ears to hear them. But the bragging wiseacres I am speaking of are vainly puffed up by their fleshly minds, and their quibbling is as senseless as the cackle of geese on a common. Nothing comes out of a sack but what was in it, and as their bag is empty, they shake nothing but wind out of it. It is very likely that neither ministers nor their sermons are perfect. The best garden may have a few weeds in it. The cleanest corn may have some chaff. But cavillers cavil at anything or nothing, and find fault for the sake of showing off their deep knowledge. Sooner than let their tongues have a holiday, they would complain that the grass is not a nice shade of blue, and say that the sky would have looked neater if it had been whitewashed. Good nature and firmness. Do not be all sugar, or the world will suck you down. But do not be all vinegar, or the world will spit you out. There is a medium in all things. Only blockheads go to extremes. We need not be all rock, or all sand, all iron, or all wax. We should neither fawn upon everybody like silly lap-dogs, nor fly at all persons like surly mastiffs. Blacks and whites go together to make up a world, and hence, on the point of temper, we have all sorts of people to deal with. Some are as easy as an old shoe, but they are hardly ever worth more than the other one of the pair, and others take fire as fast as tinder at the smallest offense, and are as dangerous as gunpowder. To have a fellow going about the farm as cross with everybody as a bear with a sore head, with a temper as sour as verjuice, and as sharp as a razor, looking as surly as a butcher's dog, is a great nuisance. And yet there may be some good points about the man, so that he may be a man for all that. But poor soft Tommy, as green as grass and as ready to bend as a willow, is nobody's money and everybody's scorn. A man must have a backbone, or how is he to hold his head up? But that backbone must bend, or he will knock his brow against the beam. There is a time to do as others wish, and a time to refuse. We may make ourselves asses, and then everybody will ride us. But if we would be respected, we must be our own masters, and not let others saddle us as they think fit. If we try to please everybody, we shall be like a toad under a harrow, and never have peace. And if we play lackey to all our neighbors, whether good or bad, we shall be thanked by no one, for we shall soon do as much harm as good. He that makes himself a sheep will find that the wolves are not all dead. He who lies on the ground must expect to be trodden on. He who makes himself a mouse, the cats will eat him. If you let your neighbors put the calf on your shoulders, they will soon clap on the cow. We are to please our neighbor for his good to edification, but this is quite another matter. Patience. Patience is better than wisdom. An ounce of patience is worth a pound of brains. All men praise patience, but few enough can practice it. It is a medicine which is good for all diseases, and therefore every old woman recommends it. But it is not every garden that grows the herbs to make it with. When one's flesh and bones are full of aches and pains, it is as natural for us to murmur as for a horse to shake his head when the flies tease him, or a wheel to rattle when a spoke is loose. But nature should not be the rule with Christians, or what is their religion worth? If a soldier fights no better than a ploughboy, off with his red coat. We expect more fruit from an apple tree than from a thorn, and we have a right to do so. The disciples of a patient Savior should be patient themselves. Grin and bear it is the old-fashioned advice, but sing and bear it is a great deal better. After all, we get very few cuts of the whip, considering what bad cattle we are, and when we do smart a little, it is soon over. Pain past is pleasure, and experience comes by it. We ought not to be afraid of going down into Egypt when we know we shall come out of it with jewels of silver and gold. On seizing opportunities. Some men are never awake when the train starts, but crawl into the station just in time to see that everybody is off, and then sleepily says, "Dear me, is the train gone? My watch must have stopped in the night." They always come into town a day after the fair, and open their wares an hour after the market is over. They make their hay when the sun has left off shining, and cut their corn as soon as the fine weather is ended. They cry, "Hold hard," after the shot has left the gun, and lock the stable door when the steed is stolen. They are like a cow's tail, always behind. They take time by the heels and not by the forelock, if indeed they ever take him at all. They are no more worth than an old almanac. Their time has gone for being of use. But unfortunately you cannot throw them away as you would the almanac, for they are like the cross old lady who had an annuity left to her, and meant to take out the full value of it. They won't die, though they are of no use alive. Take it easy and live long are first cousins, they say, and more's the pity. If they are immortal till their work is done, they will not die in a hurry, for they have not even begun to work yet. Shiftless people generally excuse their laziness by saying, "They are only a little behind." But a little too late is much too late, and a miss is as good as a mile. My neighbor Sykes covered up his well after his child was drowned in it, and was very busy down at the old farm bringing up buckets of water after every stick of the house had been burned. One of these days he'll be for making his will when he can't hold a pen, and he'll be trying to repent of his sins when his senses are going. Faults. He who boasts of being perfect is perfect in folly. I have been a good deal up and down in the world, and I never did see either a perfect horse or a perfect man, and I never shall till 2 Sundays come together. You cannot get white flour out of a coal sack, nor perfection out of human nature. He who looks for it had better look for sugar in the sea. The old saying is, lifeless, faultless. Of dead men we should say nothing but good. But as for the living, they are all tarred more or less with the same black brush, and half an eye can see it. Every head has a soft place in it, and every heart has its black drop. Every rose has its prickles, and every day its night. Even the sun shows spots, and the skies are darkened with clouds. Nobody is so wise but he has folly enough to stock a stall at Vanity Fair. Where I could not see the fool's cap, I have nevertheless heard the bells jingle. As there is no sunshine without some shadows, so is all human good mixed up with more or less of evil. Even poor law guardians have their little failings, and parish beadles are not wholly of heavenly nature. The best wine has its lees. All men's faults are not written on their foreheads, and it's quite as well they are not, or hats would need very wide brims. Yet as sure as eggs are eggs, faults of some sort nestle in every bosom. There is no telling when a man's sin may show themselves, for hares pop out of the ditch just when you are not looking for them. A horse that is weak in the legs may not stumble for a mile or 2, but it is in him, and the driver had better hold him up well. The tabby cat is not lapping milk just now, but leave the dairy door open, and see if she is not as bad a thief as the kitten. There's fire in the flint, cool as it looks. Wait till the steel gets a knock at it, and you will see. Everybody can read that riddle, but it is not everybody that will remember to keep his gunpowder out of the way of the candle. If we would always recollect that we live among men who are imperfect, we should not be in such a fever when we find out our friends' failings. What's rotten will rend, and cracked pots will leak. Blessed is he who expects nothing of poor flesh and blood, for he shall never be disappointed. The best of men are men at the best, and the best wax will melt. It is a good horse that never stumbles, and a good wife that never grumbles. Home. The word home always sounds like poetry to me. It rings like a peal of bells at a wedding, only more soft and sweet, and it chimes deeper into the ears of my heart. It does not matter whether it means thatched cottage or manor house. Home is home. Be it ever so homely, there's no place on earth like it. Green grows the house leek on the roof forever, and let the moss flourish on the thatch. Sweetly the sparrows chirrup, and the swallows twitter around the chosen spot which is my joy and rest. Every bird loves its own nest. The owls think the old ruins the fairest spot under the moon, and the fox is of the opinion that his hole in the hill is remarkably cozy. When my master's nag knows that his head is toward home, he wants no whip, but thinks it is best to put on all steam. And I am always of the same mind, for the way home to me is the best bit of road in the country. I like to see the smoke out of my own chimney better than the fire on another man's hearth. There is something so beautiful in the way in which it curls up among the trees. Cold potatoes on my own table taste better than roast meat at my neighbor's, and the honeysuckle at my own door is the sweetest I ever smell. When you are out, friends do their best, but still it is not home. Make yourself at home, they say, because everybody knows that to feel at home is to feel at ease. East and west, home is best. Why, at home you are at home, and what more do you want? Nobody grudges you, whatever your appetite may be, and you don't get put into a damp bed. Men who are down. No man's lot is fully known till he is dead. The change of fortune is the lot of life. He who rides in the carriage may yet have to clean it. Sawyers change places, and he who is up aloft may have to take his turn in the pit. In less than 1,000 years we shall all be bald and poor too, and who knows what he may come to before that. The thought that we may ourselves be one day under the window should make us careful when we are throwing out our dirty water. With what measure we meet, it shall be measured to us again, and therefore let us look well to our dealings with the unfortunate. Nothing makes me more sick of human nature than to see the way in which men treat others when they fall down the ladder of fortune. Down with him, they cry. He was always good for nothing. Down among the dead men, down, down, down. Down among the dead men, there let him lie. Dog won't eat dog, but men will eat each other up like cannibals, and boast of it, too. There are thousands in this world who fly like vultures to feed on a tradesman or a merchant as soon as ever he gets into trouble. Where the carcass is, thither will the eagles be gathered together. Instead of a little help, they give the sinking man a great deal of cruelty, and cry, "Serves him right." All the world will beat the man whom fortune buffets. If Providence smites him, all men's whips begin to crack. The dog is drowning, and therefore all his friends empty their buckets over him. The tree has fallen, and everybody runs for his hatchet. The house is on fire, and all the neighbors warm themselves. The man has ill luck, therefore his friends give him ill usage. He has tumbled into the road, and they drive their carts over him. He is down, and the selfishness cries, "Let him be kept down, then there will be the more room for those who are up." How aggravating it is when those who knocked you down kick you for not standing up. It is not very pleasant to hear that you have been a great fool, that there were 50 ways at least of keeping out of your difficulty, only had you not the sense to see them. You ought not to have lost the game. Even Tom Fool can see where you made a bad move. He ought to have locked the stable door. Everybody can see that, but nobody offers to buy the loser a new nag. What a pity he went so far on the ice. That's very true, but that won't save the poor fellow from drowning. When a man's coat is threadbare, it is an easy thing to pick a hole in it. Good advice is poor food for a hungry family. A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds. Lend me a bit of string to tie up the traces, and find fault with my old harness when I get home. Help my old horse to a few oats, then tell him to mend his pace. Feel for me, and I shall be much obliged to you. But mind you, feel in your pocket, or else a fig for your feelings. Hope. Eggs are eggs, but some are rotten. And so hopes are hopes, but many of them are delusions. Hopes are like women. There is a touch of angel about them all, but there are 2 sorts. My boy Tom has been blowing a lot of birds' eggs and threading them on a string. I have been doing the same thing with hopes, and here's a few of them, good, bad, and indifferent. The sanguine man's hope pops up in a moment like the jack-in-the-box. It works with a spring and does not go by reason. Whenever this man looks out of the window, he sees better times coming, and although it is nearly all in his own eye and nowhere else, yet to see plum puddings in the moon is a far more cheerful habit than croaking at everything like a 2-legged frog. This is the kind of brother to be on the road with on a pitch-dark night, when it pours with rain, for he carries candles in his eyes and a fireside in his heart. Beware of being misled by him, and then you may safely keep his company. His fault is that he counts his chickens before they are hatched, and sells his herrings before they are in the net. All his sparrows' eggs are bound to turn into thrushes, at the least, if not partridges and pheasants. Summer has fully come, for he has seen one swallow. He is sure to make his fortune at his new shop, for he had not opened the door 5 minutes before 2 of the neighbors crowded in. One of them wanted a loaf of bread on trust, and the other asked change for a shilling. He is certain that the squire means to give him his customers, for he saw him reading the name over the shop door as he rode past. He does not believe in slips between cups and lips, but makes certainties out of perhapses. Well, good soul, though he is a little soft at times, there is much in him to praise, and I like to think of his odd sayings. Never say die till you are dead, and then it's no use, so let it alone. There are other odd people in the world, you see, besides John Plowman. My first wife. My experience of my first wife, who will, I hope, live to be my last, is much as follows. Matrimony came from paradise and leads to it. I never was half so happy before I was a married man as I am now. When you are married, your bliss begins. I have no doubt that where there is much love, there will be much to love, and where love is scant, faults will be plentiful. If there is only one good wife in England, I am the man who put the ring on her finger, and long may she wear it. God bless the dear soul. If she can put up with me, she shall never be put down by me. Hints as to thriving. Hard work is the grand secret of success. Nothing but rags and poverty can come of idleness. Elbow grease is the only stuff to make gold with. No sweat, no sweet. He who would have the crow's eggs must climb the tree. Every man must build up his own fortune nowadays. Shirt sleeves rolled up lead on to best broadcloth, and he who is not ashamed of the apron will soon be able to do without it. Diligence is the mother of good luck, as Poor Richard says, but idleness is the devil's bolster, John Plowman says. Make as few changes as you can. Trees often transplanted bear little fruit. If you have difficulties in one place, you will have them in another. If you move because it is damp in the valley, you may find it cold on the hill. Where will the ass go that he will not have to work? Where can a cow live and not get milked? Where will you find land without stones, or meat without bones? Everywhere on earth, men must eat bread in the sweat of their faces. To fly from trouble, men must have eagle's wings. Alteration is not always improvement, as the pigeon said when she got out of the net and into the pie. There is a proper time for changing, and then mind you bestir yourself, for a sitting hen gets no barley. But do not be forever on the shift, for a rolling stone gathers no moss. Stick to it is the conqueror. He who can wait long enough will win. This, that, and the other, anything and everything, all put together, make nothing in the end. But on one horse a man rides home in due season. In one place the seed grows. In one nest the bird hatches its eggs. In one oven the bread bakes. In one river the fish lives. Do not be above your business. He who turns up his nose at his work quarrels with his bread and butter. He is a poor smith who is afraid of his own sparks. There's some discomfort in all trades, except chimney sweeping. If sailors gave up going to sea because of the wet, if bakers left off baking because it is hot work, if plowmen would not plow because of the cold, and tailors would not make our clothes for fear of pricking their fingers, what a pass we should come to. Nonsense, my fine fellow, there's no shame about any honest calling. Don't be afraid of soiling your hands. There's plenty of soap to be had. All trades are good to good traders. A clever man can make money out of dirt. Lucifer matches pay well if you sell enough of them. You cannot get honey if you are frightened at bees, nor sow corn if you are afraid of getting mud on your boots. Lackadaisical gentlemen had better emigrate to Fool's Land, where men get their living by wearing shiny boots and lavender gloves. When bars of iron melt under the south wind, when you can dig the fields with toothpicks, blow ships along with fans, manure the crops with lavender water, and grow plum cakes in flower pots, then will be a fine time for dandies. But until the millennium comes, we shall all have a deal to put up with, and had better bear our present burdens than run helter-skelter where we shall find matters a deal worse. Keep your weather eye open. Sleeping poultry are carried off by the fox. Who watches not, catches not. Fools ask what's o'clock, but wise men know their time. Grind while the wind blows, or if not, do not blame Providence. God sends every bird its food, and he does not throw it into the nest. He gives us our daily bread, but it is through our own labor. Take time by the forelock. Be up early and catch the worm. The morning hour carries gold in its mouth. He who drives last in the row gets all the dust in his eyes. Rise early, and you will have a clear start for the day. Try. Can't do it sticks in the mud, but try soon drags the wagon out of the rut. The fox said try, and he got away from the hounds when they almost snapped at him. The bees said try, and turned flowers into honey. The squirrel said try, and up he went to the top of the beech tree. The snowdrop said try, and bloomed in the cold snows of winter. The sun said try, and the spring soon threw Jack Frost out of the saddle. The young lark said try, and he found his new wings took him over hedges and ditches, and up where his father was singing. The ox said try, and plowed the field from end to end. No hill too steep for try to climb, no clay too stiff for try to plow, no field too wet for try to drain, no hole too big for try to mend. As to a little trouble, who expects to find cherries without stones or roses without thorns? Who would win must learn to bear. Idleness lies in a bed sick of the mulligrubs, where industry finds health and wealth. The dog in the kennel barks at the fleas. The hunting dog does not even know they are there. Laziness waits till the river is dry and never gets to market. Try swims it and makes all the trade. Can't do it, couldn't eat the bread and butter which was cut for him, but Try made meat out of mushrooms. If you want to do good in the world, the little word try comes in again. There are plenty of ways of serving God, and some that will fit you exactly as a key fits a lock. Don't hold back because you cannot preach in St. Paul's. Be content to talk to one or two in a cottage. Very good wheat grows in little fields. You may cook in small pots as well as big ones. Little pigeons can carry great messages. Even a little dog can bark at a thief and wake up the master and save the house. A spark is fire. A sentence of truth has heaven in it. Do what you do right thoroughly. Pray over it heartily, and leave the result to God. Alas, advice is thrown away on many like good seed on a bare rock. Teach a cow for 7 years, but she will never learn to sing the old 100th. Some of it seems true that when they are born, Solomon went by the door, but would not look in. Their coat of arms is a fool's cap on a donkey's head. They sleep when it is time to plow, and weep when harvest comes. They eat all the parsnips for supper, and wonder they have none left for breakfast. Once let every man say try, very few on straw would lie, fewer still of want would die. Pans would all have fish to fry, pigs would fill the poor man's sty. Want would cease, and need would fly, wives and children cease to cry. Poor rates would not swell so high, things wouldn't go so much awry. You'd be glad, and so would I. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Caroline Lucretia Herschel. Born 1750, died 1848. A noble, self-sacrificing woman. March 16, 1750, and January 9th, 1848. These are the dates that span the 98 years of the life of a woman whose deeds were great in the service of the world, but of whom the world itself knows all too little. Of the interest attaching to the life of such a woman, whose recollections went back to the great earthquake at Lisbon, who lived through the American War, the Old French Revolution, the rise and fall of Napoleon, who saw the development of the great factors of modern civilization, from the lumbering post wagon in which she made her first journey from Hanover, to the railroads and electric telegraphs which have intersected all Europe. Of the interest which such a life possesses, apart from that which attaches to it as that of a noble, self-sacrificing woman, who was content to serve when she might have led in a great cause, but few will be insensible. Caroline Herschel was born on the 16th of March, 1750, and was the 8th of 10 children. Her father, Isaac Herschel, traced his ancestry back to the early part of the 17th century, when 3 brothers Herschel left Moravia through religious differences, they being Protestant. The father, Isaac, was passionately fond of music, to the study of which, as a youth, he devoted himself, and at the time of his marriage in Hanover was engaged as a hautboy player in the band of the Guards. When, in the course of time, his family grew up around him, each child received an education at the garrison school, to which they were sent between the ages of 2 and 14, and at home the father strove to cultivate the musical talents of his son, one of whom, William, soon taught his teacher, while another, Jacob, was organist of the garrison church. Of her very early childhood one gets the impression that Caroline was a quiet, modest little maiden, deeply interested in all the family concerns, content to be eclipsed by her more brilliant and less patient elder sister, and overlooked by her thoughtless brothers, toward one of whom, William, she already began to cherish that deep affection which she maintained throughout their lives. The lives of this brother and sister, indeed, in this respect, recall to mind those of Charles and Mary Lamb. When she was 5 years old, the family life was disturbed by war, which took away temporarily father and sons, and left the little girl at home, her mother's sole companion. Her recollections of this time are very dismal, and may be read at length in the memoir by Mrs. John Herschel, to which we are indebted for much aid. When she was 17, her father died, and the polished education which he had hoped to give her was supplanted by the rough but useful knowledge which her mother chose to inculcate in her, an education which was to help to fit her to earn her bread, and to be of great assistance to her beloved brother William. He had now for some years been living at Bath, England, from which he wrote in 1772, proposing that his sister should join him there to assist him in his musical projects, for he had now become a composer and director. In August of this year she accomplished a most adventurous and wearisome journey to London, encountering storms by land and sea, and on the 28th of the month found herself installed at her brother's lodgings at Bath. It will be necessary here to speak a little more at length of her brother's life as she found it when she joined him, as thereafter her own existence was practically merged in his, and, as she has said modestly of herself and her service, I did nothing for my brother but what a well-trained puppy dog would have done. That is to say, I did what he commanded me. I was a mere tool, which he had the trouble of sharpening. Posterity discredits this self-depreciation, while it admires it, and Miss Herschel's services are now esteemed at their true worth. Her brother then, when she came to Bath, had established himself there as a teacher of music, as organist of the Octagon Chapel, and, as we have said before, was a composer and director of more than ordinary merit. This was all a side issue, however. It was but a means to an end. His music was the goose that laid the golden egg, which once in his possession, he turned over to the mistress of his soul, astronomy. Every spare moment of the day, we are told, and many hours stolen from the night, had long been devoted to the studies which were compelling him to become himself an observer of the heavens. He had worked wonders of mechanical invention, forced thereto by necessity, had become a member of a philosophical society, and his name was beginning to be circulated among the great, rumors of his work reaching and arresting even royal attention. At this point his sister arrived, the quiet domestic life she had been living in Hanover being suddenly changed for one of ceaseless and inexhaustible activity in her brother's service, being at once his astronomical and musical assistant, and his housekeeper and guardian. Of the latter his erratic habits made him in great need. For 10 years she persevered at Bath, says her biographer, singing when she was told to sing, copying when she was told to copy, lending a hand in the workshop, and taking her full share in all the stirring and exciting changes by which the musician became the king's astronomer and a celebrity. But she never, by a single word, betrays how these wonderful events affected her, nor indulges in the slightest approach to an original sentiment, comment, or reflection not strictly connected with the present fact. In an ordinary case this would not be remarkable, but in the present instance it acquires considerable significance from the fact that, to our best knowledge, Miss Herschel's was a temperament which would be strongly affected by the life she was leading, and her silence as to personal sentiment shows to what an extent she had become a tool in her brother's hands, rejoicing in his successes and sympathizing in his sorrows, but never revealing to what depths of self-sacrifice she may have been plunged by her voluntary surrender and devotion to her brother. As we understand her, Miss Herschel would have been eminently fitted to fill a position of high domestic responsibility, and no woman of this sort, who has once dreamed of a home of her own, with its ennobling and divine responsibilities, can, without a pang, give up so sweet a vision for a life of sacrifice, though it be brilliant with the cold splendors of science. Her life with her brother, as has been said, was one of ceaseless activity in all the capacities in which she served him. As housekeeper, she occupied a small room in the attic, while her brother occupied the ground floor, furnished in new and handsome style. She received a sum for weekly expenses, of which she must keep a careful account, and all the marketing fell to her. She had to struggle with hot-tempered servants, and with the greatest irregularity and disorder in the household, while her imperfect knowledge of English, this was soon after her arrival at Bath, added a new pang to her homesickness and low spirits. Later on, in her capacity as musical assistant, we are told that she once copied the scores of the Messiah and Judas Maccabeus into parts for an orchestra of nearly 100 performers, and the vocal parts of Samson, besides instructing the treble singers, of whom she was now herself the first. As astronomical assistant, she has herself given a glimpse of her experience in the following words. In my brother's absence from home, I was, of course, left solely to amuse myself with my own thoughts, which were anything but cheerful. I found I was to be trained for an assistant astronomer, and by way of encouragement, a telescope adapted for sweeping, consisting of a tube with 2 glasses, such as are commonly used in a finder, was given to me. I was to sweep for comets, and I see by my journal that I began August 22nd, 1782, to write down and describe all remarkable appearances I saw in my sweeps, which were horizontal. But it was not till the last 2 months of the same year that I felt the least encouragement to spend the starlight nights on a grass plot covered with dew or hoarfrost, without a human being near enough to be within call. I knew too little of the real heavens to be able to point out every object so as to find it again without losing too much time by consulting the atlas. And in another place she says, I had, however, the comfort to see that my brother was satisfied with my endeavors to assist him, when he wanted another person either to run to the clocks, write down a memorandum, fetch and carry instruments, or measure the ground with poles, etc., of which something of the kind every moment would occur. How successful she was in her sky sweeping may be judged from the fact that she herself discovered no less than 8 different comets at various times during her apprenticeship. Her work was not unattended by danger and accidents, and on one occasion, on a cold and cloudy December night, when a strip of clear sky revealed some stars, and there was great haste made to observe them, in assisting her brother with his huge telescope, she ran in the dark on ground covered with melting snow a foot deep, tripped and fell on a large iron hook such as butchers use, and which was attached for some purpose to the machine. It entered her right leg above the knee, and when her brother called, "Make haste," she could only answer by a pitiful cry, "I am hooked." He and the workmen were instantly with her, but they did not free her from the torturing position without leaving nearly 2 ounces of her flesh behind, and it was long before she was able to take her place again at the instrument. It would be interesting, if it were but practicable, to give a brief journal of her life during the 50 years she lived in England, from the time of her arrival in Bath, August 28th, 1772, till the time of her brother's death, August 25th, 1822, after which she returned to Hanover. We have given enough, perhaps, to suggest the mode and the activity of her life, but of her brother's marriage, and the trial it brought upon her in giving up the supreme place she had held in his love and companionship for 16 years, of the details of her discoveries, and the interesting correspondence which accompanied them, of her various great and noble friends, and her relations with them, of the death of her brother, then Sir William Herschel, and the terrible blow it proved to her, of her return to Holland, to the home of another brother, of her sorrow and disappointment at the changes which had taken place in the home of her youth during the long years which had brought her to old age. She was then 72. And to face the blank of life after having lived within the radiance of genius, of the comfort she derived from the members of her brother's family whom she had left behind in happy England, of the honors which the chief scientific men in the kingdom bestowed upon her. Of all these matters we can do no more than to simply touch upon them as above, although, if we might refer to them at greater length, It would be but to increase our admiration and esteem for one of the strongest, most serviceable, and most faithful women that ever lived. She died at 11 o'clock on the night of the 9th of January, 1848, at the age of 98, and the holy words spoken in the same little chapel in the garrison in which, nearly a century before, she had been christened and afterward confirmed. In the coffin with her was placed, at her request, a lock of her beloved brother's hair, and an old, almost obliterated almanac that had been used by her father. And with these tokens of the unswerving love and fidelity she had always borne to parent and brother, she was laid away to rest, leaving the memory of a noble woman, great in wisdom and greater in womanliness, without which, in woman, wisdom is unhallowed. S. A. Chapin, Jr., in the Christian Union. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Pestiferous Literature. The printing press, the mightiest agency on earth for good and for evil. The flood of impure and loathsome literature. What can we do to abate this pestilence? What books and newspapers shall we read? How protect our children? He is a brave man who at the right time and in the right place and manner lifts his voice against a great evil of the day. Dr. Talmage has recently done this with an earnestness like that of the old Hebrew prophets. His timely words of warning cannot be unfruitful. Of making books there is no end. True in the times so long B.C., how much more true in the times so long A.D. We see so many books we do not understand what a book is. Stand it on end, measure it, the height of it, the depth of it, the length of it, the breadth of it. You cannot do it. Examine the paper and estimate the progress made from the time of the impressions on clay, and then on the bark of trees, and from the bark of trees to papyrus, and from papyrus to the hide of wild beasts, and from the hide of wild beasts on down until the miracles of our modern paper manufactories. And then see the paper, white and pure as an infant's soul, waiting for God's inscription. A book. Examine the type of it. Examine the printing, and see the progress from the time when Solon's laws were written on oak planks, and Hesiod's poems were written on tables of lead, and the Sinaitic commands were written on tables of stone, on down to Hoe's perfecting printing press. A book. It took all the universities of the past, all the martyr fires, all the civilizations, all the battles, all the victories, all the defeats, all the glooms, all the brightnesses, all the centuries to make it possible. A book. It is the chorus of the ages. It is the drawing room in which kings and queens and orators and poets and historians and philosophers come out to greet you. If I worshipped anything on earth, I would worship that. If I burned incense to any idol, I would build an altar to that. Thank God for good books, helpful books, inspiring books, Christian books, books of men, books of women, books of God. The printing press is the mightiest agency on earth for good and for evil. The minister of the gospel standing in a pulpit has a responsible position, but I do not think it is as responsible as the position of an editor or a publisher. Take the simple statistics that our New York dailies now have a circulation of 450,000 per day, and add to it the fact that 3 of our weekly periodicals have an aggregate circulation of about 1 million, and then cipher, if you can, how far up and how far down and how far out reach the influences of the American printing press. I believe the Lord intends the printing press to be the chief means for the world's rescue and evangelization, and I think that the great last battle of the world will not be fought with swords or guns, but with types and press. A purified gospel literature triumphing over, trampling down, and crushing out forever that which is depraved. The only way to write a bad book is by printing a good one. The only way to overcome unclean newspaper literature is by scattering abroad that which is healthful. May God speed the cylinders of an honest, intelligent, aggressive Christian printing press. I have to tell you this morning that I believe that the greatest scourge that has ever come upon this nation has been that of unclean journalism. It has its victims in all occupations and departments. It has helped to fill insane asylums and penitentiaries, and almshouses and dens of shame. The bodies of this infection lie in the hospitals and in the graves, while their souls are being tossed over into a lost eternity, an avalanche of horror and despair. The London plague was nothing to it. That counted its victims by thousands, but this modern pest has already shoveled its millions into the charnel house of the morally dead. The longest rail train that ever ran over the Erie or the Hudson tracks was not long enough or large enough to carry the beastliness and the putrefaction which have gathered up in the bad books and newspapers of this land in the last 20 years. Now, it is amid such circumstances that I put the questions of overmastering importance to you and your families. What can we do to abate this pestilence? What books and newspapers shall we read? You see, I group them together. A newspaper is only a book in a swifter and more portable shape, and the same rules which apply to book reading will apply to newspaper reading. What shall we read? Shall our minds be the receptacle of everything that an author has a mind to write? Shall there be no distinction between the tree of life and the tree of death? Shall we stoop down and drink out of the trough which the wickedness of men has filled with pollution and shame? Shall we mire in impurity and chase fantastic will-o'-the-wisps across the swamps when we might walk in the blooming gardens of God? Oh, no. For the sake of our present and everlasting welfare, we must make an intelligent and Christian choice. Standing as we do, chin deep in fictitious literature, the first question that many of the young people are asking me is, shall we read novels? I reply, there are novels that are pure, good, Christian, elevating to the heart, and ennobling to the life. But I have still further to say, that I believe 3/4 of the novels in this day are baneful and destructive to the last degree. A pure work of fiction is history and poetry combined. It is a history of things around us, with the licenses and the assumed names of poetry. The world can never repay the debt which it owes to such fictitious writers as Hawthorne, Mackenzie, and Landor and Hunt, and others whose names are familiar to all. The follies of high life were never better exposed than by Miss Edgeworth. The memories of the past were never more faithfully embalmed than in the writings of Walter Scott. Cooper's novels are healthfully redolent with the breath of the seaweed and the air of the American forest. Charles Kingsley has smitten the morbidness of the world and led a great many to appreciate the poetry of sound health, strong muscles, and fresh air. Thackeray did a grand work in caricaturing the pretenders to gentility and high blood. Dickens has built his own monument in his books, which are an everlasting plea for the poor and the anathema of injustice. Now, I say books like these, read at right times and read in right proportion with other books, cannot help but be ennobling and purifying. But alas, for the loathsome and impure literature that has come upon this country in the shape of novels like a freshet overflowing all the banks of decency and common sense. They are coming from some of the most celebrated publishing houses in the country. They are coming with the recommendation of some of our religious newspapers. They lie on your center table to curse your children and blast with their infernal fires generations unborn. You find these books in the desk of the schoolmiss, in the trunk of the young man, in the steamboat cabin, and on the table of the hotel reception room. You see a light in your child's room late at night. You suddenly go in and say, "What are you doing?" "I am reading." "What are you reading?" "A book." You look at the book. It is a bad book. "Where did you get it?" "I borrowed it." Alas, there are always those abroad who would like to loan your son or daughter a bad book. Everywhere, an unclean literature. I charge upon it the destruction of 10,000 immortal souls, and I bid you this morning to wake up to the magnitude of the theme. I shall take all the world's literature, good novels and bad, travels, true or false, histories, faithful and incorrect, legends, beautiful and monstrous, all tracts, all chronicles, all epilogues, all family, city, state, national libraries, and pile them up in a pyramid of literature. And then I shall bring to bear upon it some grand, glorious, infallible, unmistakable Christian principles. God help me to speak with reference to the account I must at last render. God help you to listen. I charge you in the first place to stand aloof from all books that give false pictures of human life. Life is neither a tragedy nor a farce. Men are not all either knaves or heroes. Women are neither angels nor furies. And yet if you depended upon much of the literature of the day, you would get the idea that life, instead of being something earnest, something practical, is a fitful and fantastic and extravagant thing. How poorly prepared are that young man and woman for the duties of today who spent last night wading through brilliant passages descriptive of magnificent knavery and wickedness. The man will be looking all day long for his heroine in the tin shop, by the forge, or in the factory, in the counting room, and he will not find her, and he will be dissatisfied. A man who gives himself up to the indiscriminate reading of novels will be nerveless, inane, and a nuisance. He will be fit neither for the store, nor the shop, nor the field. A woman who gives herself up to the indiscriminate reading of novels will be unfitted for the duties of wife, mother, sister, daughter. There she is, hair disheveled, countenance vacant, cheeks pale, hands trembling, bursting into tears at midnight over the woes of some unfortunate. In the daytime, when she ought to be busy, staring by the half hour at nothing, biting her fingernails to the quick. The carpet that was plain before will be plainer after having, through a romance, all night long wandered in tessellated halls of castles, and your industrious companion will be more unattractive than ever now that you have walked in the romance through parks which plumed princesses, or lounged in the arbor with the polished desperado. Oh, these confirmed novel readers! They are unfit for this life, which is a tremendous discipline. They know not how to go through the furnaces of trial where they must pass, and they are unfitted for a world where everything we gain we achieve by hard, long, continuing, and exhaustive work. Again, abstain from all those books which, while they have some good things about them, have also an admixture of evil. You have read books that had the two elements in them, the good and the bad. Which stuck to you? The bad. The heart of most people is like a sieve, which lets the small particles of gold fall through, but keeps the great cinders. Again, abstain from those books which are apologetic of crime. It is a sad thing that some of the best and most beautiful bookbindery and some of the finest rhetoric have been brought to make sin attractive. Vice is a horrible thing anyhow. It is born in shame, and it dies howling in the darkness. In this world it is scourged with a whip of scorpions, but afterward the thunders of God's wrath pursue it across a boundless desert, beating it with ruin and woe. When you come to paint carnality, do not paint it as looking from behind embroidered curtains, or through lattice of royal seraglio, but as writhing in the agonies of a city hospital. Cursed be the books that try to make impurity decent, and crime attractive, and hypocrisy noble. Cursed be the books that swarm with libertines and desperadoes, who make the brain of the young people whirl with villainy. Ye authors who write them, ye publishers who print them, ye booksellers who distribute them, shall be cut to pieces. If not by an aroused community, then at last by a divine vengeance, which shall sweep to the lowest pit of perdition all ye murderers of souls. I tell you, though you may escape in this world, you will be ground at last under the hoof of eternal calamities, and you will be chained to the rock, and you will have the vultures of despair clawing at your soul, and those whom you have destroyed will come around to torment you, and to pour hotter coals of fury upon your head, and rejoice eternally in the outcry of your pain and the howl of your damnation. God shall wound the hairy scalp of him that goeth on in his trespasses. The clock strikes midnight, a fair form bends over a romance, the eyes flash fire, the breath is quick and irregular. Occasionally the color dashes to the cheek and then dies out. The hands tremble as though a guardian spirit were trying to shake the deadly book out of the grasp. Hot tears fall. She laughs with a shrill voice that drops dead at its own sound. The sweat on her brow is the spray dashed up from the river of death. The clock strikes 4, and the rosy dawn soon after begins to look through the lattice upon the pale form that looks like a detained spectre of the night. Soon in a madhouse she will mistake her ringlets for curling serpents, and thrust her white hand through the bars of the prison, and smite her head, rubbing it back as though to push the scalp from the skull, shrieking, "My brain, my brain!" Oh, stand off from that. Why will you go sounding your way amidst the reefs and warning buoys, when there is such a vast ocean in which you may voyage, all sail set? There's one other thing I shall say this morning before I leave you, whether you want to hear it or not. That is, that I consider the bad pictorial literature of the day as most tremendous for ruin. There is no one who can like good pictures better than I do. But what shall I say to the prostitution of this art to purposes of iniquity? These death warrants of the soul are at every street corner. They smite the vision of the young with pollution. Many a young man buying a copy has bought his eternal discomfiture. There may be enough poison in one bad picture to poison one soul, and that soul may poison 10, and the 10 50, and the hundreds thousands, until nothing but the measuring line of eternity can tell the height and depth and ghastliness and horror of the great undoing. The work of death that the wicked author does in a whole book, the bad engraver may do on half a side of pictorial. Under the disguise of pure mirth, the young man buys one of these sheets. He unrolls it before his comrades amid roars of laughter, but long after the paper is gone, the results may perhaps be seen in the blasted imaginations of those who saw it. The Queen of Death every night holds a banquet, and these periodicals are the printed invitations to her guests. Alas, that the fair brow of American art should be blotched with this plague spot, and that philanthropists, bothering themselves about smaller evils, should lift up no united and vehement voice against this great calamity. Young man, buy not this moral strychnine for your soul. Pick not up this nest of coiled adders for your pocket. Patronize no newsstand that keeps them. Have your room bright with good engravings, but for these iniquitous pictorials have not one wall, not one bureau, not one pocket. A man is no better than the picture he loves to look at. If your eyes are not pure, your heart cannot be. One can guess the character of a man by the kind of pictorial he purchases. When the devil fails to get a man to read a bad book, he sometimes succeeds in getting him to look at a bad picture. When Satan goes a-fishing, he does not care whether it is a long line or a short line, if he only draws his victim in. If I have this morning successfully laid down any principles by which you may judge in regard to books and newspapers, then I have done something of which I shall not be ashamed on the day which shall try every man's work, of what sort it is. Cherish good books and newspapers. Beware of the bad ones. One column may save your soul. One paragraph may ruin it. Go home today and look through your library, and then look on the stand where you keep your pictorials and newspapers, and apply the Christian principles I have laid down this morning. If there is anything in your home that cannot stand the test, do not give it away, for it might spoil an immortal soul. Do not sell it, for the money you would get would be the price of blood. But rather kindle a fire on your kitchen hearth, or in your backyard, and then drop the poison in it, and keep stirring the blaze until, from preface to appendix, there shall not be a single paragraph left. Once in a while there is a mind like a lodestone, which plunged amidst steel and brass filings gathers up the steel and repels the brass. But it is generally just the opposite. If you attempt to plunge through a hedge of burrs to get one blackberry, you get more burrs than blackberries. You cannot afford to read a bad book, however good you are. You say the influence is insignificant. I tell you that the scratch of a pin sometimes produced the lockjaw. Alas, if through curiosity, as many do, you pry into an evil book, your curiosity is as dangerous as that of the man who would stick a torch into a gunpowder mill, merely to see whether it would blow up or not. In a menagerie in New York, a man put his hand through the bars of a black leopard's cage. The animal's hide looked so slick and bright and beautiful. He just stroked it once. The monster seized him And he drew forth a hand, torn and mangled and bleeding. O touch not evil, even with the faintest stroke. Though it may be glossy and beautiful, touch it not, lest you pull forth your soul torn and bleeding under the clutch of the black leopard. But, you say, how can I find out whether a book is good or bad without reading it? There is always something suspicious about a bad book. I never knew an exception. Something suspicious in the index or the style of illustration. This venomous reptile almost always carries a warning rattle. Again, I charge you to stand off from all those books which corrupt the imagination and inflame the passions. I do not refer now to that kind of book which the villain has under his coat, waiting for the school to be out, and then looking both ways to see that there is no policeman around the block, offers the book to your son on his way home. I do not speak of that kind of literature, but that which evades the law and comes out in polished style, and with a cute plot sounds the tocsin that rouses up all the baser passions of the soul. Years ago, a French lady came forth as an authoress under the assumed name of George Sand. She smoked cigars. She wore gentleman's apparel. She stepped off the bounds of decency. She wrote with a style ardent, eloquent, mighty in its gloom, horrible in its unchastity, glowing in its verbiage, vivid in its portraiture, damning in its effects, transfusing into the libraries and homes of the world an evil that has not even begun to relent, and she has her copyists in all lands. Today, under the nostrils of your city, there is a fetid, reeking, unwashed literature enough to poison all the fountains of public virtue and smite your sons and daughters as with the wing of a destroying angel. And it is time that the ministers of the gospel blew the trumpet and rallied the forces of righteousness, all armed to the teeth, in this great battle against a depraved literature. Why are 50% of the criminals in the jails and penitentiaries of the United States today under 21 years of age? Many of them under 17, under 16, under 15, under 14, under 13. Walk along one of the corridors of the Tombs prison in New York and look for yourselves. Bad books, bad newspapers bewitched them as soon as they got out of the cradle. Oh, says someone, I am a businessman and I have no time to examine what my children read. I have no time to inspect the books that come into my household. If your children were threatened with typhoid fever, would you have time to go for the doctor? Would you have time to watch the progress of the disease? Would you have time for the funeral? In the presence of my God, I warn you of the fact that your children are threatened with moral and spiritual typhoid, and that unless this thing be stopped, it will be to them funeral of body, funeral of mind, funeral of soul. 3 funerals in one day. Against every bad pamphlet, send a good pamphlet. Against every unclean picture, send an innocent picture. Against every scurrilous song, send a Christian song. Against every bad book, send a good book. The good literature, the Christian literature, in its championship for God and the truth, will bring down the evil literature in its championship for the devil. I feel tingling to the tips of my fingers and through all the nerves of my body and all the depths of my soul the certainty of our triumph. Cheer up, O men and women who are toiling for the purification of society. Toil with your faces in the sunlight. If God be for us, who can be against us? Ye workers in the light, there is a grand tomorrow, after the long and gloomy night, after the pain and sorrow. The purposes of God do not forever linger, with peace and consolations shod. Do ye not see the finger, which points the way of life to all down in the valley? Then gird ye for the strife, against the darkness rally. The victory is yours, and ye are God's forever. For all things he for you secures, through brave and right endeavor. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 20, Satisfied and Other Poems. Sleeping, waking, on we glide, dreamful and unsatisfied. In the heart a vague surprise, master of the thoughtful eyes. What though spring is in the air, and the world is bright and fair? Something hidden from the sight dashes fullness of delight. Soothed we are in duty done, and in something new begun, like a kissed and flattered child, to denial reconciled. Yet the something unattained keeps us like Prometheus chained, and our hearts intenser grow as the vultures come and go. Sleeping, waking, on we glide, dreamful and unsatisfied, pilgrims on a foreign shore, wanting something evermore. All the shadow in our eyes, all the substance in the skies. By and by another sleep, angels watch and ward to keep. By and by from wakeful eyes, nothing of the old surprise. All pure dreams of earth fulfilled, every sense with gladness thrilled. Then are we no more denied, with thy likeness satisfied. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Therein I find no superstition of the past, but one of truth's great words, all life within, as into chaos cast. God put it there, a trumpet note to every living soul, a prophecy of all that is most fair, through darkness to the goal. I cannot efface the record of this wonder-working word, nor in my memory but faintly trace stern voices I have heard. Voices come by day between life's lightning flash and thunder peal, and sooner heaven and earth shall pass away than what they there reveal. Voices come at night amid the silence of deluding cares, and pain flows through the darkness and grows bright, and knowledge unawares. Voices fill the strife to which I give the beauty of my days, and testify that sacrifice is life, availing prayer and praise. Life retained is lost, the tocsin of interminable war, and life relinquished is of life the cost, which shineth as a star. Tongue can never tell God's revelations in this mighty word, nor how the mystery of life they spell, with which all hearts are stirred. I continue mute in joyful awe before the infinite, until at length eternity transmutes my darkness into light. I can only speak an earth-born language that does not reveal the infinitude of duty which I seek to utter and but feel. Duty, heart of joy, which giveth strength to suffer and endure, 'tis self-forgetfulness in God's employ, enthrones a life secure. Shepherd of the sheep, to whom God gives the universal charge, I think of thy devotion and I weep, thy love appears so large. And I think of all the grief which strengthened thy exalting hand, until great tears of Easter gladness fall, to think in thee I stand. Out of whose great heart so glorious is death's sacrificial knife, to think I know thee now somewhat, who art the way, the truth, the life. Who art with thine own, where thou hast been through immemorial years, in every touch of consolation known, in every flood of tears. The way of the Lord. I cast my lot with the surging world to find out the way of the Lord, a pebble hither and thither hurled to find out the way of the Lord. I sought where the foot of man was unknown to find out the way of the Lord. In the desert, alone, 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 to find out the way of the Lord. I bowed my heart to the voice of the sea to find out the way of the Lord, to the sob of unuttered mystery to find out the way of the Lord. I went down into the depths of my soul to find out the way of the Lord, down where the years of eternity roll to find out the way of the Lord. Ah me, I had no interpreter to tell me the way of the Lord, for nature it was not in her to tell me the way of the Lord. I heard of one who came out from God to show me the way of the Lord. I entered the path which here he trod, to show me the way of the Lord. I walked the way of humility, to find out the way of the Lord. It turned to the way of sublimity, to show me the way of the Lord. From grief and loss came joy and gain, to show me the way of the Lord. And the dead came back to life again, to show me the way of the Lord. Yea, into the heaven of heavens he went, to show me the way of the Lord. And the Comforter from the Father he sent, to show me the way of the Lord. I learned how for me he lived and died, to show me the way of the Lord. And bearing the cross which he glorified, I found out the way of the Lord. Via Crucis. Cross uplifted, clouds are rifted, vision clearer, God grown dearer, via Crucis, via Lucis. Cross thy way is where the day is, thy surprises sweet sunrises, via Crucis, via Lucis. Life eternal, fair and vernal, is the glory of the story, via Crucis, via Lucis. Dawns in beauty, born of duty, joins thereafter heaven's sweet laughter, via Crucis, via Lucis. Finds probation, tribulation, onward presses and confesses, via Crucis, via Lucis. Bursts the fetter of the letter, reckons sorrow, joy, tomorrow, via Crucis, via Lucis. To the Master in disaster, bravely clinging, journeys singing, via Crucis, via Lucis. Ranges crownward, never downward, always loving, always proving, via Crucis, via Lucis. Drinks forever from the river, everlasting, still forecasting, via Crucis, via Lucis. And presages all the ages, light infolden, growing golden, via Crucis, via Lucis. Oh, the shinings and refinings, oh, the sweetness of completeness, via Crucis, via Lucis. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 21, Heroes of Science. Michael Faraday, Sir William Siemens, Monsieur Pasteur. The loftiest class of scientists pursue science because they love truth. They derive no animation from the thought of any practical application which they can make from their scientific discoveries. They have no dreams of patents and subsequent royalties, although these sometimes come. They enter upon their work smit with a passion for truth. If to any one of them it should happen to be pointed out, as Sir Humphrey Davy showed the ardent young Michael Faraday, at the beginning of his career, that science is a hard mistress who pays badly, they are so in love with science that really and truly they prefer from their very hearts to live with her on bread and water in a garret, to living without her in palaces in which they might fare sumptuously every day. There are others by whom science is regarded only in the measure of its fruitfulness in producing material wealth. Their great men are not the discoverers of principles, but the inventors, the men who can apply the discoveries of others to supplying such wants as men are willing to pay largely to have satisfied. As has been said, to some she is the goddess great, to some the milch cow of the field. Their business is to calculate the butter she will yield. Our highest admiration must be for the discoverers, but we may do well to remind ourselves, from time to time, that to such men we are indebted, not only for thrilling insight into the beautiful mysteries of nature, and for the withdrawal of the veil which shuts out from ordinary sight the august magnificences of nature, but also for the discovery of those principles which can be turned to the best practical account, ministering to us in our kitchens and bedchambers and drawing rooms and factories and shops and fields, filling our nights with brilliancy
and our days with potencies, giving to each man the capability of accomplishing in 1 year what his ancestors, who lived in unscientific ages, could not have achieved in 20. Not only exhibiting the forces of nature as steeds, but also showing how they may be harnessed to the chariots of civilization. To keep us in the healthful gratitude to the men who, having turned away from the marts of the money makers, have unselfishly set themselves to discover what will enrich the money makers, and, content to live in simple sorts of ways, have sent down beauty and comfort into the homes of rich and poor, it is well to make an occasional resume of the results of the work of useful scientists and ponder the lessons of their single-mindedness. Faraday. Few names on the roll of the worthies of science are better known through all the world than that of Michael Faraday, who was born in England in 1791 and died in 1867. Rising from poverty, he became assistant to Sir Humphry Davy in the Royal Institution, London, where he soon exhibited great ability as an experimenter and a rare genius for discovering the secret relation of distant phenomena to one another, which gave him his skill as a discoverer, so that he came to be regarded, according to Professor Tyndall, the prince of the physical investigators of the present age, the greatest experimental philosopher the world has ever seen. His greatest discoveries may be stated to have been magneto-electric induction, electrochemical decomposition, the magnetization of light, and diamagnetism, the last announced in his memoir as the magnetic condition of all matter. There were many minor discoveries. The results of his labors are apparent in every field of science which has been cultivated since his day. Indeed, they made a great enlargement of that field. His life of simple independence was a great contribution to the highest wealth of the world. He might have been rich. He lived in simplicity and died poor. It is calculated that if he had made commercial uses of his earlier discoveries, he might have easily gathered a fortune of $1 million. He preferred to use his extraordinary endowments for the promotion of science, from which he would not be turned away by honors or money, declining the presidency of the Royal Institution, which was urged upon him, preferring to remain plain Michael Faraday to the last, that he might make mankind his legatees. While Faraday does not claim the parentage of the electric telegraph, he was among the earliest laborers in the practical application of his own discoveries, without which the telegraph would probably never have had existence. It was on his advice that Mr. Cyrus W. Field determined to push the enterprise of the submarine cable. His labors were essential to the success of the efforts of his friend Wheatstone in telegraphy. It was his genius which discovered the method of preventing the incrustation by ice of the windows of lighthouses, and also a method for the prevention of the fouling of air in brilliantly lighted rooms, by which health was impaired and furniture injured. He discovered a light, volatile oil which he called bicarbonate of hydrogen. It is now known to us as benzene, which is so largely employed in the industrial arts. Treated by nitric acid, that has produced a substance largely used by the perfumer and the confectioner. From that came the wonderful base aniline, which was not only useful in the study of chemistry, as throwing light on the internal structure of organic compounds, but has come also into commerce, creating a great branch of industry by giving strong and high colors which can be fixed on cotton, woolen, and silken fabrics. It may be worthwhile to note what gratifying beauty was provided for the eye, while profitable work was afforded to the industrious. It is not to be forgotten that, whatever we have of magneto-electric light, in all its various applications, is due to Faraday's discoveries. Faraday's distinguished successor, Professor Tyndall, in his admirable and generous tribute to his famous predecessor, says, "As far as electricity has been applied for medical purposes, it is almost exclusively Faraday's." How much of addition to human comfort that one sentence includes, who can estimate? And who can calculate the money value to commerce in all the production of instruments used in the application of electricity to medicine? Professor Tyndall continues, "You have noticed those lines of wire which cross the streets of London.
It is Faraday's currents that speed from place to place through these wires. Approaching the point of Dungeness, the mariner sees an unusually brilliant light, and from the noble Pharos of Le Havre the same light flashes across the sea. These are Faraday's sparks, exalted by suitable machinery to sunlight splendor. At the present moment, 1868, the Board of Trade and the Brethren of Trinity House, as well as the Commissioners of Northern Lights, are contemplating the introduction of the magneto-electric light at numerous points upon our coast, and future generations will be able to point to those guiding stars in answer to the question, what has been the practical use of the labors of Faraday? Siemens. One of the most useful of modern men was Sir William Siemens, who was born in 1823 and died in 1883. The year before his death, he was president of the British Association and was introduced by his predecessor, Sir J. Lubbock, with the statement that the leading idea of Dr. Siemens's life had been to economize and utilize the force of nature for the benefit of man. It is not our purpose to give a sketch of his life or a catalogue of his many inventions, all of which were useful. It was his comprehensive and accurate study of the universe which led him to discover, as he thought, that it is a vast regenerative gas furnace. The theory has been that the sun is cooling down, but Dr. Siemens saw that the water, vapor, and carbon compounds of the interstellar spaces are returned to the sun, and that the action of the sun on these literally converted the universe into a regenerative furnace. On a small scale, in a way adapted to ordinary human uses, and by ingenious contrivances, he produced a regenerative gas furnace which so utilized what had hitherto been wasted, that in the last lecture delivered by Michael Faraday, 1862, before the Royal Society, he praised the qualities of the furnace for its economy and ease of management, and it soon came into general use. It is probably impossible to calculate the amount of saving to the world due to his practical application of the theory of conservation of force to the pursuits of industry. It has changed the processes for the production of steel so as to make it much cheaper, and so revolutionized shipbuilding. The carrying power of steel ships is so much greater than that of iron ships that the former can earn 25 per centum more than the latter. So great a gain is this, that 1/4 the total tonnage of British shipbuilding in 1883 consisted of steel vessels. Sir William Siemens' name is popularly associated with electric light. Perhaps it cannot be claimed that he was the sole inventor of it, since Faraday had discovered the principle, and at the meeting of the Royal Society in 1867, at which Siemens' paper was read, the same application of the principle was announced in a paper which had been prepared by Sir Charles Wheatstone, and a patent had been sought by Mr. Cromwell Varley, whose application involved the same idea. But it is believed that Sir William did more than any other man to make the discovery of wide and great practical benefit. His dynamo machine is capable of transforming into electrical energy 90% of the mechanical energy employed. His inventions for the application of electricity to industry are too numerous to mention. He has made it a hewer of wood and a drawer of water and a general farmhand, and has shown how it can be applied to the raising and ripening of fruits. He has shown us how gas can be made so that its byproducts shall pay for its production, and demonstrated that a pound of gas yields, in burning, 22,000 units, being double that produced by the combustion of a pound of common coal. He has put the world in the way of making gas cheap and brilliant. His sudden death prevented the completion of plans by which London will save 3/4 of its coal bill by getting rid of its hideous fog. His suggestions will undoubtedly be carried out. He was also the inventor of the chronometric governor, an apparatus which regulates the movements of the great transit instruments at Greenwich. These are some of the practical benefits bestowed upon mankind by Sir William Siemens. He did much by stimulating men to make science practically useful, and has left suggestions which, if followed out with energy and wisdom, will add greatly to the comfort of the world. He calculated that all the coal raised throughout the world would barely suffice to produce the amount of power that runs to waste at Niagara alone, and said that it would not be difficult to realize a larger proportion of this wasted power by turbines, and to use it at greater distances by means of dynamo electrical machines. Myriads of future inhabitants of America are probably to reap untold wealth and comfort from what was said and done by Sir William Siemens. Pasteur. Monsieur Pasteur, now a member of the French Academy, after years of scientific training and study and teaching, began a career of public usefulness which has been a source of incalculable pecuniary profit to his country and to the world. He began to study the nature of fermentation, and the result of this study made quite a revolution in the manufacture of wine and beer. He discovered a process which took its name from him, and now pasteurization is practiced on a large scale in the German breweries, to the great improvement of fermented beverages. This attracted the attention of the French government. At that time, an unknown disease was destroying the silkworm of France and Italy. It was so widespread as to threaten to destroy the silk manufacture in those countries. Monsieur Pasteur was asked to investigate the cause. At that time he had scarcely ever seen a silkworm, but he turned his acute and practical intellect to the study of this little worker, and soon detected the trouble. He showed that it was due to a microscopic parasite, which was developed from a germ born with the worm, and he pointed out how to secure healthy eggs, and so rear healthy worms. He thus gave his countrymen the knowledge necessary to the saving of the French silk industry, and to a very large increase of the value of the annual productiveness of the country. Of course, a man who had gone thus far could not stop. If he could save the silkworm, he might save larger animals. France was losing sheep and oxen at the rate of from 15 to 20 millions annually. These services of Monsieur Pasteur were again in demand. Again he discovered that the devastator was a microscopic destroyer. It was anthrax. The result of his experimenting was the discovery of an antidote, a method of prevention by inoculation with attenuated microbes. Similar studies and experiments and discoveries enabled him to furnish relief to the hog at a time when the hog cholera was making devastations. As he had discovered a preventative remedy for anthrax, he also found a remedy for chicken cholera, to the saving of poultry to an incalculable extent. Having thus contributed more to the material wealth of his country than any other living Frenchman, Monsieur Pasteur naturally turned his discovery of the parasitic origin of disease toward human sufferers. A man of convictions and of faith, he has had the courage to ask the French Minister of Commerce to organize a scientific commission to go to Egypt to study the cholera there under his guidance. Monsieur Paul Best, who was Monsieur Pasteur's early rival in scientific discussion, paid a generous tribute to his great ability and services, and declared that the discovery of the prevention of anthrax was the grandest and most fruitful of all French discoveries. Monsieur Pasteur's native town, Dole, on the day of the national fête last year, 1883, placed a commemorative tablet on the house in which he was born. The government's grant of a pension of $5,000 a year, to be continued to his widow and children, was made on the knowledge that if Monsieur Pasteur had retained proprietary right in his discovery, he might have amassed a vast fortune. But he had freely given all to the public. According to an estimate made by Professor Huxley, the labors of Monsieur Pasteur are equal in money value alone to the 1,000 millions of dollars of indemnity paid by France to Germany in the late war. It is also to be remembered that Monsieur Pasteur's labors imparted stimulus to discovery in many directions, setting many discoverers at work, who are now experimenting on the working hypothesis of the parasitic origin of all other infectious diseases. Now, here are 3 men to whom the world is probably more indebted than to any other 20 men who have lived in this century. Indebted for health, wealth, comfort, and enjoyment. Indebted in kitchen, chamber, drawing-room, counting-house, at home and abroad, by day and by night, for gratification of the bodily and aesthetic taste. They were the almoners of science.
Practical men would have no tools to work with if they did not receive them from those who, in abstraction, wrought in the secluded heights of scientific investigation. It is base to be ungrateful to the studious recluses who are the devotees of science. These three men were Christians, simple, honest, devout Christians. Faraday was a most just and faithful knight of God, as Professor Tyndall says. Sir William Siemens, it is said, was a useful elder in the Presbyterian Church. And Monsieur Pasteur, still living, is a reverent Roman Catholic. Surely when we find these men walking a lofty height of science, higher than that occupied by any of their contemporaries, and when we find these men sending down more enriching gifts to the lowly sons of toil and all the traders in the marketplaces, and all seekers of pleasure in the world, than any other scientific men, we must be safe in the conclusion that to be an earnest Christian is not incompatible with the highest attainments in science. And we cannot find fault with those who look with contempt upon the men who disdain Christianity, as if it were beneath them, when it is remembered that among the rejectors of our holy faith are no men to whom we have a right to be grateful for any discovery that has added $1 to the world's exchequer, or a ray to the brightness of the world's civilization. Dr. Deems, in the New York Independent. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 22. My Uncle Toby. One of the beautiful creations of a great genius. If I were requested, says Leigh Hunt in his Essay on Wit and Humor, to name the book of all others which combines wit and humor under their highest appearance of levity with the profoundest wisdom, it would be Tristram Shandy, the chief work of Lawrence Sterne, who was born in 1783 and died in 1768. The following story of Lefebvre, drawn from that unique book, full of simple pathos and gentle kindness, presents perhaps the best picture of the character that names this chapter. It was some time in the summer of that year in which Dendermonde was taken by the Allies, which was about 7 years before my father came into the country, and about as many after the time that my Uncle Toby and Trim had privately decamped from my father's house in town, in order to lay some of the finest sieges to some of the finest fortified cities in Europe, when my Uncle Toby was one evening getting his supper, with Trim sitting behind him at a small sideboard. The landlord of a little inn in the village came into the parlor with an empty phial in his hand to beg a glass or two of sack. "'Tis for a poor gentleman, I think, of the army," said the landlord, "who has been taken ill at my house 4 days ago, and has never held up his head since, or had a desire to taste anything till just now, and he has a fancy for a glass of sack and a thin toast. I think," says he, taking his hand from his forehead, "it would comfort me." "If I could neither beg, borrow, nor buy such a thing," added the landlord, "I would almost steal it for the poor gentleman, he is so ill. I hope in God he will still mend," continued he. "We are all of us concerned for him." "Thou art a good-natured soul, I will answer for thee," cried my Uncle Toby, "and thou shalt drink the poor gentleman's health in a glass of sack thyself, and take a couple of bottles, with my service, and tell him he is heartily welcome to them, and 2 dozen more if they will do him good." "Though I am persuaded," said my Uncle Toby, as the landlord shut the door, "he is a very compassionate fellow, Trim, yet I cannot help entertaining a very high opinion of his guest, too. There must be something more than common in him, that in so short a time should win so much upon the affections of his host." "And of his whole family," added the corporal, "for they are all concerned for him." "Step after him," said my Uncle Toby, "do, Trim, and ask if he knows his name." "I have quite forgot it, truly," said the landlord, coming back into the parlor with the corporal, "but I can ask his son again." "Has a son with him, then?" said my Uncle Toby. "A boy," replied the landlord, "of about 11 or 12 years of age,
but the poor creature has tasted almost as little as his father. He does nothing but mourn and lament for him night and day. He has not stirred from the bedside these 2 days." My Uncle Toby laid down his knife and fork, and thrust his plate from before him, as the landlord gave him the account. And Trim, without being ordered, took them away without saying one word, and in a few minutes after brought him his pipe and tobacco. "Stay in the room a little," says my Uncle Toby. "Trim," said my Uncle Toby, after he had lighted his pipe and smoked about a dozen whiffs. Trim came in front of his master and made his bow. My Uncle Toby smoked on and said no more. "Corporal," said my Uncle Toby. The corporal made his bow. My Uncle Toby proceeded no farther, but finished his pipe. "Trim," said my Uncle Toby, "I have a project in my head, as it is a bad night, of wrapping myself up warm in my roquelaure, and paying a visit to this poor gentleman." "Your honour's roquelaure," replied the corporal, "has not been had on since the night before your honour received your wound, when we mounted guard in the trenches before the gate of St. Nicholas. And besides, it is so cold and rainy a night, that what with the roquelaure, and what with the weather, 'twill be enough to give your honour your death, and bring on your honour's torment in your groin." "I fear so," replied my Uncle Toby, "but I am not at rest in my mind, Trim, since the account the landlord has given me. I wish I had not known so much of this affair," added my Uncle Toby, "or that I had known more of it. How shall we manage it?" "Leave it, and to please your honour, to me," quoth the corporal. "I'll take my hat and stick, and go to the house, reconnoitre, and act accordingly, and I will bring your honour a full account in an hour." "Thou shalt go, Trim," said my Uncle Toby, "and here's a shilling for thee to drink with his servant." "I shall get it all out of him," said the corporal, shutting the door. My Uncle Toby filled his second pipe, and had it not been that he now and then wandered from the point, with considering whether it was not full as well to have the curtain of the tenaille a straight line as a crooked one, he might be said to have thought of nothing else but poor Lefebvre and his boy the whole time he smoked it. My Uncle Toby had knocked the ashes out of his third pipe when Trim returned and gave the following account. "I despaired at first," said the corporal, "of being able to bring back to your honour any kind of intelligence concerning the poor sick lieutenant." "Is he in the army, then?" said my Uncle Toby. "He is," said the corporal. "And in what regiment?" said my Uncle Toby. "I'll tell your honour," replied the corporal, "everything straightforward as I learnt it." "Then, Trim, I'll fill another pipe," said my Uncle Toby, "and not interrupt thee till thou hast done. So sit down at thy ease, Trim, in the window seat, and begin thy story again." The corporal made his old bow, which generally spoke as plain as a bow could speak it. "Your honour is good," and having done that, he sat down as he was ordered, and began the story to my Uncle Toby over again in pretty nearly the same words. "I despaired at first," said the corporal, "of being able to bring back any intelligence to your honour about the lieutenant and his son. For when I asked where his servant was, from whom I made myself sure of knowing everything which was proper to be asked—" "That's a right distinction, Trim," said my Uncle Toby. "I was answered, and please your honour, that he had no servant with him, that he had come to the inn with hired horses, which upon finding himself unable to proceed, to join, I suppose, the regiment, he had dismissed the morning after he came. If I get better, my dear," said he, as he gave his purse to his son to pay the man, "we can hire horses from hence." "But alas, the poor gentleman will never get from hence," said the landlady to me, for I heard the death watch all night long, "and when he dies, the youth, his son, will certainly die with him, for he is broken-hearted already." "I was hearing this account," continued the corporal, "when the youth came into the kitchen to order the thin toast the landlord spoke of. 'But I will do it for my father myself,' said the youth. 'Pray, let me save you the trouble, young gentleman,' said I, taking up a fork for the purpose, and offering him my chair to sit down upon by the fire whilst I did. 'I believe, sir,' said he very modestly, 'I can please him best myself.' 'I am sure,' said I, 'his honour will not like the toast the worse for being toasted by an old soldier.' The youth took hold of my hand and instantly burst into tears. Poor youth, said my Uncle Toby. He has been bred up from an infant in the army, and the name of a soldier, Trim, sounded in his ears like the name of a friend. I wish I had him here. I never in the longest march, said the corporal, had seen so great a mind to my dinner as I had to cry with him for company. What could be the matter with me, and please your honour? Nothing in the world, Trim, said my Uncle Toby, blowing his nose, but that thou art a good-natured fellow. When I gave him the toast, continued the corporal, I thought it proper to tell him I was Captain Shandy's servant, and that your honour, though a stranger, was extremely concerned for his father, and that if there was anything in your house or cellar, and thou mightest have added my purse too, said my Uncle Toby, he was heartily welcome to it. He made a very low bow, which was meant to your honour, but no answer, for his heart was full, so he went upstairs with the toast. I warrant you, my dear, said I, as I opened the kitchen door, your father will be well again. Mr. Yorick's curate was smoking a pipe by the kitchen fire, but said not a word, good or bad, to comfort the youth. I thought it was wrong, added the corporal. I think so too, said my Uncle Toby. When the lieutenant had taken his glass of sack and toast, he felt himself a little revived, and sent down into the kitchen to let me know that in about 10 minutes he should be glad if I would come upstairs. I believe, said the landlord, he was going to say his prayers, for there was a book laid upon the chair by his bedside, and as I shut the door, I saw his son take up a cushion. I thought, said the curate, that you gentlemen of the army, Mr. Trim, never said your prayers at all. I heard the poor gentleman say his prayers last night, said the landlady, very devoutly, and with my own ears, or I could not have believed it. Are you sure of it? Replied the curate. A soldier, and please your reverence, said I, prays as often of his own accord as a parson, and when he is fighting for his king and for his own life and for his honour too, he has the most reason to pray to God of anyone in the whole world. 'Twas well said of thee, Trim, said my Uncle Toby. But when a soldier, said I, and please your reverence, has been standing for 12 hours together in the trenches up to his knees in cold water, or engaged, said I, for months together in long and dangerous marches, harassed perhaps in his rear today, harassing others tomorrow, detached here, countermanded there, resting this night upon his arms, beat up in his shirt the next, benumbed in his joints, perhaps without straw in his tent to kneel on, he must say his prayers how and when he can. I believe, said I, for I was piqued, quoth the corporal, for the reputation of the army. I believe, and please your reverence, said I, that when a soldier gets time to pray, he prays as heartily as a parson, though not with all his fuss and hypocrisy. Thou shouldst not have said that, Trim, said my Uncle Toby, for God only knows who is a hypocrite and who is not. At the great and general review of us all, corporal, at the day of judgment, and not till then, it will be seen who has done their duties in this world and who has not, and we shall be advanced, Trim, accordingly. I hope we shall, said Trim. It is in the Scripture, said my Uncle Toby, and I will show it thee tomorrow. In the meantime we may depend upon it, Trim, for our comfort, said my Uncle Toby, that God Almighty is so good and just a governor of the world, that if we have but done our duties in it, it will never be inquired into whether we have done them in a red coat or a black one. I hope not, said the corporal. But go on, Trim, said my Uncle Toby, with thy story. When I went up, continued the corporal, into the lieutenant's room, which I did not do till the expiration of the 10 minutes, he was lying in his bed, with his head raised upon his hand, with his elbow upon the pillow, and a clean white cambric handkerchief beside it. The youth was just stooping down to take up the cushion upon which I supposed he had been kneeling. The book was laid upon the bed, and as he rose, in taking up the cushion with one hand, he reached out his other to take it away at the same time. Let it remain there, my dear, said the lieutenant. He did not offer to speak to me till I had walked up close to his bedside. If you are Captain Shandy's servant, said he, you must present my thanks to your master, with my little boy's thanks along with them, for his courtesy to me, if he was one of the Levins, said the lieutenant. I told him your honour was. Then, said he, I served 3 campaigns with him in Flanders, and remember him, but 'tis most likely, as I had not the honour of any acquaintance with him, that he knows nothing of me. You will tell him, however, that the person his good nature has laid under obligations to him is one Lefebvre, a lieutenant in Angus's, but he knows me not," he said a second time, musing. "Possibly he may my story," added he. "Pray tell the captain I was the ensign at Breda, whose wife was most unfortunately killed with a musket shot, as she lay in my arms in my tent." "I remember the story, an't please your honour," said I, "very well." "Do you so?" said he, wiping his eyes with his handkerchief. "Then well may I." In saying this, he drew a little ring out of his bosom, which seemed tied with a black ribbon about his neck, and kissed it twice. "Here, Billy," said he. The boy flew across the room to the bedside, and falling down upon his knee, took the ring in his hand, and kissed it too, then kissed his father, and sat down upon the bed and wept. "I wish," said my Uncle Toby with a deep sigh, "I wish, Trim, I was asleep." "Your honour," replied the corporal, "is too much concerned. Shall I pour your honour out a glass of sack to your pipe?" "Do, Trim," said my Uncle Toby. "I remember," said my Uncle Toby, sighing again, "the story of the ensign and his wife, with a circumstance his modesty omitted, and particularly well that he, as well as she, upon some account or other, I forget what, was universally pitied by the whole regiment. But finish the story thou art upon." "'Tis finished already," said the corporal, for I could stay no longer, so wished his honour good night. Young Lefebvre rose from off the bed and saw me to the bottom of the stairs, and as we went down together, told me they had come from Ireland, and were on their route to join the regiment in Flanders. "But alas," said the corporal, "the lieutenant's last day's march is over." "Then what is to become of his poor boy?" cried my Uncle Toby. It was to my Uncle Toby's eternal honour, though I tell it only for the sake of those, who when cooped in betwixt a natural and a positive law, know not for their souls which way in the world to turn themselves, that notwithstanding my Uncle Toby was warmly engaged at that time in carrying on the siege of Dendermonde, parallel with the allies, who pressed theirs on so vigorously that they scarce allowed him to get his dinner, that nevertheless he gave up Dendermonde, although he had already made a lodgment upon the counterscarp, and bent his whole thoughts toward the private distresses at the inn, and that, except that he ordered the garden gate to be bolted up, by which he might be said to have turned the siege of Dendermonde into a blockade, he left Dendermonde to itself, to be relieved or not by the French king as the French king thought good, and only considered how he himself should relieve the poor lieutenant and his son. That kind being, who is a friend to the friendless, shall recompense thee for this. "Thou hast left this matter short," said my Uncle Toby to the corporal, as he was putting him to bed, "and I will tell thee in what, Trim. In the first place, when thou madest an offer of my services to Lefebvre, as sickness and travelling are both expensive, and thou knewest he was but a poor lieutenant, with a son to subsist as well as himself out of his pay, that thou didst not make an offer to him of my purse, because had he stood in need, thou knowest, Trim, he had been as welcome to it as myself." "Your honour knows," said the corporal, "I had no orders." "True," quoth my Uncle Toby, "thou didst very right, Trim, as a soldier, but certainly very wrong as a man." "In the second place, for which indeed thou hast the same excuse," continued my Uncle Toby, "when thou offeredst him whatever was in my house, thou shouldst have offered him my house too. A sick brother officer should have the best quarters, Trim, and if we had him with us, we could tend and look to him. Thou art an excellent nurse thyself, Trim, and what with thy care of him and the old woman's, and his boys and mine together, we might recruit him again at once, and set him upon his legs. In a fortnight or 3 weeks," added my Uncle Toby, smiling, "he might march." "He will never march, and please your honour, in this world," said the corporal. "He will march," said my Uncle Toby, rising from the side of the bed with one shoe off. "And please your honour," said the corporal, "he will never march but to his grave." "He shall march," cried my Uncle Toby, marching the foot which had a shoe on, though without advancing an inch. "He shall march to his regiment." "He cannot stand it," said the corporal. "He shall be supported," said my Uncle Toby. "He'll drop at last," said the corporal, And what will become of his boy? He shall not drop, said my Uncle Toby, firmly. Ah, well-a-day, do what we can for him, said Trim, maintaining his point. The poor soul will die. He shall not die, by God, cried my Uncle Toby. The accusing spirit which flew up to heaven's chancery with the oath blushed as he gave it in, and the recording angel, as he wrote it down, dropped a tear upon the word and blotted it out forever. My Uncle Toby went to his bureau, put his purse into his breeches pocket, and having ordered the corporal to go early in the morning for a physician, he went to bed and fell asleep. The sun looked bright the morning after to every eye in the village but Lefebvre's and his afflicted sons. The hand of death pressed heavy upon his eyelids, and hardly could the wheel at the cistern turn round its circle, when my Uncle Toby, who had rose up an hour before his wonted time, entered the lieutenant's room, and without preface or apology sat himself down upon the chair by the bedside, and independently of all modes and customs, opened the curtain in the manner an old friend and brother officer would have done it, and asked him how he did, how he had rested in the night, what was his complaint, where was his pain, and what could he do to help him? And without giving him time to answer any one of the inquiries, went on and told him of the little plan which he had been concerting with the corporal the night before for him. You shall go home directly, Lefebvre, said my Uncle Toby, to my house, and we'll send for a doctor to see what's the matter, and we'll have an apothecary, and the corporal shall be your nurse, and I'll be your servant, Lefebvre. There was a frankness in my Uncle Toby, not the effect of familiarity, but the cause of it, which let you at once into his soul and showed you the goodness of his nature. To this there was something in his looks and voice and manner superadded, which eternally beckoned to the unfortunate to come and take shelter under him, so that before my Uncle Toby had half finished the kind offers he was making to the father, had the son insensibly pressed up close to his knees, and had taken hold of the breast of his coat and was pulling it toward him. The blood and spirits of Lefebvre, which were waxing cold and slow within him, and were retreating to their last citadel, the heart, rallied back. The film forsook his eyes for a moment, and he looked up wishfully in my Uncle Toby's face, then cast a look upon his boy, and that ligament, fine as it was never broken. Nature instantly ebbed again. The film returned to its place. The pulse fluttered, stopped, went on, throbbed, stopped again, moved, stopped. Shall I go on? No. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs, by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 23, Stephen Girard. Born 1750, died 1831. The Napoleon of merchants. His life successful, and yet a failure. Imagine the figure of an old man, low in stature, squarely built, clumsily dressed, and standing on large feet. To this uncouth form add a repulsive face, wrinkled, cold, colorless, and stony, with one eye dull and the other blind, a wall-eye. His expression is that of a man wrapped in the mystery of his own hidden thoughts. He looks, like monumental bronze, unchanged his look, a soul which pity never touched or shook, trained from his lowly cradle to his bier, the fierce extremes of good and ill to brook, unchanging, fearing but the change of fear, a stoic of the mart, a man without a tear. Such a man was Stephen Girard, one of the most distinguished merchants in the annals of commerce, and the founder of the celebrated Girard College in Philadelphia. Let us briefly trace his history and observe his character. Girard was a Frenchman by birth, born in the environs of Bordeaux in May 1750, of obscure parents. His early instruction was very limited, and being deformed by a wall-eye, he was an object of ridicule to the companions of his boyhood. This treatment, as is supposed by his biographer, soured his temper, made him shrink from society, and led him to live among his own thoughts rather than in mental communion with his fellows. The precise cause of his leaving his native hearthstone is unknown. The fact is certain that he did leave it when only 10 or 12 years old, and sailed, a poor cabin boy, to the West Indies. This was his starting point in life. Never had any boy a smaller capital on which to build his fortune. He went out from his unhappy home, ignorant, poor, unfriended, and unknown. That from such a cheerless beginning he should rise to the rank of a merchant prince must be accounted one of the marvels of human history. His first step was to gain the confidence of his superiors, not so much by affability and courtesy, for of these social virtues he was never possessed, as by steady good conduct, fidelity to his employers, temperance, and studied effort to do his humble duties well. Whatsoever his hands found to do, he did with all his might. As a consequence, we find him in a few years in high favor with a Captain Randall of New York, who always spoke of him as "my Stephen," and who promoted him from one position to another until he secured him the command of a small vessel, and sent him on trading voyages between the ports of New York and New Orleans. That the poor cabin boy should rise, by his own merits, in some 6 or 7 years, to be the commander of a vessel, was success such as few lads have ever won with such slender means and few helps as were within reach of young Gerard. When only 19, we find him in Philadelphia, driving a thrifty but quiet trade in a little shop in Water Street. Shortly after opening this store, his fancy was taken captive by a maiden of 16 summers, named Mary, but familiarly called Polly, Lum. She was a shipwright's daughter, a pretty brunette, who was in the habit of going to the neighboring pump barefooted, with her rich, glossy black hair hanging in dishevelled curls about her neck. Her modesty pleased him, her beauty charmed him, and, after a few months of rude courtship, he was married to her in 1770. His marriage, instead of carrying happiness into the home over which he installed his beautiful bride, only embittered 2 lives. It was a union of mere fancy on his side, and of self-interest on hers, not of genuine affection. Their dispositions were not congenial. She was ignorant, vulgar, slovenly. He was arbitrary, harsh, rude, imperious, unyielding. How could their lives flow on evenly together? It was impossible. The result was a misery to both, and as we shall see hereafter, the once beautiful Polly Lum ended her days in a madhouse, a sad illustration of the folly of premature, ill-assorted marriages. Finding little at his fireside to move his heart, Gerard gave his whole soul to business, now trading to San Domingo and New Orleans, and then in his store in Water Street. When the Revolutionary War began, it swept his commercial ventures from the ocean, but he, still bent on gain and indifferent as to the means of winning it, then opened a grocery, and engaged in bottling cider and claret. When the British Army occupied Philadelphia, he moved this bottling business to Mount Holly in New Jersey, where he continued until the American flag again floated over Independence Hall. But times were hard and money scarce, and for a while Gerard added very little to his means. Yet his keen eye was sharply watching for golden opportunities, and his active mind busily thinking how to create or improve them. In 1780, circumstances made trade with New Orleans and San Domingo very profitable. He promptly engaged in it, and in 2 years doubled his resources. Peace being restored, Gerard, full of faith in the future of his adopted country, leased a block of stores for 10 years at a very low rent. The following year, while business still lay stunned by the blows it had received during the war, he obtained a stipulation from his landlord, giving him the right to renew his lease for a second 10 years, if he chose to demand it, when the first one should expire. This was an act of judicious foresight. When, at the expiration of the first lease, he visited his landlord, that gentleman, on seeing him enter his counting-room, said, "Well, Mr. Gerard, you have made out so well by your bargain that I suppose you will hardly hold me to the renewal of the lease for 10 years more." "I have come," replied Gerard, with a look of grim satisfaction, "to secure the 10 years more. I shall not let you off." Nor did he, and the great profits he derived from that fortunate lease greatly broadened the foundation of his subsequently colossal fortune. As yet, however, his wealth was very moderate, for in 1790, at the dissolution of a partnership he had formed with his brother, who had come to America, his own share of the business amounted to only $30,000. And yet, 40 years later, he died, leaving a fortune of 10 millions. It is sad, but it may be profitable to know that his happiness did not increase with his possessions. While his balance sheets recorded increasing assets, his hearthstone echoed louder and wilder echoes of discordant voices. He was jealous, arbitrary, and passionate. His unfortunate wife was resentful, fiery, and finally so furious that in 1790 she was admitted as a maniac to an insane hospital, which she never left until she was carried to her grave, unwept and unregretted, 25 years after. Their only child had gone to an early grave. Gerard's nature must have been strangely perverted if he counted, as he seems to have done, the pleasure of making money a compensation for the absence of true womanly love from his cheerless fireside. His heart, no doubt, was as unsentimental as the gold he loved to hoard. The terrible retribution which about this time overtook the slaveholders of St. Domingo, when their slaves threw off their oppressive yoke, added considerably to his rising fortunes. He happened to have 2 vessels in that port when the tocsin of insurrection rang out its fearful notes. Frantic with apprehension, many planters rushed with their costliest treasure to these ships, left them in the care of their officers, and went back for more. But the blood-stained hand of massacre prevented their return. They and their heirs perished by knife or bullet, and the unclaimed treasure was taken to Philadelphia to swell the stream of Gerard's wealth. He deemed this a lucky accident, no doubt, and smothered his sympathies for the sufferers in the satisfaction he felt over the addition of $50,000 to his growing estate. It stimulated, if it did not beget, the dream of his life, the passion which possessed his soul, which was to acquire wealth by which his name might be kept before the world forever. My deeds must be my life. When I am dead, my actions must speak for me, he said to an acquaintance one day, and thus gave expression to his plan of life. There was nothing intrinsically noble in it. If the means he finally adopted bore a philanthropic stamp on their face, his motive was purely personal, and therefore low and selfish. What he toiled for was a name that would never die. He was shrewd enough to perceive that this end could be most surely gained by linking it with the philanthropic spirit of the Christianity which he detested. And hence arose his idea of founding Girard College. Shortly after plucking the golden fruit which fell into his hands from the St. Domingo insurrection, Girard enlarged his business by building several splendid ships and entering into the China and India trade. His operations in this line were managed with a spirit that indicated a true mercantile genius, and contributed greatly to the enlargement of his fortune. He made these ships the visible expressions of his thoughts on religion and philosophy by naming them, after his favorite authors, the Montesquieu, the Helvetius, the Voltaire, and the Rousseau. He thus defiantly assured the world that he was not only a skeptic, but that he also gloried in that by no means creditable fact. Girard's life was filled with enigmas. He really loved no living soul. He had no sympathies. He would not part with his money to save agent, servant, neighbor, or relation from death. Nevertheless, when the yellow fever spread dismay, desolation, and death throughout Philadelphia in 1793, sweeping 1/6 of its population into the grave in about 60 days, he devoted himself to nursing the sick in the hospital with a self-sacrificing zeal which knew no bounds, and which excited universal admiration and praise. His biographer accounts for this conduct, repeated on 2 subsequent visitations of that terrible fever, by supposing that he was naturally benevolent, but that his early trials had sealed up the fountains of his human feeling. A great public catastrophe broke the seal, the suppressed fountain flowed until the day of terror passed, and then with resolute will he resealed the fountain, and became a cold-hearted, selfish man again. His selfish disregard for the claims of his dependents was shown one day when one of his most successful captains, who had risen from the humble position of apprentice to the command of a fine ship, asked to be transferred to another ship. Girard made him no reply, but turning to his desk, said to his chief clerk, "Roberjot, make out Captain Gallagher's account immediately." When this order was obeyed and the account settled, he coolly said to the faithful officer, "You are discharged, sir. I do not make the voyage for my captains, but for myself." There was no appeal to be made from this unjust, arbitrary decision, and the man who had served him faithfully 17 years left his counting room to seek another employer. Discourtesy was also a characteristic of this unlovely and unloving man. He never considered men's feelings, nor sought to give pleasure to others by means of the small courtesies of life. He had a farm in the suburbs of the city, and a garden at the back of his town residence. In both he cultivated beautiful flowers and rare fruits, but never, either to visitors or neighbors, did he offer gifts of either. Rich though he was, he sent the surplus to market. He once told a visitor he might glean strawberries from a bed which had been pretty thoroughly picked over. Returning from the lower part of the garden, he found the gentleman picking berries from a full bed. With a look of astonishment and a voice of half-suppressed anger, he pointed to the exhausted bed and said, "I gave you permission only to eat from that bed." Singular meanness! Yet, notwithstanding this narrow disposition, which ran like veins abnormally distended over nearly all his habits of life, he could, and did at times, do liberal things. But even in such things he was capricious and eccentric, as when a highly esteemed Quaker named Coates asked him one day to make a donation to the Pennsylvania hospital. He replied, "Call on me tomorrow morning, Mr. Coates, and if you find me on a right footing I will do something." Mr. Coates called as requested and found Gerard at breakfast. "Draw up and eat," said Gerard. Coates did so quite readily. The repast ended, he said, "Now we will proceed to business, Stephen." "Well, what have you come for, Samuel?" "Anything thee pleases, Stephen," rejoined the Quaker. Gerard filled out and signed a check for $200. Coates took it, and without noting how much was the amount, put it in his pocket-book. "What, you no look at the check I gave you?" exclaimed the merchant. "No, beggars must not be choosers." "Hand me back the check I gave you," demanded Gerard. "No, no, Stephen, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," responded Coates. "By George," exclaimed Gerard, "you have caught me on the right footing." He then drew a check for $500, which he laid before the Quaker, saying, "Will you now look at it, Samuel?" "Well, to please thee, Stephen, I will." He did so, and then at Gerard's request, returned the first and went away triumphantly with the second check. Skeptic though he was, Gerard sometimes gave money to build churches, not because they were churches, but because, as buildings, they contributed to the improvement of the city. To a brother merchant who solicited aid toward building a Methodist church, he once presented a check for $500, saying, "I approve of your motives, and as the erection of such a building will tend to improve that quarter of the city, I am willing to assist in the furtherance of your object." It happened that the church to which he thus contributed was subsequently sold to the Episcopalians, who proceeded to convert it into a Gothic structure at a very considerable outlay. They also waited on Gerard, soliciting a contribution. He handed them a check for $500. The gentleman's solicitors looked back and intimated he had made the mistake of omitting a cipher. He had given the poor Methodist that sum, they pleaded. Surely he must have intended to make his present gift $5,000. With this remark they handed back the check, requesting him to add the desired cipher. "Ah, gentlemen, what you say? I have made one mistake. Let me see, I believe not, but if you say so I must correct it." Thus saying, he took up the check, tore it to pieces, and added, "I will not contribute 1 cent. Your society is wealthy. The Methodists are poor, but I make no distinction. Yet I cannot please you. I have nothing to give for your magnificent church." But with all his offensive peculiarities, Gerard continued to increase his wealth. His ships spread their sails on every sea and earned money for him in every great commercial port. In 1812 he founded the old Gerard Bank, and added the rich profits of banking to the immense gains of his vast mercantile transactions. This new enterprise greatly enlarged the sphere of his influence, especially as in matters pertaining to the financial interests of the country and of the city of Philadelphia, he manifested a degree of public spirit which contrasted marvelously with his narrowness, meanness, and even inhumanity, in dealing with individual and private interests. He was certainly a patriotic man. Nevertheless, as his biographer demonstrates, he always contrived to make his patriotism tributary to the increase of his immense wealth. His magnificent purchases of United States securities in times of pecuniary disaster, though they contributed immensely to the credit of the government, were not wholly patriotic. They were, to his far-seeing mind, investments which were sure to pay. And he knew also that the very magnitude of his purchases would, by strengthening public confidence, ensure the profitable returns he sought. Still, there is no room for doubting the sincerity of his attachment to the country of his adoption. This fortunate accumulator of millions took very little from his hoards for the promotion of his personal ease and physical enjoyments. He lived in a plain mansion, simply furnished, and standing in the midst of warehouses, where the din of business, the rolling of heavy wheels, and the city's noisiest roar constantly filled his ears. His table was plentifully but not luxuriously supplied. As he grew old, it was extremely simple. He gave no parties, invited none to share his hospitality, except now and then an individual from whom he had reason for believing he could extract information which would be useful to him. He worked incessantly at his business, rising at 3 or 4 o'clock and toiling until after midnight. His keen eye inspected every department of his complicated business, from the discounting of a note to the building of a ship or the erection of a building. His only recreation was his garden, his farm at Passaic, or the training of his birds. His life was coined into work. Its only real pleasure was derived from the accumulation of the money which was to make his name immortal. In 1830, the sight of his eye grew so dim that it was both difficult and dangerous for him to grope his way along the familiar streets where he transacted business. But so obstinately self-reliant was he that he refused the aid of an attendant. He paid dearly for this obstinacy, for one day as he was going home from his bank, he was knocked down by a wagon on a street crossing. A gentleman, seeing him fall, rushed to his assistance. But before he could reach him, the plucky old merchant was on his feet, shouting, "Stop that fellow! Stop that fellow!" He was badly hurt. Nevertheless, he persisted in walking home. When his physician came, his face was found to be seriously wounded. His right ear was almost entirely cut off, his eye was entirely closed. His entire system had received a violent shock from which it never recovered. His wound healed, but from that time his body began to waste, his face grew thin, and his natural force began to abate. His strength was sadly impaired, and when, in December 1831, he was attacked by a prevailing influenza, his worn-out system succumbed. The disease touched his powerful brain. He became first insane, then insensible, until on the 26th of December, 1831, this old man of 82 rose from his bed, walked across his chamber, returned almost immediately to his bed, and then, placing his hand upon his burning head, exclaimed, "How violent is this disorder! How very extraordinary it is!" After this he lapsed into an unconscious condition, and while in this state his naked soul passed into the presence chamber of that infinite One whose worship it had neglected, and whose existence it had boldly denied. Thus ended that busy life which began in poverty, and which had yielded its possessor a fortune of $10 millions. Surely if wealth and the power it wields be the real crown of life, Stephen Girard must be accorded high rank among the mighty men who win magnificent victories over the adverse circumstances of an obscure birth. He sought riches, not as a miser who gloats with low delight over his glittering gold, but as a man ambitious to make his name imperishable. His ambition was satisfied. His 10 millions, invested as directed in his will, which is itself a marvel of worldly wisdom, is accomplishing his lifelong desire. So far as human foresight can perceive, Girard College will keep the name of this wonderful man before the eyes of men through the coming ages. Nevertheless, we count this victor over the mighty obstacles which stand between a penniless cabin boy and the ownership of millions a vanquished man. Bringing his life into the light of the glory of God which shines from the face of Jesus Christ, we are compelled to pronounce it a miserable failure. We do not find either Christian faith or Christian morality in it. As to faith, he had none, for he was an atheist, and gloried in his disbelief of all revealed truth. As to morality, his biographer informs us that he was an unchaste, profane, passionate, arbitrary, ungenerous, unloving man. His apparent philanthropy was so veined with selfishness that it was rarely ever exhibited except under conditions which secured publicity. And even the college which perpetuates his name proclaims, by its prohibition of religious instruction, his hatred of the only name given under heaven among men whereby we can be saved. It is true that his will enjoins instruction in morals, but it is heathen, not Christian morality that he intended, and if the letter and the spirit of his remarkable will were strictly carried out, the graduates of Girard College would leave its walls as ill-instructed in the principles of genuine morality as were the disciples of Socrates or the followers of Confucius. The only roots on which pure morals can grow are faith in our Heavenly Father and His divine Son, and love which is born out of that precious faith. That faith is forbidden to be taught, and its divinely ordained teachers are prohibited entrance within the walls His unsanctified ambition built. Happily for the orphan boys who congregate there, the spirit of that anti-Christian will cannot be executed in this Christian country. Its letter is no doubt respected, but the ethics of the institution are not those of Voltaire, Rousseau, or Confucius, but of Jesus, whose life is the only light of men. Hence, while his college may perpetuate his name, it will never cause mankind to love his character, nor to hope that he is one of that exalted host which ascended to heaven through much tribulation, and after washing their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Dr. Wise in Victor's Vanquished, Cranston and Stowe, Cincinnati. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 24, Disappointments. Pleasure after pain, pain after pleasure. Our illusions commence in the cradle and end only in the grave. We have all great expectations. Our ducks are ever to be geese, our geese swans, and we cannot bear the truth when it comes upon us. Hence our disappointments. Hence Solomon cried out that all was vanity, that he had tried everything, each pleasure, each beauty, and found it very empty. People, he writes, should be taught by my example. They cannot go beyond me. What can he do that comes after the king? It is very doubtful whether, to an untried or a young man, the warnings of Solomon or the outpourings of that griefful prophet, whose name now passes for a lamentation, have done much good. Hope balances caution and springs eternal in the human breast. The old man fails, but the young constantly fancies he shall succeed. Solomon, he cries, did not know everything. But in a few years his own disappointments tell him how true the king's words are, and he cherishes the experience he has bought. But experience does not serve him in every case. It has been said that it is simply like the stern lights of a ship, which lighten the path she has passed over, but not that which she is about to traverse. To know oneself is the hardest lesson we can learn. Few of us ever realize our true position. Few see that they are like Bunyan's hero in the midst of Vanity Fair, and that all about them are snares, illusions, painted shows, real troubles, and true miseries, many trials, and few enjoyments. Perhaps the bitterest feelings in our life are those which we experience, when boys and girls, at the failures of our friendships and our loves. We have heard of false friends, we have read of deceit in books, but we know nothing about it, and we hardly believe what we hear. Our friend is to be true as steel. He is always to like us, and we him. He is a second Damon, we a Pythias. We remember the fond old stories of celebrated friendships, how one shared his fortune, another gave his life. Our friend is just of that sort. He is noble, true, grand, heroic. Of course, he is wonderfully generous. We talk of him, he will praise us. The whole people around, who laugh at the sudden warmth, we regard as old fogies, who do not understand life half as well as we do. But by and by our friend vanishes. The image which we thought was gold we find made of mere clay. We grow melancholy. We are fond of reading Byron's poetry. The sun is not nearly so bright, nor the sky so blue as it used to be. We sing with the noble poet, "My days are in the yellow leaf, the flowers and fruits of love are gone. The worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone." We cease to believe in friendship. We quote old saws and fancy ourselves cruelly used. We think ourselves philosophic martyrs, when the simple truth is that we are disappointed. The major part of the misery in marriage arises from the false estimates which we make of married happiness. A young man who is a pure and good one, when he starts in life, is very apt to fancy all women angels. He loves and venerates his mother. He believes her better, purer far than his father, because his school days have taught him practically what men are. But he does not yet know what women are. His sisters are angels too, and the wife he is about to marry, the best, the purest woman in the world, also an angel, of course. Marriage soon opens his eyes. It would be out of the course of nature for everybody to secure an angel, and the young husband finds that he has married a woman of the ordinary pattern, not a whit better on the whole than man, perhaps worse, because weaker. The high-flown sentiment is all gone, the romantic ideas fade down to the light of common day. The bloom of young desire, the purple light of love, as Milton writes in one of the most beautiful lines ever penned, too often pass away as well, and a future of misery is opened up on the basis of disappointment. After all, the difficulty to be got over is this: how is mankind to be taught to take a just estimate of things? Is it possible to put old heads upon young shoulders? Is not youth a perpetual state of intoxication? Is not everything better and brighter far then than in middle life? These are the questions to be solved, and once solved we shall be happy. We shall have learnt the great lesson, that whatever is ordained by a great and wise power, and that we are therewith to be content. A kindly consideration for others is the best method in the world to adopt, to ease off our own troubles, and this consideration is to be cultivated very easily. There is not one of those who will take up this book who is perfectly happy, and not one who does not fancy that he or she might be very much better off. Perhaps 10 out of every dozen have been disappointed in life. They are not precisely what they should be. The wise poor man, in spite of his wisdom, envies the rich fool, and the fool, if he has any appreciation, envies the wisdom of the other. One is too tall, the other is too short. Ill health plagues a third, and a bad wife a fourth, and so on. Yet there is not one of the sorrows or troubles that we have but might be reasoned away. The short man cannot add a cubit to his stature, but he may think, after all, that many great heroes have been short, and that it is the mind, not the form, that makes the man. Napoleon the Great, who had high-heeled boots, and was, to be sure, hardly a giant in stature, once looked at a picture of Alexander by David. "Ah," said he, taking snuff with a pleased air, "Alexander was shorter than I." The hero last mentioned is he who cried because he had no more worlds to conquer, and who never thought of conquering himself. But if Alexander were disappointed about another world, his courtiers were much more so, because they were not Alexander's. But the world would not have cared for a surplus of them. One was enough. Conquerors are very pleasant fellows, no doubt, and are disappointed and sulky because they cannot gain more battles. But we poor frogs in the world are quite satisfied with one king stork. If we look at disappointment as a lesson, we soon take the sting out of it. A spider will teach us that. He is waiting for a fly, and away the nimble fellow flies. The spider upon this runs round his net to see whether there be any holes, and to mend them. When doing so, he comes upon an old body of one of his victims, and he commences again on it with a pious ejaculation of, "Better luck next time." So one of the greatest and wisest missionaries whom we have ever had tried when a boy to climb a tree. He fell down and broke his leg. Seriously lamed, he went on crutches for 6 months, and at the end of that time quietly set about climbing the tree again, and succeeded. He had in truth a reserve fund of good humor and sound sense, saw where he had failed, and conquered it. His disappointment was worth 20 dozen successes to him and to the world too. It is a good rule also never to make too sure of anything, and never to put too high a price on it. Everything is worth doing well. Everything, presuming you like it, is worth having. The girl you fall in love with may be silly and ill-favored, but what of that? She is your love. 'Tis a poor fancy of mine own to like that which none other man will have, says the fool Touchstone, but he speaks like a wise man. He is wiser than the melancholy Jacques in the same play, who calls all people fools, and mopes about preaching wise saws. If our young men were as wise, there would not be half the ill-assorted marriages in the world, and there would be fewer single women. If they only chose by sense or fancy, or because they saw some good quality in a girl, if they were not all captivated by the face alone, every Jill would have her Jack, and pair off happily, like the lovers in a comedy. But it is not so. We cannot live without illusions. We cannot, therefore, subsist without disappointments. They, too, follow each other as the night the day, the shade the sunshine. They are as inseparable as life and death. The difference of our conditions alone places a variety in these illusions. Perhaps the lowest of us have the brightest, just as Cinderella, sitting amongst the coals, dreamed of the ball and beautiful prince as well as her sisters. Bare and grim to tears, says Emerson, is the lot of the children I saw yesterday. Yet not the less they hung it round with frippery romance, like the children of the happiest fortune, and would talk of the dear cottage where so many joyful hours had flown. Well, this thatching of hovels is the custom of the country. Women, more than all, are the element and kingdom of illusion. Happy it is that they are so. These fancies and illusions bring forth the inevitable disappointments, but they carry life on with a swing. If every hovel-born child had sat down at his doorstep and taken true stock of himself, and had said, I am a poor miserable child, weak in health, without knowledge, with little help, and cannot do much, we should have wanted many a hero. We should have had no Stevenson, no Faraday, no Arkwright, and no Watt. Our railways would have been unbuilt, and the Atlantic Ocean would have been unbridged by steam. But hope, as phrenologists tell us, lies above caution, and has dangerous and active neighbors, wit, imagination, language, ideality. So the poor cottage is hung round with fancies, and the man exists to help his fellows. He may fail, but others take up his tangled thread and unravel it, and carry on the great business of life. The constantly cheerful man, who survives his blighted hopes and disappointments, who takes them just for what they are, lessons, and perhaps blessings in disguise, is the true hero. He is like a strong swimmer. The waves dash over him, but he is never submerged. We cannot help applauding and admiring such a man, and the world, good-natured and wise in its verdict, cheers him when he gains the goal. There may be brutality in the sport, but there can be no question as to the merit, when the small prize-fighter, who receives again and again his adversary's knockdown blow, again gets up and is ready for the fray. Old General Blucher was not a lucky general. He was beaten almost every time he ventured to battle, but in an incredible space of time he had gathered together his routed army, and was as formidable as before. The Germans liked the bold old fellow, and called, and still call him, Marshal Forwards. He had his disappointments, no doubt, but turned them, like the oyster does the speck of sand which annoys it, to a pearl. To our minds, the best of all these heroes is Robert Hall, the preacher, who, after falling on the ground in paroxysms of pain, would rise with a smile and say, I suffered much, but I did not cry out, did I? Did I cry out? Beautiful is this heroism. Nature, base enough under some aspects, rises into grandeur in such an example, and shoots upwards to an alpine height of pure air and cloudless sunshine. The bold, noble, and kindly nature of the man struggling against pain, and asking in an apologetic tone, Did I cry out? Whilst his lips were white with anguish, and his tongue, bitten through in the paroxysm, was red with blood. There is a companion picture of ineffaceable grandeur to this in Plato's Phædo, where Socrates, who has been unchained simply that he may prepare for death, sits upon his bed, and rubbing his leg gently where the iron had galled it, begins, not a complaint against fate, or his judges, or the misery of present death, but a grateful little reflection. What an unaccountable thing, my friends, that seems to be which men cause pleasure, and how wonderful it is related to that which appears to be its contrary, pain, in that they will not both be present to a man at the same time. Yet if anyone pursues and attains the one, he is almost always compelled to receive the other, as if they were both united together from one head. Surely true philosophy, if we may call so serene a state of mind by that hackneyed word, never reached unaided a purer height. There is one thing certain which contains a poor comfort but a strong one, a poor one because it reduces us all to the same level. It is this: we may be sure that not one of us is without disappointment. The footman is as badly off as his master, and the master as the footman. The courtier is disappointed of his place, and the minister of his ambition. Cardinal Wolsey lectures his secretary Cromwell, and tells him of his disappointed ambition, but Cromwell had his troubles as well. Henry VIII, the king who broke them both, might have put up the same prayer, and the Pope, who was a thorn in Harry's side, no doubt had a peck of disappointments of his own. Nature not only abhors a vacuum, but she utterly repudiates an entirely successful man. There probably never lived one yet to whom the morning did not bring some disaster, the evening some repulse. John Hunter, the greatest, most successful surgeon, the genius, the wonder, the admired of all, upon whose words they whose lives had been spent in science hung, said as he went to his last lecture, "If I quarrel with any one tonight, it will kill me." An obstinate surgeon of the old school denied one of his assertions and called him a liar. It was enough. Hunter was carried into the next room and died. He had for years suffered from a diseased heart and was quite conscious of his fate. That was his disappointment. Happy are they who in this world of trial meet their disappointments in their youth, not in their old age. Then let them come and welcome, not too thick to render us morose, but like spring mornings, frosty but kindly, the cold of which will kill the vermin, but will let the plant live. And let us rely upon it, that the best men, and women too, are those who have been early disappointed. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 25. The Three Kings. An Old Story in a New Light. Gaspar, a king and shepherd, alone at the door of his tent, thus mused, his eyes uplifted and fixed on the firmament. Is it a dream, this vision that haunts me day and night, this beautiful manifestation of some eternal delight? God set me to watching and waiting long years and years ago, waiting and watching for something my heart could not forego. I caught the hope of the nations, the desire of the common heart, which grew to an expectation that would not from me depart. My soul was filled with hunger deeper than I can tell, the while I watched for the shining of the star in Israel. O star, to arise in Jacob, I cried as my heart grew bold. O star, to arise in Jacob, by prophecy seen of old. For the sight of thee I am dying, for the joy of thy beautiful face. Of thy coming give me a token, grant me this favor and grace. At length there came an answer, flaming the desolate year, a revelation of beauty, a more than mortal cheer. For afar in the kindly heavens the blessed token I saw, and now my life is transfigured and lost in a nameless awe. In a nameless awe I wander, as one with a joy untold, too great for his own defining, too great for him to withhold. But deep in my heart is the secret, and in yonder beckoning star, and I must wait for the telling until I can hasten afar. Until I can find and travel a heart akin to mine, that day and night is adoring and imploring beauty divine. And so I will share the gladness which God intends for the world, and so will I lift the banner to remain forever unfurled. Hardly had Gaspar ended the musing he loved so well, when he heard the dreamy tinkle of a distant camel bell. He set his tent in order, he brought forth of his best, after the Arab custom to welcome the coming guest. Who is this eager stranger dismounted so soon at the door? A king from another kingdom who has traveled the desert o'er, in search of the same communion that Gaspar was longing for. And before of food he tasted, thus spake King Melchior. O Gaspar, God hath sent me in the light of a peaceful star to tell thee, my royal brother, what my sweet communings are. My life has been hid with nature for many a quiet year, and in the hearts of my people, whose love hath cast out fear. And I have been a dweller with God who is everywhere, on earth, in the stars, the spirit sublimest, calmest, most fair. Among his mediators and messengers of rest, which filled the earth and the heavens, the stars I reckoned the best. To the stars I gave my study, I watched them rise and set, and heard the music of silence my soul cannot forget. The music that seemed prophetic of the reign of peace to come, when men shall live as lovers in the quiet of one dear home. But contemplation only my heart could not satisfy. I longed for the very presence the stars did prophesy, and eagerly looked for a token of heaven descended to earth, a manifestation to tell me the Prince had come to his birth, the Prince to rule the nations, the blessed Prince of Peace, through the scepter of whose kingdom confusion and war shall cease. And God to me has been gracious, though one of his children the least, for I have seen his token, all glorious in the east. Yea, God to me has been gracious, and shown me the way of love, a revelation of goodness as fair as heaven above. The kings sat down together, communed in the breaking of bread, and each the heart of the other as an open volume read. They felt the new force within them through fellowship increase. The one he called it beauty, the other named it peace. All through the silent night tide their thoughts one burden bore. There was a joy eternal, their longing souls before. But still they waited, they hardly knew what for. What lack we yet, O Gaspar? At length asked Melchior. 3 lights in yonder heaven wait on the polar star. Hast eyes to read the poem? Dost see how calm they are? 3 lights in yonder heaven wait on the polar star. But we are 2, said Gaspar. Not 2, but 3 we are. Balthazar said, dismounting, another king from afar. And we whom God hath chosen follow a greater star. Oh, what are peace and beauty, except they stir the soul, and make the man a hero to gain some happier goal? Oh, what are peace and beauty that stop this side of God, though infinite the distance remaining to be trod? In haste they mounted, the kings in God's employ, and quickly peace and beauty began to change to joy. They left behind their kingdoms, whose lure was far too small to keep them apart from the kingdom of him who is all in all. They left behind their people, of loving and loved a host, the first of the thronging Gentiles to love the Redeemer most. They left behind possessions, their flocks all in their prime, in haste to greet the shepherd, whose charge is the most sublime. They passed through hostile regions, for fear they halted not, and weariness and hunger were less than things forgot. So on and on they hastened, where they never before had trod, and the flaming guide that led them was ever the glory of God. By night in yonder heavens, within their hearts by day, as of old the blessed Shekinah along the Red Sea way. And they have troubled Herod and left Jerusalem, the joy-giving star before them, the star of Bethlehem. And they have seen and worshipped the everlasting child, in whom sweet truth and mercy were never unreconciled. They have kissed the beauty of heaven, incarnate on the earth, the babe in the lap of Mary, of whom he came to his birth. Their gifts of love they have rendered unto the newborn King, their gold and myrrh and frankincense, the best that they could bring. And vanished the star forever, when they turned from the child away? Shone it not then in their bosoms the light of eternal day? They could not return to Herod, too precious for any swine, the pearls which they had gathered out of the sea divine. O vision of the Redeemer, in which faith has struggled to sight, They carried it back to their country and published it day and night. They carried it back to their country, the vision since Eden's fall, which seen afar off has sweetened the wormwood and the gall. And it has become the story of every triumphant soul that in seeking the eternal reaches a blessed goal. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Florence Nightingale, the heroine of the Crimea. The care of the poor, said Hannah More, herself one of the most illustrious women of her time, is essentially the profession of women. In her own person, Florence Nightingale has proved this, and not in one or two cases, but by a whole life passed in devotion to the needs of the poor and humble, the sick and the distressed. Comparatively little was known of Miss Nightingale before the year 1854, when the needs of the English army in the Crimea called forth the heroism of thousands. Then it was that Florence Nightingale and other heroic women went out to the East, and personally succored the wounded, comforted the weak-hearted, and smoothed the pillows of the dying. Miss Nightingale is every way a remarkable woman. The daughter of an Englishman, W. Shore Nightingale, of Embley Park, Hampshire, she was born in Florence in the year 1823, and from this fair city she received her patronymic. From her earliest youth she was accustomed to visit the poor, and as she advanced in years, she studied in the schools, hospitals, and reformatory institutions of London, Edinburgh, and other principal cities of England, besides making herself familiar with similar places on the continent. In 1851, when all Europe, says a recent writer, seemed to be keeping holiday in honor of the Great Exhibition, she took up her abode in an institution at Kaiserwerth on the Rhine, where Protestant Sisters of Mercy are trained for the business of nursing the sick and other offices of charity. For 3 months she remained in daily and nightly attendance, accumulating the most valuable practical experience, and then returned home to patiently wait until an occasion should arise for its exercise. This occasion soon arose, for after attending various hospitals in London, the cry of distress, which in 1854 arose from the distressed soldiery in Russia, enlisted her warmest sympathies. Lady Mary Forrester, Mrs. Sidney Herbert, and other ladies purposed to send nurses to the seat of war. The government acceded to their request, and Miss Florence Nightingale, Miss Bracebridge, and 37 others, all experienced nurses, went out to their assistance, and arrived at Constantinople on the 5th of November. The whole party were soon established in the hospital at Scutari, and there pursued their labor of love and benevolence. The good they did, and the wonders they accomplished, are too well known to need particular detail. Every day, says one, writing from the military hospital, brought some new combination of misery to be somehow unraveled by the power ruling in the sisters' town. Each day had its peculiar trial to one who has taken such a load of responsibility in an untried field, and with a staff of her own sex, all new to it. She has frequently been known to stand 20 hours, on the arrival of fresh detachments of sick, apportioning quarters, distributing stores, directing the labors of her corps, assisting at the most painful operations, where her presence might soothe or support, and spending hours over men dying of cholera or fever. Indeed, the more awful to every sense any particular case might be, the more certainly might her slight form be seen bending over him, administering to his case by every means in her power, and seldom quitting his side until death had released him. And yet probably Miss Nightingale's personal devotion in the cause was, in her own estimation, the least onerous of her duties. The difficulties thrown in her way by the formalities of system and routine, and the prejudices of individuals, will scarcely be forgotten, or the daily contests by which she was compelled to wring from the authorities a scant allowance of the appliances needed in the daily offices of her hand, until the cooperation of Mr. MacDonald, distributor of the Times Fund, enabled her to lay in stores to institute separate culinary and washing establishments, and in short, to introduce comfort and order into the department over which she presided. And so, during the greater part of the momentous campaign, she did the work that she had set out to do, bravely and faithfully, and earnestly and well, and we may be sure that on her return to England she was welcomed gladly. The Queen presented her with a costly diamond ornament to be worn as a decoration, and accompanied it with an autograph letter in which her great merits were fully, gracefully, and gratefully acknowledged. It was proposed to give Miss Nightingale a public reception, but with true modesty she shrunk from appearing in any other than her own character of nurse and soother, and at once passed into retirement. But that retirement was not allowed to be unproductive. So soon as her health, which was at all times delicate, and had suffered considerably in the Crimea, had been somewhat restored, she set to work to render the fruits of her experience useful to the world. In 1859 she produced her Hints on Nursing, one of the most useful and practical little books ever published. In it she showed how much might be done, even with small means, and in the midst of manifold difficulties and discouragements, and it is no small triumph to the advocates of female labor and proper spheres that Florence Nightingale and her friends have shown that as a nurse and comforter on the field of battle, woman may work out her mission quietly and unostentatiously, without at the same time interfering with the occupations of the other sex. In Florence Nightingale we have an example of a lady bred in the lap of luxury and educated in the school of wealth and exclusiveness, breaking down the barriers of custom and proving to the world that true usefulness belongs to no particular rank, age, or station, but it is the privilege of all Eve's daughters, and that any employment sanctified by devotion and fervor and earnest desire to do good is essentially womanly and graceful, and fitting alike to the inheritors of wealth or poverty. That the absence of feminine influence must tend to materialize, to sensualize, and to harden, must, we think, be admitted by all the thoughtful. Woman is instituted by God the guardian of the heart as man is of the mind. How many husbands, sons, and brothers, driven and driving through life in the absorbing excitement of a professional or mercantile career, can testify to the arresting, reposeful, humanizing atmosphere of a home where the wife, mother, or sister exerts her kindly sway? And as it is as necessary to the immaterial interests of a nation, to the prevention of the legislative mind and executive hands being completely swallowed up in the actual, the present, the mechanical, the sensible, that some counteracting influence should be allowed and encouraged similar to that of woman in her home. To show the influence for good of associations of women for charitable ends, Mrs. Jameson, in Sisters of Charity at Home and Abroad, has collected accounts from history and biography of many Romanist orders of sisters, besides vindicating and putting forward Miss Nightingale and her companions as examples. She would not for the world that the woman should aspire to be the man, and aim at a masculine independence for which she was never meant, and we thank the noble champion of Protestant sisterhoods for disclaiming connection with any who want her to take part in the public and prominent life of society, so to speak. It is cooperation that is insisted upon, the ministering influence of the woman with the business tact of the man. In prisons, hospitals, workhouses, and lunatic asylums, the influence of well-trained women to soften rigor, charm routine, beguile poverty, and tranquilize distraction is often wanted. Not so much to talk as to think, feel, and do. It may be said that there cannot be the same need in a Protestant country as in Roman Catholic countries of communities of single women, where they are doubtless called for, if only in opposition to the immense bodies of the higher and lower clergy. But, besides the fact of there always being a greater number of women in a country in proportion to the number of men, our commerce requires many sailors, not to mention our army and navy, which in years past have swallowed up so many. Surely ministering women would be a blessing to the widows and orphans of our gallant soldiers and sailors. There are numbers of daughters in large families kept in conventual bondage by a father or brother or their own timidity. Daughters, sisters, widows, we appeal to you. Are there not some few among you with courage to lead where multitudes would follow? Some to whom a kind providence has given liberty of action? It is far from our intention to incite rebellion in families, or tempt away from the manifest calls of duty. But cannot someone begin what others will continue? And we must not be indefinite. Begin what? Continue what? A system which, in this Protestant land, would give to the poor outcast, the little criminal, the child of the state, a mother as well as a father, that would give to the wretched of all ages a sister as well as a brother. Alluding to Florence Nightingale, Mrs. Jameson says, "No doubt but it will be through the patience, faith, and wisdom of men and women working together. In an undertaking so wholly new to our English customs, so much at variance with the usual education given to women in this country, we shall meet with perplexities, difficulties, even failures. All the ladies who have gone to Scutari may not turn out heroines. There may be vain babblings and scribblings and indiscretions, such as may put weapons into adverse hands. The inferior and paid nurses may, some of them, have carried to Scutari bad habits, arising from imperfect training. Still, let us trust that a principle will be recognized in the country which will not be again lost sight of. It will be the true, the lasting glory of Florence Nightingale and her band of devoted assistants that they have broken through what Goethe calls a Chinese wall of prejudices, prejudices religious, social, professional, and established a precedent which will indeed multiply the good to all time. No doubt there are hundreds of women who would now gladly seize the privileges held out to them by such an example, and crowd to offer their services. But would they pay the price of such dear and high privileges? Would they fit themselves duly for the performance of such services, and earn by distasteful and even painful studies the necessary certificates for skill and capacity? Would they, like Miss Nightingale, go through a 7 years' probation to try at once the steadiness of their motives and the steadiness of their nerves? Such a trial is absolutely necessary, for hundreds of women will fall into the common error of mistaking an impulse for a vocation. But I do believe that there are also hundreds who are fitted, or would gladly at any self-sacrifice fit themselves for the work, if the means of doing so were allowed to them. At present, an English lady has no facilities whatever for obtaining the information or experience required. No such institutions are open to her, and yet she is ridiculed for presenting herself without the competent knowledge. This seems hardly just. Anticipating objection, Mrs. Jameson says, "To make or require vows of obedience is objectionable, and yet we know that the voluntary nurses who went to the East were called upon to do what comes to the same thing, to sign an engagement to obey implicitly a controlling and administrative power, or the whole undertaking must have fallen to the ground. Then again, questions about costume have been mooted, which appear to me wonderfully absurd. It has been suggested that there should be something of uniformity and fitness in the dress when on duty, and this seems but reasonable. I recollect once seeing a lady in a gay light muslin dress, with 3 or 4 flounces and roses under bonnet, going forth to visit her sick poor. The incongruity struck the mind painfully, not merely as an incongruity, but as an impropriety, like a soldier going to the trenches in an opera hat and laced ruffles. Such follies, arising from individual obtuseness, must be met by regulation dictated by good sense, and submitted to as a matter of necessity and obligation." Again, says our authoress, who passed from her sphere of usefulness in 1860, "It is a subject of reproach that in this Christendom of ours, the theory of good we preach should be so far in advance of our practice. But that which provokes the sneer of the skeptic, and almost kills faith in the sufferer, lifts up the contemplative mind with hope. Man's theory of good is God's reality. Man's experience is the degree to which he has already worked out, in his human capacity, that divine reality. Therefore, whatever our practice may be, let us hold fast to our theories of possible good. Let us at least, however they may outrun our present powers, keep them in sight, and then our formal, lugging practice may in time overtake them. In social morals, as well as in physical truth, the goal of yesterday will be the starting point of tomorrow. And the things before which all England now stands in admiring wonder will become the simple produce of the common day. This we hope and believe." The example of Florence Nightingale, so full of hope and prophecy to Mrs. Jameson 25 years ago, has proved indeed an earnest of better things, which all these years have been passing into realities. Who shall say how much inspiration the noble band of ministering women in our Civil War derived from the heroine of the Crimea? When the great occasion arrives, the heavenly impulse is seldom wanting. But God works through means, and that one example of Christian devotion, so fresh in the hearts of mothers, wives, and sisters, was an immense help in developing the self-sacrifice which is latent in every true life. To say nothing of the new impulse given to the organization of women's work in England, it is a matter for thankfulness to be able to note that the signs of new life in this country are full of promise. In several of our larger cities, notably New York and Philadelphia, institutions have recently been founded for the training of nurses, and sisterhoods organized for the better accomplishment of Christian work in hospitals, asylums, and among the poor and unfortunate. A work indeed which has been done, in one way or another, in all Christian ages, by every true follower of the Master. And here, in conclusion, the thought suggests itself that differences of organization, whether ecclesiastical or otherwise, should not conceal from our eyes the true notes of the communion of the saints, or shut from our hearts the conditions of inheriting the kingdom prepared from the foundation of the world. I was an hungered, and you gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me. O English Nightingale, who hadst the grace to hear the dying soldiers far off wail, and pause not for a tear, who as on angel wings didst seek the wintry sea, to put thy hand to menial things, which were not such to thee, and didst with heaven-born art, where pain implored release, to mangled form and broken heart bring healing and sweet peace. Thy work was music, song, as brave as ever stirred a nation's heart, as calm and strong as angels ever heard. Gazing on the modest, unassuming countenance shown in the illustration which accompanies this sketch, one can imagine the surprised question to which the king answers in the last day: "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Shy People. Hawthorne, Washington Irving, and others. Madame Récamier. Sympathy is the most delicate tendril of the mind and the most fascinating gift which nature can give us. The most precious associations of the human heart cluster around the word, and we love to remember those who have sorrowed with us in sorrow and rejoiced with us when we were glad. But for the awkward and the shy, the sympathetic are the very worst company. They do not wish to be sympathized with. They wish to be with people who are cold and indifferent. They like shy people like themselves. Put two shy people in a room together, and they begin to talk with unaccustomed glibness. A shy woman always attracts a shy man, but women who are gifted with that rapid, gay impressionability which puts them en rapport with their surroundings, who have fancy and an excitable disposition, a quick susceptibility to the influences around them, are very charming in general society, but they are terrible to the awkward and the shy. They sympathize too much. They are too aware of that burning shame which the sufferer desires to conceal. The moment a shy person sees before him a perfectly unsympathetic person, one who is neither thinking nor caring for him, his shyness begins to flee. The moment that he recognizes a fellow sufferer, he begins to feel a reinforcement of energy. If he be a lover, especially, the almost certain embarrassment of the lady inspires him with hope and renewed courage. A woman who has a bashful lover, even if she is afflicted with shyness, has been known to find a way to help the poor fellow out of his dilemma more than once. Hawthorne. Who has left us the most complete and most tragic history of shyness which belongs to that long rosary on which the blushes of a life are strung? Found a woman, the most perfect character apparently, who ever married and made happy a great genius.
who, fortunately for him, was shy naturally, although without that morbid shyness which accompanied him through life. Those who knew Mrs. Hawthorne found her possessed of great fascination of manner, even in general society, where Hawthorne was quite impenetrable. The story of his running down to the Concord River and taking a boat to escape his visitors has been long familiar to us all. Mrs. Hawthorne, no doubt, with a woman's tact and a woman's generosity, overcame her own shyness in order to receive those guests whom Hawthorne ran away from, and through his life remained his better angel. It was through this absence of expressed sympathy that English people became very agreeable to Hawthorne. He describes in his notebook a speech made by him at a dinner in England. "When I was called upon," he says, "I rapped my head, and it returned a hollow sound." He had, however, been sitting next to a shy English lawyer, a man who won upon him by his quiet, unobtrusive simplicity, and who, in some well-chosen words, rather made light of dinner speaking and its terrors. When Hawthorne finally got up and made his speech, his voice, meantime, having a far-off and remote echo, and when, as we learn from others, a burst of applause greeted a few well-chosen words drawn from that full well of thought, that pellucid rill of English undefiled, the unobtrusive gentleman by his side applauded and said to him, "It was handsomely done." The compliment pleased the shy man. It is the only compliment to himself which Hawthorne ever recorded. Now, had Hawthorne been congratulated by a sympathetic, effusive American who had clapped him on the back and who had said, "Oh, never fear, you will speak well," he would have said nothing. The shy sprite in his own eyes would have read in his neighbor's eyes the dreadful truth that his sympathetic neighbor would have indubitably betrayed, a fear that he would not do well. The phlegmatic and stony Englishman neither felt nor cared whether Hawthorne spoke well or ill, and, although pleased that he did speak well, invested no particular sympathy in the matter, either for or against, and so spared Hawthorne's shyness the last bitter drop in the cup, which would have been a recognition of his own moral dread. Hawthorne bitterly records his own sufferings. He says in one of his books, "At this time I acquired this accursed habit of solitude." It has been said that the Hawthorne family were, in the earlier generation, afflicted with shyness almost as a disease, certainly a curious freak of nature in a family descended from robust sea captains. It only goes to prove how far away are the influences which control our natures and our actions. Whether, if Hawthorne had not been a shy man, afflicted with a sort of horror of his species at times, always averse to letting himself go, miserable and morbid, we should have been the inheritors of the great fortune which he has left us, it is not for us to decide. Whether we should have owned the gentle boy, the immortal scarlet letter, the house with the 7 gables, the marble faun, and all the other wonderful things which grew out of that secluded and gifted nature, had he been born a cheerful, popular, and sympathetic boy, with a dancing school manner, instead of an awkward and shy youth, although an exceedingly handsome one, we cannot tell. That is the great secret behind the veil. The answer is not yet made, the oracle has not spoken, and we must not invade the penumbra of genius. Washington and Irving. It has always been a comfort to the awkward and the shy that Washington could not make an after-dinner speech, and the well-known anecdote, "Sit down, Mr. Washington, your modesty is even greater than your valor," must have consoled many a voiceless hero. Washington Irving tried to welcome Dickens, but failed in the attempt, while Dickens was as voluble as he was gifted. Probably the very surroundings of sympathetic admirers unnerved both Washington and Irving, although there are some men who can never speak on their legs, as the saying goes, in any society. Other shy men, men who fear general society and show embarrassment in the everyday surroundings, are eloquent when they get on their feet. Many a shy boy at college has astonished his friends by his ability in an after-dinner speech. Many a voluble, glib boy who has been appointed the orator of the occasion fails utterly, disappoints public expectation, and sits down with an uncomfortable mantle of failure upon his shoulders. Therefore, the ways of shyness are inscrutable. Many a woman who has never known what it is to be bashful or shy has, when called upon to read a copy of verses, even to a circle of intimate friends, lost her voice and has utterly broken down, to her own and her friends' great astonishment. The voice is a treacherous servant. It deserts us, trembles, makes a failure of it, is not present or accounted for, often when we need its help. It is not alone in the shriek of the hysterical that we learn of its lawlessness. It is in its complete retirement. A bride often, even when she felt no other embarrassment, has found that she had no voice with which to make her responses. It simply was not there. A lady who was presented at court, and who felt, as she described herself, wonderfully at her ease, began talking, and without wishing to speak loud, discovered she was shouting like a trumpeter. The somewhat unusual strain which she had put upon herself during the ordeal of being presented at the English court revenged itself by an outpouring of voice which she could not control. Many shy people have recognized in themselves this curious and unconscious elevation of voice. It is not so common as a loss of voice, but it is quite uncontrollable. The bronchial tubes play us another trick when we are frightened. The voice is the voice of somebody else. It has no resemblance to our own. Ventriloquism might well study the phenomena of shyness, for the voice becomes bass that was treble, and soprano which was contralto. "I dislike to have Wiltthorpe come to see me," said a very shy woman. "I know my voice will squeak so." With her, Wiltthorpe, who for some reason drove her into an agony of shyness, had the effect of making her talk in a high, unnatural strain, excessively fatiguing. The presence of one's own family, who are naturally painfully sympathetic, has always had upon the bashful and the shy a most evil effect. "I can never plead a case before my father, nor I before my son," said two distinguished lawyers. "If mamma is in the room, I shall never be able to get through my part," said a young amateur actor. But here we must pause to note another exception in the laws of shyness. In the false perspective of the stage, shyness often disappears. The shy man, speaking the words and assuming the character of another, often loses his shyness. It is himself of whom he is afraid, not of Tony Lumpkin or of Charles Surface, of Hamlet or of Claude Melnow. Behind their masks he can speak well, but if he at his own dinner table essays to speak, and mamma watches him with sympathetic eyes, and his brothers and sisters are listening, he fails. Lord Percy sees me fall. Yet it is with our own people that we must stand or fall, live or die. It is in our own circle that we must conquer our shyness. Now, these reflections are not intended as an argument against sympathy properly expressed. A reasonable and judiciously expressed sympathy with our fellow beings is the very highest attribute of our nature. It unravels secrets more surely than the highest critical faculty. Analysis of motives that sway men and women is like the knife of the anatomist. It works on the dead. Unite sympathy to observation, and the dead spring to life. It is thus to the shy, in their moments of tremor, that we should endeavor to be calmly sympathetic, not cruel, but indifferent, unobservant. Now, women of genius, who obtain a reflected comprehension of certain aspects of life through sympathy, often arrive at the admirable result of apprehending the sufferings of the shy without seeming to observe them. Such a woman, in talking to a shy man, will not seem to see him. She will prattle on about herself, or tell some funny anecdote how she was tumbled out into the snow, or how she spilled her glass of claret at dinner, or how she got just too late to the lecture, and while she is thus absorbed in her little improvised autobiography, the shy man gets a hold of himself and ceases to be afraid of her. This is the secret of tact. Madame Récamier. Madame Récamier, the famous beauty, was always somewhat shy. She was not a wit, but she possessed the gift of drawing out what was best in others. Her biographers have blamed her that she had not a more impressionable temper, that she was not more sympathetic. Perhaps, in spite of her courage when she took up contributions in the churches dressed as a neo-Greek, she was always hampered by shyness. She certainly attracted all the best and most gifted of her time, and had a noble fearlessness in friendship, and a consistency which she showed by following Madame de Staël into exile, and in her devotion to Ballanche and Chateaubriand. She had the genius of friendship, a native sincerity, a certain reality of nature, those fine qualities which so often accompany the shy that we almost, as we read biography and history, begin to think that shyness is but a veil for all the virtues. Perhaps to this shyness, or to this hidden sympathy, did Madame Récamier owe that power over all men which survived her wonderful beauty. The blind and poor old woman of the Abbaye had not lost her charm. The most eminent men and women of her day followed her there, and enjoyed her quiet, not very eloquent conversation. She had a wholesome heart. It kept her from folly when she was young, from a too over-facile sensitiveness to which an impressionable, sympathetic temperament would have betrayed her. Her firm, sweet nature was not flurried by excitement. She had a steadfastness in her social relations which has left behind an everlasting renown to her name. And what are, after all, these social relations which call for so much courage, and which can create so much suffering to most of us as we conquer for them our awkwardness and our shyness? Let us pause for a moment and try to be just. Let us contemplate these social ethics which call for so much that is, perhaps, artificial and troublesome and contradictory. Society, so long as it is the congregation of the good, the witty, the bright, the intelligent, and the gifted, is the thing most necessary to us all. We are apt to like it and its excitements almost too well, or to hate it with its excesses and its mistakes too bitterly. We are rarely just to society. The rounded and harmonious and temperate understanding and use of society is, however, the very aim and end of education. We are born to live with each other and not for ourselves. If we are cheerful, our cheerfulness was given to us to make bright the lives of those about us. If we have genius, that is a sacred trust. If we have beauty, wit, joyousness, it was given us for the delectation of others, not for ourselves. If we are awkward and shy, we are bound to break the crust and to show that within us is beauty, cheerfulness, and wit. It is but the fool who loves excess. The best human being should moderately like society. Mrs. John Sherwood. End of chapter 27.